Good morning. So I don't think I'm going to put yesterday's stream up on YouTube because it was like a little bit of playing the last playthrough. Probably about half the stream was going over mods and fucking around with configuration files and installing JNSQ. So today we're just going to pick up where we left off, but I'm not going to do like a version 1.5. If you're watching it on YouTube, there should be a link down in the info of the video that'll give you access to the channel. And just go into Discord and check the KSP channel, and you'll have a CCAN favorite list that'll get you most of the mods. It's got a list of just like half a dozen mods that we installed manually, and we are just gonna kind of pick up from there. We're getting going a little bit early today. It might be a little bit slow. So JNSQ is Galileo's new map pack. It includes Kerbin and I believe every single one of the stock bodies at 2.7 scale. Everything with some fantastic visual overhauls and a little bit of different data. Like, this is Minmus. Look at that. I have stared at this probably about 5 times now. I think once or twice on stream and about 3 times after I got done while I was testing stuff out. I love it. I cannot wait to visit this. Now, JNSQ, from what I've been told, is so large, the solar system is so large that mods like Outer Planets mod, the worlds wouldn't actually be on the outside anymore. They would be like inner planets. We were joking about it with Mr. Rocketology when he was doing a preview of this. And we are using research bodies. So for this playthrough, we only know about the sun and the 2 moons. And that is it for now. So we did get a little bit of progress in yesterday here on our beautiful home world. But only a tiny bit. We do have the extra launch sites open. So we have the Boomerang, we have the desert, we have the island airfield if we were to want it. It's currently nighttime, but we have the Space Command. Kerbal, oh god, is it Constructs that kind of fancies up the Space Center? I don't think that's compatible yet. Also, Remote Tech isn't really natively compatible yet. There's no configuration file for it. So one of the things that you'll find in there is just a little patch to move the that little red dot, like the part that you have to, maintain a connection to, from over here by the island airfield, a little bit closer to the Space Center. And then, like, trajectories wouldn't install well, it installed properly. It for some reason, it would hang the loading of JNSQ for quite some time. So we had to roll it back to a previous version. We couldn't use the version that CCAN wanted to throw in there. So I think it was like 2.2.2 or something like that that's on CCAN, and we had to use 2.2.1. Then outside of that, let's see. Textures Unlimited. We had to install that manually too. Planet Shine, for some reason, wasn't working properly. We had to install it manually. Copernicus you install manually because at the time it wasn't updated on CCAN, but it may be updated by now. It had just been updated, so it just hadn't. It had the 1.7.0 version rather than 1.7.1. And Kerbal Joint Reinforcement I ended up installing manually as well. But everything else is looking pretty good. Ooh, Isley just reminded me in Discord to go over... Oh, and if your game's already started and you do use that little patch to move everything over, all you gotta do is go over to presets and hit reload. And then once you go out to your map, unless I fudged it up, I actually adjusted it, so it should be a little bit closer now that I've reloaded again. Nope. That's too far. So let's go and fix it. What's the easiest way? Just through CCAN, probably. I was just kind of guesstimating. Negative 91 put it slightly off to the right, so I figured negative 100 would be a little bit better. Let's do negative 94. And then I think I have to relaunch so that that'll be applied, but I might not have to. Let's go save first. Might be able to get away with a hot fix here. And I need, let's see if I can remember where the fuck it is. Saves, streaming, remote tech settings. Oh, it's right there at the front. Nice. Let's try 94. Negative 94. Lat should be 0. I think he said it was negative 0, but that shouldn't matter. 0 and negative 0 should be the same spot, I believe. So the fix we were trying yesterday should have worked, but we were applying it to the wrong part. We were putting it into the actual settings for Remote Tech, but Remote Tech makes a copy of whatever settings plus the patches that have been applied to those settings into your save file. And I realized that. Well, that's not much closer. Let's do negative 92. Probably going to be like 91.5 or something like that. But it was just a little bit off to the right, and it only has a strength of like 4 mm. Is it megameters? Let's just try 91.5. I didn't realize that one entire point would move it so far. Not start new, silly. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's going to be actually like 91.74 something. I don't know. It's a little bit further than... So 91 is like over here on the other side of these markers. We're looking at where the red dot is versus where the flag there is. It's a little bit easier to see from actual map view than it is from the tracking center. So launchpad, cheese probe, launch. By default, like if you don't change anything, it's all the way over by the island airfield. So you have to use cheats to be able to use remote tech when you first start out. So we're just trying to come up with a fix for that. It's still pretty far off to the right, isn't it? There's our launch pad. And it's doable. It's within range. We do have a connection. We're just a little bit off. I'm just gonna leave that probe out on the pad while we fuck around here. And once we find a number that we're happy with, we'll update that little move patch, and I'll throw that up on CCAN or on Discord. Because negative 100 put it even further away, but off to the west. And then outside of that, if anybody can figure out how to get the GUID, oh man. That's damn near perfect. It's just a little bit off to the left of where we are. So I think that's the way to go. So let me update that. That was negative 91.7, right? Negative 91.799999997. Okay, so the updated one is in the KSP channel on the Discord. And then if you scroll up just a little bit, there's two different JNSQ files. I've just marked, I've given them version numbers by date. So 6819 is the one that I made right before we started streaming. And then the lowest, the most recent dam patch is the updated one. I didn't give that a version number, it's just dam patch. It's just a little tiny baby thing that says latitude, longitude, and height need to be adjusted in remote tech settings. So all you do if you just started a new game, you don't do anything. You should be fine. It should automatically go and put that in there for you. But if you've already started on JNSQ with this mod pack, like if you were in yesterday and you're kind of playing along, then it won't automatically update like that unless you either go and manually edit the save, the remote tech settings in your save file like we just did, or you can go down to your remote tech button and go over to presets and just do a reload on remote tech starting settings, and that should apply the patch and move it where it's supposed to be, hopefully. Oh, you pain in the ass. Since I haven't launched it again, the update hasn't been applied, but it's fine. Now that we know what we're doing here, it'll work for you, I promise. As long as you have that in first, and as long as you get the correct one. If it's still off a little bit to the right, it might not actually be all that bad of a thing, but because once you take off, if you're heading to the east, then you start off to the left of the signal source and you'll move over the signal source, so having it off to the right just a little bit might not be too bad, especially since orbit is going to take you much higher this time. I just gotta fix that one more time. File, open directory, because I closed it. We want saves. Current save, remote tech settings. Did that save it? No. And I won't have to do that anymore as long as I relaunch the game, but just to save us the effort of having, load up all of our mods and apply all of our patches again, we'll just do it the dirty way. And one other thing that I would like to do, unless they come up with a proper patch for it pretty soon, is, son of a bitch. What the hell is it doing way over there? Okay, I'm just gonna relaunch it. Fuck this. Killing me. I'd like to add a less powerful signal source to the other launch sites. Because they don't have a tracking station, but it does kind of make sense that they would be able to communicate or have limited communication capabilities from the different, from the different actual sites for launching probes and drones and stuff like that. But in order to be able to do that, I need the GUID. And I don't even know where you find that. I think I can put it in as all zeros and it'll still work. But outside of that, I need a latitude and longitude that I can actually put into it. And then I think I have that part figured out. The patch that we're using right now just kind of moves the signal, so it doesn't create any new ones. I think what I do if I want to just make new ones, I take the latitude and longitude that we have currently, I delete, through a mod manager patch, I delete the previous ground station completely, and then I just go and add in the 4 that I want, and what kind of antenna they would have, and whether it's an upgradable antenna or not. We would only have an upgradable antenna on the main base, so I would have a fairly underpowered antenna or signal source from the others, and I think it'll work. But I don't know how to find latitude and longitude. I found it for the main mission control, but I couldn't find it anywhere that I was looking for the island airfield, the Woomerang, or the desert launch site. I have no idea. But if we can find that, then we can write up a temporary fix for those two. And then I'm sure eventually there will be a Kerbal constructs for this. I would think so anyway. It worked out really, really well in GPP. You had so many different launch sites and so many different signal sources that you could really get away with just like secondary relays instead of a communications relay, like a proper long range one and a secondary. You just you had like kind of a bald spot on one part of Gale, the homeworld in GPP, where you didn't have any signal sources, so you just needed a couple of satellites to kind of curve that signal around that part of the planet, and then your scan satellites out at the moons kind of did all the rest of the work, made it pretty easy. And I kind of liked it. I do like the remote tech contract pack, how it pays you to put out your first 4. But eventually what I usually end up doing, even with the contract pack, is since you have to get it out there so early on in the playthrough, and especially now that we're doing probes before crew, where we send up unmanned vehicles before we actually send up people, getting that relay network up is a little bit more tedious and a lot more difficult. You have to either wait until you have somebody up there, a pilot, so you have to get far enough in the tech tree that you can get a pilot up there, or you have to wait for the Space Center to be in the right position for you to do your next maneuver. And you only have a certain amount of time there before you end up having to wait an entire additional day for it to come back around, which makes a resonant orbit a little bit more difficult. So if, if you have a circle in the middle of the screen here, and you want your satellites to be here, 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 and here, then you need to establish your proper orbit, drop your satellite. You have to maintain a connection with the Space Center, and then you have to change your orbit so that by the time you come back around, that first satellite is off at a 90-degree angle, so that you can drop your next satellite. And if the Space Center isn't still facing that original point, then you've got to wait a certain number, an entire Kerbin day for it to come back around to where you can communicate with it, and that really fucks up your resonant orbit, because it kind of relies a lot on the fact that you're going to be able to drop that next satellite on your next go-around. So, I don't know, the other option is just to launch them one at a time. Launch one at noon, launch one at 3 o'clock in the day, launch one at 6 or whatever. But even then, you've got some minor adjustments because that original satellite is going to be making its orbit while the planet rotates. So you kind of have to time it just right, and it's much more difficult to get it anywhere near perfect. So I don't know, I guess the fix there is 2 sets of relays. One inner set of relays and then a secondary set of relays that are on the outside that account for any kind of deviation in the spacing for the first set. So you'd have one circle that can bounce signals wherever they need to be, and then another circle outside of that where if this one fails, the second circle can pick up the slack. Doable, though. I gotta figure out what those 6 warnings are, too. Because I thought that they were IE, and I've taken IE out. I know that there's a problem with Kerbal Attachment System, so it is installed, but we won't be using it until there's a proper fix, because I guess the way that they integrated the inventory system for the base game now interferes with Kerbal Attachment System and Kerbal Inventory System working the way that it's supposed to. So you probably don't want to use Kerbal Inventory System or Attachment System. I think actually KISS should be okay. I think it's Attachment System that's got the problem, specifically with 1.7.1. But we're going to leave it installed. We just won't be using it, like that little tool that he's holding in these packs that they have. I want the parts in there just so that we can plan to be able to use it in the future, and I'm hoping that there won't be any compatibility issue with it in the future, but we won't be able to actually use it, unfortunately. So let's see if it fixed itself. We had it spot on. I just shouldn't have reloaded that second time. Drum roll. Let's see if it's going to work. And I'm sure that we'll run into other issues. They changed the way that the game operates a little bit. So there will be other issues. No, I have no connection. No, Twitch chat just started working again right after we went and raided. Poor Mr. Reed got about halfway through his crossword puzzle just talking to himself before it started working again. So I do see you, Mr. Nezzo. That was really weird, though. I built the worst rocket in history yesterday, and silence. Felt very awkward. Thankfully, it was just an issue with Twitch chat. I guess there was some big Fortnite thing going on, and it broke shit. It was like the good old days. Perfect. We have a delay of 0 seconds. So yeah, as long as you do a fresh launch, reload the settings with the new patch, or start a new game with the new patch, then you should be good to go. You shouldn't have to use any funky little workarounds or anything like that. Let's go ahead and revert that. Oh, I guess I could have hit cancel and just recovered. I meant to revert to the VAB and pick that probe up, because I don't think we need it. I'm pretty sure that we've performed all of our science that we have experiments for right now on the pad. Yeah. We're not going to get anything new off of this right now, but I just need to recover it. Get it out of there, since I had left the game with it in an active flight. I don't have the ability to revert. I don't think it costs much of anything. It might cost a couple of bucks because it did consume some electricity, which oddly enough translates into funds. And what else was I going to do? Oh, yes. Going to remote tech again, since we're now on just the regular presets. We need to increase the antenna range because of the size of the planet pack. And it was suggested that we go to a multiplier 4. Then I want to switch it over to root mode. And no cheats or anything like that should be necessary anymore. We can play by the rules. And I'm not sure if it's actually working. See, our mission control signal strength is only 4 megameters, which I don't think is good enough. So how do I patch that? I need to change the base signal strength of remote tech. Good morning, Isley. We're still messing around. Now this is what I need to change. I want it to still be upgradable, so I've left all of that in there. We haven't changed that at all. And I'd like to do it through the patch. We're going to do a dirty version real quick here, though. Oh, cool. I think that there's an easier way for them to do it through the actual settings file, though. The mod creator. But I don't want to force it or anything. I didn't want to do it through the direct settings, just a patch. For now. But actually, yeah, I mean, once they add it to JNSQ, what they really need, though, kind of like GPP had it. Yeah, we changed the modifier in the game options. But it doesn't seem to have worked for the, for mission control. It will work for our probes, but it doesn't look like it changed anything for the original. Because we didn't change the original. The multiplier is just our antennas that we put on stuff. They need to add, so they need to delete that one entirely, add it back in with the coordinates that we have in that patch, and then we need to find the latitude and longitude of the desert airfield, the Boomerang launch site, and the island airfield, and add all 4 sources back in. That'd be the best way for them to do it. Until there's the Kerbal Constructs, and then Kerbal Constructs, he'll already have the latitude and longitude, and he can just do it through Kerbal Constructs so that if it's installed, it'll automatically change remote tech to what it needs to be. But we need to back out of the save. We're going to do 2 different things. We're going to add a line to the patch real quick. And I want to reference, I think it was... GPP had a more powerful initial strength, so let's go by what they did there. I'll have to find it. why that was modified. This is what I want to start us out with. Because I'm sure there was a little bit more thought that went into what they did. We might even actually bump it up by a number. But I think it's fair enough. So in our remote text settings, let me make sure that I have the right one. Oh no, that's way more powerful. First we'll go see if it worked. If it worked, then we'll add it to the patch. Otherwise, I don't think we can actually make it up into an orbit before we lose connection. Ooh, drive safe. Have fun shopping. I was really hoping that exiting out and loading up the game again would work. I'm going to try launching the game again. It's going to be a launch stream. It's going to be great. So if we're going to relaunch, we may as well just fix up the patch. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because I had that one open. And we're looking to change at antenna at Omni, I think. Actually, I don't know exactly how I do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I duplicate what I have up top, right? I wonder if I can run this twice in the same patch, or if I actually need another patch. I'm new to this. I don't think I need at name or anything. No. Am I doing that right? No. There. That might work. I don't know. We'll try it. If it doesn't work, we'll get somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing. If it does work, then I'll put a copy of it in the Discord. Hello, Chuckles. I'm trying to edit the omni range of the antenna. There we go. There's Poog. He knows what's going on. It's like my first time doing this. I want to change the default settings. Let me bring them both up so you can see what I'm floundering on. So these are the default settings for remote tech, and I've already changed latitude and longitude and height of mission control. Now, do I need another entry to change the omni range of the antenna? Because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So is that what I do? Or is this already pulling up? Because that's already pulling up ground station, station, mission control. Do I get rid of that part there? Sweet. Do you just want the configuration file? Are you in the, you're in my Discord, aren't you? Does it get overwritten by... No, this is a mod manager patch. So what I'm trying to do is adjust this through a mod manager patch. The upgraded ranges, I want those to be upgraded from the base value, right? So all I should need to change is the level 1 value for the rest of them to be appropriate, right? Okay, version 3 is the last one. Let me get you permissions and all that stuff. You get your gem too for VIP status. So we can probably just Alt F4 out of this launch. We're going to launch it one more time with an appropriate patch. And then if you need it, this is what we're trying to change. No, I just stole the default range from GPP. I figured that would be appropriate because of the size of the entire system. And then for the rest of the antennas, I'm just using the remote tech settings to multiply by 4. So this is just for the original antenna, because I don't think that 4 megameters is going to be enough for us to get. Like, I think we're going to lose connection before we lose line of sight, won't we? So it's by 2.5 instead of, I think it's more than 2.5. Literally, I just went over to GPP and stole the value that you guys had chosen for the default on Gale, because I figured it'd work. And the multipliers are all the same, so I'm assuming that it'll all work out about the same. Oh, you know, I could have just stolen the information off of this, couldn't I? Because I go station, then I go antennas after I do the station change. Okay, I see how to do it. And then I close it off at the end. I was looking at the answer right in front of me here. I'm new. Don't judge me. Thank you, sir. We're getting there. Oh my god, I have so many things open. And then when you add new stations, does the very first line with the star and the brackets, does that just delete everything under stations, and then you just re-add whatever you what exactly you want? So you have to have all of the information that the station requires. Does that make any sense today? Okay, yeah, cool. So I just did way too many steps there, and then it closed it all out. Okay. Because first I was trying to delete the station and then just add in the one that I wanted with all of the information, but moving the station seemed to be far easier, so it was like half it was about double what I had here to get rid of the stations. But what I was confused on is when I do at ground station star, and then bracket, open bracket, close bracket, is that what deletes it, and then everything that I put underneath that re-adds it, or do I have to tell it I want to delete this entire block? And is the first bit of information that I put in what it's deleting? Because I don't know anything, man. Okay, we should be good now. Delete all station. Okay, cool. So I didn't need to put in the original station information underneath that, because I couldn't get it to work. I did get it to where it wouldn't throw an error, but that was it. Yeah, and right now I'm just telling it, find mission control and move it. Okay. And I can't add stations without deleting the previous station, right? So the first station that I put in does need to be the station information for the current one. And then if I wanted a less powerful, I don't want an upgradable antenna, but I do want another antenna at the island launch site, so I need to find the latitude and longitude. And I'm a little unclear, we were just talking about it, on whether I need the GUID. Is that required? Or can I just do zeros all the way across for the GUID? And then tell it an antenna exists here. This is the finite range. It won't be an upgradable range. Yeah, it was actually your help that even got me as close as what I'm... You have no idea what the GUID hash represents? Okay, cool. I just kept, when I was first working on it, I just kept the original one, because that was the only GUID that I could even find. So, I think just zeros all the way across would work. But we'll try it. I'll dick around with it tonight after I get done. That first patch that you sent me to add food to all the parts that have the ability to hold a person was kind of like my first stepping stone into any of this. I don't know what I'm doing, man. Appreciate all your help, though, for sure. And for some reason, I can't get that patch to work anymore. GUID is just a random string that should be unique to... Oh, okay. So just anything that's not already used. I actually had to get rid of that for this playthrough. I'm still using USI life support, but for some reason I'm throwing an error on that patch now, so I have to go through and figure out, like, did they move where that information's stored? It should be easy to figure out, though. And then my other question, because I kind of want to work on it on by myself and learn it, not just have it handed to me. My second question is, if I wanted to do multiple little configuration changes like that for different things, because there's some other stuff that would just be handy. Like, I was also thinking about adding the tag for a probe core to anything that could hold a person as well. Do I do those in multiple patches, or can I just do that in an open and a closed string for in one patch? Yeah, it's like 8-4-4-8 or something like that. Okay. Use the random.org to get some new ones. Okay, cool. Very cool. So as long as it's not the same, then we should be okay. So I think I have my head wrapped around the basics for adding in the additional stations, and I'll do that after stream today. We're going to do a long stream today. It's going to be great. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get like 9 hours into JNSQ this morning. Well, throughout this morning and afternoon. I am excited. I haven't woke up excited. Like, just the look at... I'm using research bodies, so all I've seen so far is the Mun and Mimnus. And just the look at Mimnus, like, I woke up and just hopped out of bed, like, okay, time to explore. Time to get back into KSP. So excited. We got to get our telescopes up. Right now, we're at the very, very front of the tech tree. And we're starting out with career. Might be a bad move. We're also starting out with crew before people, CBP for community tech tree. So it's going to be a hell of a lot different than playing stock, but I'm hoping that we can pull through. So you can bundle all patches that target specific mods with the same parent node, but between mods or squad bits, you have to start new node. Okay. Yeah, I've been reading a lot through the handbook to try and wrap my head around. Like, there's just so many options, and it's just a lot to take in all at once. So I kind of have to go into it with a little, notes scratched on a piece of paper and, okay, this is what I want to do. What are my options for how to do it? And, now I'm getting the file structure down. But I was a little confused on whether I would just do one huge freaking thing with all of my changes, or if it would be multiple little ones. Eventually, I don't know, maybe it'll turn into a proper mod, but probably not. Because there's just little tweaks that I would like to do for the way that I play. Cool, I totally will. Appreciate that. Thank you. The only other thing that I'm looking for... how the hell do we find Latin long for other things that exist? Is there an easy way? Like... If I were to get a vessel over onto the Woomerang launch site, is there a way for me to find out what that vessel's Latin long are? Because that's the only other piece of information that I think I need, but I don't know where to look for it. I was kind of combing through config files last night trying to find it, but yeah, that's pretty well right on. Like, originally it was over here, so all we did was reposition it over to here. It looks like I need to reload the settings, though, because it's still 4 megameters for the signal strength. So let's see if that works. Okay, that'll be in the save file. Cool. Under the vessel information. Pain in the ass, it's still saying 4 megameters. Let me try one more thing, because I think we did it right. I think I need to change it in the save file. But we'll get to actual gameplay in just a second. I just want to start a new game, sandbox, and see where that signal is and what strength it's at. Just messing around with the just the actual settings, the base settings, and I didn't notice that I'd actually done it okay, that I'd done it right, but only if I have a new game, unless I reload the settings. And it shouldn't matter what's out there. It's a little bit easier to see if I go to map view. Okay, cool. I was thinking about grabbing HyperEdit, but I've never used it before, so I didn't know if it would give me coordinates. Okay, it's perfect. It's 75 megameters on a new save. So the patch does work on a new save. I just gotta figure out how the hell to get it to load properly on an existing save. Gotta open all the windows, okay. Need to get an ozone generator. Current location, and it'll apply all the current coordinates to the window. Oh, okay, perfect. So I'll grab that tonight when I get done too. So the patch works, verified. And I'm just leaving it up in Discord. And I think we'll just go ahead and get started. If we run into any issues, I would rather not start a new game, but honestly it'll only take us about an hour to get back up to where we are now. I'm not sure why, because we did a relaunch after we applied the patch again, and I did a reload of the stock settings, so I'm not sure why it didn't change it in here the same way that it did change the location of it when I loaded them up, but fuck it. We'll see how it goes. You fear the house exploding? Safety first. Always safety first. So our last little probe did give us enough science to go and unlock another node. And if we have, like, I'd really like to grab the additional parachutes that we have available. I would also like flight control. For some reason, these were blank yesterday, and reload did fix them here, but it didn't fix them here. So I think I just pulled something that was important, but I don't think that it's a big enough issue. It's just down this one line. I might deactivate, I might pull CTT and hide empty tech tree nodes and then put them back in and see if it fixes that, but I don't think that it's happened anywhere else. For some reason it's just that line, but if it's only 4 nodes, I don't really see it being worth too much effort. And it didn't originally do it. It didn't do it until I started fucking around with adding just certain parts from IE, because I love Interstellar Extended's radiators. Like, hands down, in my opinion, the best radiators that you can get through a mod. But I pulled almost every single other part, and I think I did something wrong when I did that. So hopefully it wouldn't happen on a new game. We could always start a new career game and find out. Let's go ahead and just answer that question real quick, because I'm curious. But I don't think that it's going to be like a real problem. It's just we have to mouse over things in those 4 nodes. Because we don't get the fancy little picture. And I know that at the 90 tech branch, we can get the seismic accelerometer. No, I guess even on a new game, but on a new game it's not... Oh, no. Yeah, it is all 4 of those. They seem to be the only 4, though. I didn't look at absolutely every spot. I don't think it's that big of a deal. At least we don't have duplicate parts. It's just flight control, landing, advanced landing, and heavy landing. I'm just avoiding radiators now. I've been loving Restock. I had never tried Restock until this return to Kerbal Space Program. And so far I love everything. I'm also trying SSTU for the very first time. And this will be one of the first playthroughs since like 1.2 where I haven't had KW rocketry. Because we're going to try just SSTU. Seemed like the more powerful option to go with. So just wanted to see if that was going to affect new saves, and apparently it is. Oh well, bummer. It's just 4 nodes. Fuck it. Let's play. I gotta move this poor thing out of, out of the Steam directory tonight, too. Like, Steam keeps adding previous saves that are backed up on Steam. And it was starting to trip me out, and then I remembered, you know, this is like the first time that I've played with it in the Steam default install directory. So, back over here. I don't see any experiments in here, but I would like the chutes. I would very, very, very much like the chutes. I would also like some active control surfaces. And we can get those either through aviation, we get, in my opinion, the better ones, the tail fins. Or we can go with flight control, which will also give us the advanced inline stabilizer. I'm not sure why it has a fuel tank, but we'll take it. Then we get winglets if we go that way. We can also go for advanced rocketry to get a little bit more power. But I think that control is our biggest problem. I guess we do get thuds, though. They're not a bad way for us to control things. Problem is, with thuds, I'm using 4 parts. Well, no, we can get away with 3. I guess it's 3 to 4 parts either way. Because we're just doing little hopper probes at the moment. And they're kind of a bitch to control. Or we could just save it. And go for electronics. We had... well, the Gorsat we're going to need to be in orbit for, so I guess the best thing to save it for would probably be space exploration, and I think it was one of the empty nodes. Right, the double C seismic accelerometer. We can get over at landing. We can't go past this node until we upgrade the R&D, though. Oh, here's another part that's having a problem. An SSTU part. What have I done? And then I'm hoping that Squad will kind of help out with the kiss and Cass problem. But for now, we'll just avoid them. Hope for the best. Other than that, I'm not really sure of any other major issues. There's a visual issue with fuel switch. We kind of got like a running tally of bugs going. And that one doesn't seem to be too major. It's just when you switch between fuels, it expands the list instead of switching it over to the new contents. Until you click off of it, and then when you go back to it, it all looks just fine. I think I'm going to go for survivability. It doesn't give me the winglets, but it does give me the option for putting on radial parachutes. And I think that'll help us out more with the hoppers than fins at the moment, although I would like to have both. So... then we go back to our cheese missions, because we still don't really need to go up. We've got one contract that'll pay us out if we can get over 18 kilometers, and that'll be great. But what I'm looking for right now, more than anything, is just cheap-ass science. So I don't think we need the submersible test anymore. We definitely don't need this clusterfuck anymore. Thankfully that can all go because we unlocked survivability. It was a terrible idea, don't ever do that. Don't take stackable chutes and use a radially attached part to load them up on one side of a rocket. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. It did kind of work though. Still just bad form, I think. There's proper chutes for that, right? And this guy, I think, is gonna have to go right on the end there. Oh, that looks like shit. It'll get better, though. Our program is in its infancy. And that is not enough chutes. So I still want them all along the one side. I still want this to lay over on its side. If it just ends up being too much weight and we're fucked, then we'll probably just dispose of the thumper and we'll have our parachutes just set down the probe itself. So I'd like to do just a quick test flight with this, but it's nighttime out and I don't have any lights. So let's go over to the desert launch site. Let's also not fuck up our staging. Let me just double check. I don't think we have anything in the way of control right now. Well, there's that aerodynamic blister I was looking for yesterday. I thought we had one. I didn't check aerodynamics. I checked structure. I do have fins. I have nothing... Yeah, I don't have dick all that's like an active control surface. And I don't think... Oh, we do have an inline reaction wheel. I wonder if that would be powerful enough to actually do anything, though. Probably not by itself. We could put 8 of them on here, though. That might help. And then outside of that, we could just switch out from using a solid rocket booster, too. Let's see if it does any good. I'm curious. So, desert launch site. Save it. Let's go. Ooh, I hadn't even looked at that. I just assumed since it was an SRB that we were SOL. We'll give it a shot. Oh, right, we don't have our cheat in. And I don't have a signal at this site anymore. So, never mind any of that. Next plan. Revert back to the VAB. I won't be able to launch from the alternate sites until we get our relay network up. And it's nighttime at this launch site. So let's just advance time a little bit. Let's get to daytime. We'll start messing around. It's a hell of a jump from 100 times to 1,000. We haven't actually even seen the landscape here. We haven't really got an opportunity to do anything but blind launches from here. Oh, it's beautiful. I did take the textures down to half resolution, scatter down to 50%, and I lowered something else. We tried it at Fantastic, and for some reason on like our 4th launch, we were hitting yellow clock. Getting some frame rate issues. So I did lower all those for the stream today. But it should still look absolutely amazing. So I don't know if we're going to have enough power to get all the way over to the ocean, but I want to try it. See how she goes. Throttle doesn't matter. Well, it's not anywhere near as hard to control with just the one reaction wheel as it was before, so definitely worth the additional part, but I don't think it's gonna do. I think I need a little bit of drag on the bottom of this for us to be able to get all the way to the ocean, or just more power. And throttle control of some kind would probably be good too, because I'm pretty sure that we don't have any thrust limiter or anything in place. We're gonna get close, but I think those somersaults costed me just enough. You know what? It'd probably be easier to get there if we headed to the north, wouldn't it? Whoa, whoa. Calm down. Well, maybe. No, we're gonna be pretty close, but I think we're gonna hit shores. Yeah, we need a fairing for sure. I think we're gonna get the next probe before we get the fairing. Even that would help. Apparently a flat surface is better than this round surface. Who knew? Yeah, we're not making it at all. Let's see if, I don't think we're even outside into a new biome. But I do see trees, so we might be. And I'm also curious if the parachutes are going to be adequate for this thing. Yeah, we do have KER now. We just got to put the part on, because I didn't do MechJeb and KER for all quite yet. Wanted to see how it would go without it. Sit down, buddy. We're falling a little bit faster than I would like to. I think it'll be okay though. We already got curving shores. We haven't done our science car yet either. Oh, can we get that information from KER? Well, that's perfect. We were going to try it with HyperEdit. Just got done talking about it while you were up at the store. Nice! We landed in Kerbin's Lowlands. So even though it was a fail, it wasn't a complete and utter fail. We'll get some science out of it. Let's grab what we can, right? Yeah, I decided to go with MechJeb for the quick transfer window planner rather than transfer window planner. So we do have MechJeb at the moment. Oh, I have no idea. I know how to do literally two things with MechJeb. Chilla was offering to show me a bunch of it, and we just never really got around to sitting down. And usually when he'd show me things in it, since I have no prior experience with MechJeb whatsoever, it was in one ear and out the other. Like, he's like, you can do this and this and this and this and this, and then by the end of it I'm like, okay, I didn't retain any of that, unfortunately. So I just need to mess with it, I think. I don't see a damn thing in here that I want. Well, I mean, I want that, but I don't think we're in a spot where we can really use it yet. Oh, it's more reliable. See, the only thing that I know how to do with it is create transfers. Oh my god! Look at all that. I love the ascent path editor too. Just the look of it even if I wasn't going to actually use it, love it. Just the little graph representation of what your gravity turn looks like. Surface info, and the option will give us the coordinates. Surface info. This isn't an overwhelming mod to get into at all. Am I overlooking it? I'm not seeing Latin long. Oh, okay, the window's not open on the screenshot. I think I need to have a certain pod to use MechJeb without Engineer and MechJeb for all, though, don't I? Isn't there a part that I need? Because Kerbal Engineer starts you out with the little chip. Does MechJeb have something similar? That's how fucking new to MechJeb I am. I use MechJeb like when we're to the point of doing like interstellar transfers. We have more probe cores. What the fuck are we doing here? What's really going on here? Why are we still in the dark ages of Stay Putnik? Sorry, Stay Putnik. You do look beautiful now, though. I will say that for you. Give me that hex, baby. That looks like dog shit. There we go. Then I guess we don't really need a radial chute anymore. We'll just swap it out. I don't know. Is the Mark 16 as powerful as a Mark II radial? I don't know. It makes a better looking hat. So I think it's still the way that we're gonna go. And then outside of that, for now, should we put some fins on this thing and see if we can gain any additional stability while we get these last points that we need? Oh, let's check out that other SRB too. Ah, even the SSTU has a little bit of vectoring range. So, like, I literally chose the two solid rocket boosters that we could go with that don't. No, it says the Thumper has a 3-degree vectoring range. Really? Really? I'm sorry, Nezo. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We'll try it out when we put it out on the pad. I don't know if there's, let's see. I don't know if there's another part that we need. It says we have attitude control by MechJeb. Does that mean that the core, this core, should have the ability to use MechJeb? Oh, he gas bombed himself. Poor guy. How many parts do we have? Oh, we still have 7. Yeah. So, relative surface area. 0.37, 0.12. So these are our best fins at the moment, I think. I just want to see if it'll help. Take her out for a test flight, too. Oh god. Poor Nezo. Alright. Let's see if we can make it over to the ocean. Oh yeah, now I can actually see that it's gimbling too. Now that I know it's there. Push, baby, push. You got this. And if it does work, I need to revert and put the extra experiment back on this. Oh yeah. We're looking great. Oh baby. Pretty sure we're solid. So far we haven't had any luck whatsoever in actually hitting the water. I do believe today is the day. Oh yeah, and we have a magnetometer now too. It does feel a little, I don't know, I can't really say cheaty, but it feels a little weird to use a magnetometer on the surface. But hell, we need the science. I think you can just go right there, buddy. That would actually be another experiment that we could just do on the at all of the different launch sites once we get a person that can actually perform it. Can't do it with a probe. We would have shot though. Man, my coffee got cold fast. It's chilly this morning. To infinity and beyond. We're not really flying, are we? We're just following style, right? Bomb the ocean. This is actually the best plane that I've ever built, sadly. Definitely not my strong suit. Maybe I should have got a little bit more altitude. Shit. Well, rip test flight number 1. We looked so strong the first time, I just came into it with too much confidence, didn't I? We do have an extra experiment on here, though. So let's sit down on the lowlands and at least run that. That'll give us something. It was a little bit more expensive for the couple of points that we're going to get than the previous missions, but that's okay. Thank goodness we have all y'all. Love that mod. And I like how it just sits up right now, as long as we're on land. Did I not get anything from... Yeah, should have. Just the one. Kava? AMO 3213. Thank you for the follow, man. Good morning. Alright, let's try that again. Let's actually get to the water this time. Or should we upgrade it? Should we just go for more power? We know that we're going to want to go further and further. Solid fuel really isn't, you know, relatively anyway, isn't really all that expensive. So we're using the thumper right now. We could also adjust our thrust to weight ratio a little bit lower. Thumper actually might be the best way to go still. That or SSTU, because that has 820 fuel. So A looks like it's going to be the biggest one. Oh god, what have I done? I tried to switch the fuel, and it disappeared. Flat upper, SRB A. Okay, it's got about half as much fuel as the Thumper. Well, 520 versus 820. I guess we could add a decoupler though. And do a dual burst. One of these is probably not going to survive though. I don't know what lower text is. Record text. Is that just the texture? Oh my goodness. Look at all these nozzles. Oh, apparently if I go all the way to the side it disappears. So we'll have to go back into it. I don't know if that's the same problem with fuel switch or not. I do not know. Upper flat for sure. Core. Oh, baby. Oh, wait. Well, it's making it larger, but it doesn't look like it's changing the fuel. Is that just not refreshing? Oh, it totally is. Oh my god. Look at that. This is a whole new world. Come here, SSTU Solid Rocket Booster. My new best friend. I want to keep all of those parts. You can go. Oh. Oh, these are so cheesy though. We started out with just a probe sitting on the pad. I used to name them, like give them version numbers, but then we just end up with like a whole page when we go to load a vessel. We end up with a whole page of cheese 1 to whatever. Give up telling me. I don't know why you didn't tell me about this mod just literally a year ago. Jeez, I thought we were friends. No, Isley's been trying to talk me into using this mod since we met. And I did try it with wasn't it 1.4 when we gave it a shot, but it was kind of in its infancy for the update. So it was a little bit buggy, like if I chose the wrong settings at the wrong time, I would have to restart, I would have to relaunch. So after that, I just never made my way back to it. I still feel like the cheese tag is totally appropriate here though. Can I mirror symmetry you? I can if I reorient the vehicle. Ah, fuck it. I feel like we don't have an adequate number of chutes at the moment though. I don't know where to put the rest of them. I guess just close to the center? Get in there. Okay, let's close that. I could probably also move these down to the bottom of it too, for additional stability, couldn't I? Use them for drag, you know? I should have been doing that earlier. And then what's going to happen to all these parts when I go and change the parameters for the solid rocket booster? Am I going to want to detach all of that stuff and then add it back on when I'm finished adjusting? So if I go and I change the core, will all these parts just move appropriately, or should I just detach them and reattach them if I wanted to go and mess with that? I don't know how to express myself. Don't ask questions. It's just too early. Holy shit, we have a fairing too. When did all these things happen? Did we have that the whole time? We might have. I don't think we really need 4 batteries, but let's stick with it for now. Wrong hole. Trying to figure out if I put those on properly. Is that a 45 degree? Yeah. Never really surface attached scrap to your solids? Yeah. It's a little weird, isn't it? Come on, man, we can recycle that shell for like $5. Cheapskate achievement get. Oh, antenna. That would have been a short-lived voyage. The fuck have I done? Antenna? Antenna, come back. I'll put it over here. I think the thermometer might be a little bit easier to fit it around. Nope, nope. Oh god. What have I done? Broke it. So I saw another one of my favorite old GTA 5 role players doing some curveball this morning. Mr. Iceman. Used to watch him all the fucking time on TFRP. Probe core data return capsule. Nah, we're cheapskates. We'll bring back the whole damn probe probably. I don't think we need that. And I think this might go, but I'm not sure. We do have an adapter, so we could keep it. Okay, this is weird. Let's see how she goes. See if we can make it to the ocean. I forgot the one test that matters, didn't I? God damn it. Okay, test flight. Ooh, she definitely looks pretty. Does not want to turn. Oh yeah, I'd say we got this. Finally. And I think this will probably do for getting up to 18 kilometers too. And finishing out that that one contract. Oh, we are there, baby. But I don't have the right test. Back to the VAB. Only need it for this one launch, I think. I won't really know for sure where all the biomes are until we get our scan satellite up. Science. You're coming with me. Oh, I should have tested out the parachutes, I guess. And can I attach one to this? Apparently I can. Oh, am I over on parts? Son of a bitch. Actually, I think for 2 of those parts, I'm just gonna lower the number of batteries. Because at the moment, we don't really need that much power. Didn't put any extra chutes on the other side, did I? No, okay. Because I wanted to lay down on that test. I want that test in the water. I'm just guesstimating where to put the additional chutes. I cannot wait to upgrade our VAB and our launch pad, though. It's going to be a hell of a lot trickier. Because we lost 2 of our main advantages. Everything got bigger. And that's going to be a problem. That's going to make everything just, you know, from the bottom up a little bit more difficult. We don't have... field signs, the contract pack. So we're not going to get paid for... All of this is just coming out of our funds, rather than getting paid for doing it. And we're also not going to have the additional science or the additional money for doing our car and doing all of our research around the facility either. So we'll see how it works out. But it won't be, we won't be skipping through like the first nodes that cost 90 science or less anywhere near as quickly with this one as we did with the last playthrough, the stock playthrough. Because it did take out field research, and we have to have that much more power to get from biome to biome. I also don't see any mountains over here yet. Please nose up. Please. Pretty please. Uh-oh. I may have to fire the chutes. Shit. 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 Oh, God. Ow. That did not go well. Let's try it again. Growing pains. I couldn't nose up. Splash. Was that like outrageously loud? We're still adjusting volume settings, so let me know if anything is stupid loud. The launch itself sounds fine to me, but that was really loud in my headphones. So hopefully I didn't just blow anybody's eardrums. Not too bad? Okay, cool. So I don't think I want to dip down any further it'll naturally want to arc. I was aiming for horizontal there. I'm gonna start to... Oh god, I may have waited too long. I think I may need to stop turning over to the side at about 45 degrees. Yeah. Oh. Did we luck out? I think we lucked out. That's a lot of fucking shoots. Okay, well, we're definitely slow enough. And I want to move the front one, not the one on the tip. I want to move these front two a little bit further down. I don't want us to land on our butt end. Hopefully, when we lay over in the water, we won't destroy that last experiment, though. Yeah, it's gonna be a toughie. We haven't even really tried going up yet. We did it with, what is it called? The Flea? The smallest of the solid rocket boosters, to get just a little science grab there yesterday. Well, we haven't even tried making it out of the atmosphere yet. Oh, thank goodness. Those parachutes saved us. Excellent. Yeah, our little science probe is probably going to work out okay. Won't be able to get any more signs from the other launch sites, though. We now have to go either up or in some other direction. That was everything that we can really grab easily from around here without a car or a plane or a person. Let's go ahead and recover. Good morning, Space Dave. We're finally doing some actual gameplay. We're done dicking around with mods for a moment. At least on stream. We're gonna have some more stuff that I want to do, but I'll do it off stream. So, let's kind of zoom out and take a look here. I mean, we could try heading west. We know that this is lowlands over here. And we've already hit Midlands, I think. I don't think we've hit Highlands. I don't know if those hills would qualify as another biome. And we won't have any actual proof that they will until we get up to launching our first scan satellite. But we need to get into a position where we can actually get into a polar orbit first. So I think with this one we go advanced rocketry. We go for more power. Either that, or save it, try to grab a little bit more science. I know that we can cheese another couple of experiments off of the runway, and then we could go for either... Well, we can't really do the accelerometer, can we? I don't think we can manage that. We could also try out the surface experiments. I don't know if we have all the parts that we need, because I think it's similar to the surface experiment pack mod. Well, it's like a mod for Kerbal inventory and attachment system, where we have like a main control terminal, we need solar panels, we need an antenna on it, and then we have the different experiments that we place out. So what do you guys think? Go for more power? Or just go for more experiments, since we don't know how high we can get? Fuck it, let's find out how high we can get. With all of our probes and all of our science shit attached. Because it's kind of the final frontier from the looks of it. Might be able to hit another biome, but no guarantees whatsoever. And we do have a current contract. We still haven't made it over 18 kilometers. So the only thing that we really need to change with this guy is to get rid of that. And then I would like for it to lay down more on its side. So I'm going to reposition these all a little bit lower. Just to kind of compensate for all the junk we got in our trunk here. And we'll see if that works. See if it helps out. Oh, don't be finicky. There. So we can get rid of the water-only test. And we don't really have anything else that we need to add, I don't think. Could go for a chip for Kerbal Engineer. For this one, I just want to see how high we can get. And then we'll look at a potential second stage and a smaller probe. This will be one of our first paying missions, too. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Sounding rocket, go. Shit, I have a lot of drag on that one side, don't I? So I'll have to fight it a little bit. There's a couple of things that I could do about that. I could offset the part drag from this side by just redistributing more of these parts on the opposite side. For now, we'll just fight it a little bit. We just won't get high. Oh, we're doing it, baby. Current AP is just past 30 kilometers. Target was 18. Actual altitude is approaching 17. There's our 18. So we finished out the contract if we don't blow up. Nice. Decent. We've made it to the upper atmosphere. We do have a couple of other experiments that, like there's the magnetometer. We haven't run that on the airfield or anything, on the runway, I mean. And then we have the different facilities. That'll probably be our next goal. We're going to make it out into space with this son of a bitch, so we could relaunch this one more time. We're just barely going to make it up to space. I'm curious if we're going to survive. Let's see. Go ahead and time warp through that too. We are so high right now. Positively toasty. Oh, are we gonna fall a little bit short? Nope. It seemed like we were slowing down a little bit faster than our AP projection was leading on. But it looks like right there. I think we're in space now, right? I don't want to reset and run any of our tests. I want to make sure that we kind of progressively grab all of the things that we need. And I'm hoping that we didn't go too high. I may have invalidated the next contract because I think the next contract would have paid us for getting over like 45 or 50 kilometers. And we need that money. Honey. But I do believe that we just barely kissed outer space there. And now we'll see if we can survive it. So we don't have much in the way of control. Like, I guess we could flatten it out. See if that helps us slow down at all. But if it doesn't, then we're going to lose some experiments. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, actually. Is that we would just turn into a fucking lawn dart. So I'm going to try to fight it. We'll see what explodes and what doesn't. I'm just going to leave it in time acceleration. Oh, no. Looks like we're okay. We didn't get too high. I think we're going to be up just fine. Ooh. So I have a mod called Safe Shoot that was supposed to drop us out there. I'm pretty sure we have Safe Shoot. Let's check. We do have Safe Shoot. Interesting. It should have kicked us out of Time Warp when our parachute's fully deployed. Thankfully we survived. I think I'm gonna have to just take some of these parachutes and put them like on the sides, on the bottom too, so that we lay down a little bit flatter when we're touching down. We're just too heavy on the back end. Don't detach. Okay, good. We're livid. And we didn't run the magnetometer. It just wasn't safe at that speed, but that's fine. Got a little bit of science. It cost us a couple of bucks. It's totally worth it. And then we'll go check our contracts, and fingers crossed, hopefully we'll have one for just getting up to space. But if it did skip ahead in the contract, since we achieved it without a contract, then our next contract will be to establish an orbit. Nice. So we are going to get paid to perform that test again, to get above 70 kilometers. Fuck yeah. And is there anything else that we really want here? There isn't. It wants us to test a drug shoot at between 1 and 5 kilometers, going between 400 and 460 meters a second. I don't think so, Timmy. Maybe we should put in our thrust limiter for the safety of it. Oh, and I forgot, we actually have enough points that we can unlock something, for sure. So let me back out of that. Then we'll put on our thrust limiter. That or I'll completely forget, and we won't. So, advanced rocketry, totally within our grasp. Electronics does offer us some pretty handy shit. But I don't know if we're going to get high enough to be able to use the Gorsat, other than, well, we could probably get some science out of it. We do have a smaller probe core that we could get here too. Fuel cell. I don't see any other experiments outside of the Gorsat. And the Gorsat I think we need to use out in outer space. So I would prefer to grab that a little bit later. We are going to outer space, hopefully. Miniaturization would be a good one. It'll give us much smaller Mystery Goo and Science Junior units, but we would also need a core piece, so then our 30-part limitation is where we run into a problem. The RPWS, once again, a space-only experiment. Atmospheric Science Unit. Oh, right. Combines, so we could lose a part there. That would actually account for the structural part that we need, the hub that we would connect these to, because it combines the barometer and the thermometer into one part. This is going to be one of the first telescopes that we try to get into an orbit. Manned vehicles are going to be required for us to do any more of our cheese missions away from our main antenna that we're controlling probes from. So that also makes this a very valuable node. And then the other one would probably be landing. We already know, we've looked at it quite a bit. We already know that we can get the accelerometer there. But we also have an additional 40 that we have to spend. So I think that would be all of our points. we're actually going to be short by 2.5 points, 2.6 science points. Because I do want to grab all the prereqs. B47, yeah. Because another prereq for landing is aviation. So I want to unlock both of these before I unlock that one, since it's got both of them that lead to it. You don't have to, I don't think. I don't believe. I think just one unlocked will allow you to do it, but just kind of a house rule kind of thing. I would like to unlock all of the prereqs for everything before I unlock the next node. So you looked up the coordinates, you put 2 screenshots in Discord? Okay. Sweet. Awesome. I'm gonna wait until off stream to probably put that together, because I'm gonna have to undo the patch that I'm currently using. We have to delete the original ground stations, like the whole block, before we can add more. So I need to delete it, re-add the one that we're using right now, and then we'll totally go and add the other 2. So you got the desert and the boomerang, and then... Oh, cool. Very cool. And then if... should we also do the desert... not the desert, the island airfield, because it's off to the east. So if we're taking off from 0, then we're already on the equator, and that would just make it a little bit easier to stay connected as we get further and further away in the early game. Yeah, we do have the KSC, and it's only a little, it's maybe like 10 degrees off to the east. Actually, I could probably fiddle around with that one to find it out. Thank you, Isley. That's awesome. I don't know which way to go. Oh, and if we grab the Juno and the Mark 1 cockpit, that would be adequate for us to do all of our cheese experiments on the ground. Let's go for that. Let's grab aviation. It is a prereq for landing. So we'll grab that one. We'll grab landing, which will give us an additional inline stabilizer. And I think that's about all that we're going to use right now. There's one of the MechJeb modules. I thought that it had them. And then we can also get some active control surfaces. And that just leaves a couple more points for us to be able to unlock the entire 45 science point line. And all the prereqs are open now for the last line. Sweet. Once we get that next one. So our next paying mission is to get out to 70k. So I say we just throw in a thrust limiter, and we rerun the previous mission, and then we'll start doing some manned ground missions to test out some of our equipment and cheese a bit more science. Without a whole lot of additional work, just a little bit of additional work. So these guys, so if I go into mirrored symmetry, okay, so I'm going to pick this up and I want to rotate it over this direction. Oh, of course you're going to be a dick about it. Alright, fuck you then. What I'll do, instead of mirrored symmetry, go back to radial. Just gonna relocate 3 parachutes to this end where we're so heavy. Because I still want it to lay down on this side. I want that to be our belly when we set down. And we've got rid of the extra experiment that only works in water. Technically, we could also take off the magnetometer, but this time we're actually going to space, so we'll run it real quick once we exit the atmosphere. Let's see if just that one little addition will do it. Because all I'm worried about at all is setting down flat on this side. Oh yeah, thrust limiter. If I was a betting man, I'd have bet on me forgetting to do this. going to take it down to 1 3/4. Which might still be a little bit high, but it needs to be a little bit higher than stock, right? We want to get out of that lower atmosphere as quickly as possible. So we'll try it. Give it a shizot. Oh, thank you so much. That's fantastic. 3, 2, 1, go. I really suck at doing countdowns. I just apologize in advance right now for every single time that I'm gonna fuck that up. And we're just going straight up. I forgot to reorient the vehicle. I'm gonna fight it a little bit. I also should have swapped these out for active control surfaces. We'll do it next time. Because I think we're gonna be okay for getting high. Well, maybe. I don't know. We're doing a lot of fight, and we're already deviating by almost 5 degrees. Fell asleep on the launch button every single time, I swear. If he wasn't our cousin, we'd fire his ass, but then our aunt would get all pissy. What can you do, right? What are we at? 25 kilometer AP. Approaching 17 kilometers actual altitude. Hopefully not doing a somersault. Yeah, Thanksgiving would be a nightmare. She's really chatty too, so yeah. Politics. We barely made it, but we did make it, I think. We're losing speed now that we're not accelerating, and we're still within the atmosphere. We're only coming up on 40 kilometers, so I'm hoping that this stays above 80. But even if not, that's kind of fine, because we're at least going to get paid for this. Let's run one of these and just see where we're at, and if it's a place where we're going to get more science. It is not. We're in the upper atmosphere still. We knew that we would be, but just in case. Because you have what? Flying and then upper atmosphere for biomes, right? There's no real in-between step. We're still coasting. Coming up on 68 kilometers. This is slowly still falling, and I'm really hoping that it stays above 80. I think 80, that right there was high enough for us to get paid for this flight. So that alone made it totally worth it. But I think we need to go a little bit higher to get more science out of it too. Not quite out of the upper atmosphere yet. I can't remember if it was 80 or 85. If it's 85, then we're boned. At least we'll get paid. If it's 80, then we're right on the money. It is 85. Shit. Damn. Yeah, 81 won't do it, apparently. Now we should have, wait, why isn't the magnetometer arming? Okay, because we're not over 85. Okay, never mind. Never mind. What a bummer. Now, we do have a good view. What if we were to go... What if we were to go south? Can we hit mountains from here? If we head south or southwest? Maybe. Over here? 85, yeah, we just fell a little bit short of the prize then. Let's see where we land. It looks like it's going to be water. That or it's going to be an explosion. I think I'm just going to leave us upright, because otherwise we're going to lawn dart. We're probably going to lawn dart anyway. We'll see where we land. If nothing else, we got some cash. As long as we don't lose any parts, we still made a profit. And lawn dart is apparently inevitable. Oh dear. Okay, so we're currently flying. I wonder if we're still moving too quickly for us to use the magnetometer. Because it won't deploy if it's not safe. It's just going to break. Oh, nice. We hadn't done a material study from this altitude yet. So we can save those. That's a little bit. And then we'll see where we land. I would imagine it's going to be shores. It might be midlands, though. I know that we've already hit lowlands. I'm not positive that we've hit midlands. We've hit lowlands, we've hit shores, we've hit the ocean itself. And we've got a cheese mission done in the desert. Yeah, it's going to be really hard not to. I was hoping that moving more of that weight down there would encourage it to at least keep the engine forward, but apparently not. Oh, now we're still a little too heavy, even with the 3 chutes on the back, so we'll just move these upper 2 chutes right below the 3 that we have right now. Put all 6 of them on the very ass end of it. See if that evens us out a little bit. We might actually be able to land upright this time, depending on what kind of a slope we end up on. I don't know why, I guess just force of habit, throttling up. Solid rocket booster. Doesn't matter where my throttle's at. It's either lit or not. And come on, time warp. Was that safe shoot that knocked us out of time warp that time, or did I hit something? Oh, I think it was when I killed the throttle. Knocked me out of time warp. Yeah, right? Of course, he doesn't use parachutes, so who's classier? I think the award still goes to Mr. Musk. Oh shit. Oh shit. And so much for that dream. Nice. I don't think we actually lost any experiments, though. Sweet. Unfortunately, we can't run the rest of the experiments, and we'll go ahead and collect up all of our debris there. We were so close, weren't we? It's okay, though. Still, by and large, successful. What we did lose was just some structural pieces. We lost the adapter, and we lost the outer shell of the, what do you call it? The material bay? No, it's, payload bay? I don't know, the bay. The freaking bay. Oh, and the parachute, too. Parachute ate shit. So we'll just recover both of those. We'll still get science out of the one part. Just a little bit, not as much as if we were able to run the rest of those experiments on the ground. Potentially. I mean, if we've already been to that biome, then we wouldn't have actually gained anything anyway. But we did get paid for it, and that's the important thing. We did get our money, our 70,000 bucks. So, our next goal is an orbit, our very first orbit in JNSQ. We'll go ahead and take that. Still gonna wait on these. Apparently we have quite a bit more time than we did in stock for some reason. We only had about a week to take these in stock, so 2 thumbs up. I like that. And then when it comes to all of this stuff, we could either go for advanced rocketry now, or we can sit on our 64 points. I think we can take it now. I think we can just take it now. But the focus has kind of changed. So now we kind of want to work on a vehicle. I think that we can totally afford the upgrade for the launch pad. I think we're going to be just fine there. And I want to make the vehicle in the spaceplane hangar. And I think I'm going to have to stay under the 30 parts. Depends on how our wheels are going to work out. Not quite to orbit yet, because we do have a manned capsule now. So this will be the cheese car. Let's go ahead and just switch editors. We'll start getting it set up over here. See, we don't have any good wheels. We're still going to have to use rocket for propulsion. I don't want to attach that there, actually. We're going to want 4 wheels. We're going to need some, a liquid fuel tank. And let's start out with the littler one. And let's see how this is going to turn out. I think I'm actually going to probably need 2 of them for enough surface area to attach our experiments. We're going to make a little vehicle. My bad. You go back on there. Because we don't currently have a remote tech connection out at the other facilities. So we need a person, and specifically we need a scientist so that we can run these experiments multiple times. I do want to set these up a little bit differently this time though. It's going to cost us 1 more part. We only actually need 3, so we might go with 3, but for now I'm going to set it up with 4. I'm going to leave the front 2 on the surface, but I do want to kind of move these subsurface just for looks. And then I want to move them in right next to one another so that they're not messing up as many experiments inside of our radially attached Science Juniors. Another thing that I guess we could do is put a Science Junior in as a structural part rather than the additional tank. I'm a little bit worried that we're not going to be able to stay under our part count limit. So the other thing that we could do is just go with 1 experiment, get out, reset it, store the experiment data, and rinse and repeat until we've exhausted all of our science. But I'd like to start out with all 4 experiments if we can. We'll try it first. And this is going to hopefully run off of the Juno. So we'll need intakes. I could have swore that I unlocked the fucking Juno, did I not? Oh, it's in engines. It's a good thing I'm pretty. We just need 1 of those. So where are we at? We're at 18 out of 30. We're actually at 22 out of 30 because we want 4 wheels. I want to attach them back here, but it's going to be incredibly unstable if I leave them there. Just need to get a good look at this. Are they pointed directly forward? Looks like they are. So I'm going to use the move tool to put them on the front of the car, but I want to make sure that they're attached to something to where they're pointed directly forward first. And they're going to have to go up a little bit because I need this little guy to be able to hop out and get back in without a ladder. So wider the better. I think that'll be fine. We're going to be kind of nosing toward the surface. There's going to be a little bit of adjustment that's going to have to take place there. Okay, and then outside of that, we just need the rest of our experiments. So we should be able to fit the magnetometer, and we shouldn't have to have access to it. It doesn't really matter where it goes. We're also going to need battery power. Just throw that in there. We won't need the oceanography experiment. I think all we need outside of that is the thermometer and the barometer. And it doesn't really matter where they go, but I'm going to put them over right next to the door of it, just in case we do end up having to reset them manually or anything. Just, one less step that we have to take to walk over there. Now, this is going to be kind of a fiddly way to do it, because we have to use the right-click menu until we have access to action groups, but we came out at 25 out of 30, so the remainder of the parts are going to be batteries. And then we'll do just one set of solar to give us a little bit more time. That is our car for now. Cheese car number 1. Eventually it'll be far more fancy. We'll put blinkers on it, all that good stuff. For now, this is pretty much what we got. So with these little guys, swim out as wide as we can, and up just a little bit, and then we'll take it out for a test spin and see how it drives. Let's see. I'm just now going to do a space there so that it doesn't undo anything that I've done. And let's go ahead and test it out on any of the other airfields. It's daytime here, so I'm assuming that it's nighttime over in the desert. But we'll check in map view before we finish. See how she does. And I'm hoping we can get, I don't know, a couple of the additional nodes, the 90-point nodes, with just this simple little car. We don't want to go off-roading all over hell or anything, though. Okay, so we do have adequate air intake. Unfortunately, we have to deal with the rather annoying noise. So the material study, we hadn't done that out here yet. We're going to have to reset those. Crew report, we haven't done that either. Temperature scan, atmospheric pressure, and mystery goo we have done out here. So instead of resetting those, we'll just go ahead and reset the experiment now. We're going to keep all the rest of them though. Let's go ahead and toggle that little guy. We want our container to collect all of those experiments. It's only going to be able to do one copy a piece. So the extra copy is going to have to go into another can. And now these should all be empty. If I had an action group, I would put the shutting down of the engine on it. Let's see if our height is right. See if he can get out and get back in without having to... Yeah, looks fine. Without having to actually like jump or do anything weird, park on a hill. And I brought the wrong fucking crewman. So, test 1 went okay. But then at that point, we just recover. I need to put a scientist in here. Totally forgot. It automatically started us out with a pilot. And later on, I'll put a hatch on the back. We'll have a pilot actually do the driving. And then we'll have the scientist on the back to go and reset all of these just from, hanging on to the door. So we got 25 science out of that, and we only were able to run a few of our experiments that we currently have attached to it. And it really costs us next to nothing. Got a couple of ribbons too, let's just skip over those for now. The 45 that we have is actually... yeah, not going to be enough. We have to have 90 for our next node. So, back into the hangar. All we got to do is swap out the crew. And we'll take it for a bit longer of a test. Let's see, for looks here. I think I am going to stick with 4 of these. Go ahead and relocate those. And then also for looks, I think I'm going to take these off. I don't mind them being in pairs, but it's not really all that necessary. I think I'm going to move them in line in here, but I'm using these as nacelles to attach the intakes to, so those two have to stay where they are. I think I'll just move those two into the middle, and then when we open up the doors on this one, we're not blocking any of our cool looking experiments, but unfortunately this one's a little bit fucked. Our sandwich and our looks like a voltmeter are gonna have that in the way. That'll be okay. Hopefully his big fat head will be okay in there too. And Mr. Jebediah is gonna get kicked out. We want Mr. Bob, the scientist, to take over. Let's go back out to the island airfield where we just were. We're gonna take it off-road and see how she does. I don't want to go too far though. I definitely don't want to drive around the entirety of the island looking for different biomes yet. Not until we get our scan set up. Then we'll be able to positively identify any potential other biomes out here. But we did get it from the airfield itself, so I just want to drive off of it and see if we have any other biomes that are really easy to get to. There might even be multiple places over here where we can run experiments. I'm not sure if like the different hangars actually count as another biome or not. Let's go ahead and activate our engine. See how stable it is. Not very stable, is it? I've definitely dated worse. And I don't really know what to do about that. We had the same problem with our last version of this, where for seemingly no reason, even if we hop out of the vehicle when it stopped, it just kind of likes to oscillate. So I'm just checking for other biomes. Okay, that one counts as the island airfield still, which is fine. Let's go off into the grass here. Let's try to avoid running into the ruins or whatever that is. See, I can't remember. There's like a pod in one of these, and I thought that maybe that counted as another biome. Let's actually hit the brakes. Let's turn this noisy-ass little shit off. Let's take a walk and see if that counts as another biome. If it does, I'm not sure if we can actually get the car in a position where we can perform all those experiments. We're gonna go take a look. So we've got the burned out pod over here. I can't remember if the burned out pod counted as anything special or not. And I also can't remember if I actually have to climb up onto it, but we can check real quick. So this just counts as the island airfield. Let's recycle that one. I am going to want to try to remember to run those. I think there was a spot where we could climb up onto the top of this, though. Okay, it's still counting as the island airfield, so we'll just keep that sample then. Let's get back in our car and we'll go off to the grass. We'll see if that's another biome, and if even if it's not, we'll go down to the bottom of the hill. I'm pretty sure we don't have to go too far before we'll hit grassland. And then if we really wanted to, I guess we could drive it out into the ocean as well, but our cheese probe pretty much got everything that I think we're going to be able to get out in the ocean. Let's go ahead and store this. Is just over here on the grass anything different? Nope. Still island airfield. Okay, so we'll take the car with us. And then the tower might be another thing too. Another biome too, but I'm not sure. I don't know of any way that we're going to get the car up there though, so I don't think that one matters as much. If I zoom out way far, it won't be so noisy. Oh, look at her wobble. Just don't tip, please. And she did. I think we still have everything that we need, oddly enough. So if we do a crew report down here, it counts as Kerbin's Northern Sea. So we are going to want to come back, for sure. We could probably get Bob out to run these experiments multiple times. It doesn't look like we lost anything that we actually need. So, yeah, let's go for it. 11, perform all science. We're only connected to 2 of our experiments that we need. 2 sets, sorry. 2 sets. We do have 2 Mystery Goo and 2 Science Juniors attached at the moment. So we can pull all of that into here. And here. And then we can hop out and reset it. Getting back in might be a problem. I don't think we can get low enough to restore these and get back in. Oh, apparently we can. Sweet. Way to go, Bob. Don't fall. Nice. So that way we don't have to come back. Oh, weird. Saying that we're not getting anything. Ah, okay, so it is actually counting as the island airfield. Shit. Doing pretty good, Kuzu. Was doing better before that happened. Okay, so we'll recover it. We'll go ahead and pick up all of our debris through the tracking station. Could have gone better. What can we do to make the car more stable with the current set of wheels that we have? Any ideas on why it's having those problems? We did get 36.8. Oh, and he got some ribbons. Kerbin Surface EVA. First landing on Kerbin. And a research ribbon. Cool. What the hell can we do to improve this design? I guess we could try going to a tricycle. But I think that that's just going to make it more unstable. Offset the wheels outward, like upward swept. Like that. And would I want to do that with our directional wheels as well, you think? Good morning, Tally. Or would I be better off leaving those straight down? And then I wonder if we should crank up the dampener too. Oh, just moving further out? What I'm worried about is the oscillation. I don't think that a wider wheelbase is actually going to take care of it. I'm not sure what's creating the issue that we're having. Rotate backwards, think how a bike behaves when it falls over. Fell off a hill and survived? Yeah, we get the fell off a damn hill ribbon. Let's just see how that goes. I see what you're saying, that a wider wheelbase will inherently just make it more stable. But what I'll show you what the problem that we're having is. And what I'm looking for ideas on how to fix. See that bounce there? We start to create that bounce as we go. Let's go ahead and pop this on. That actually may have taken care of it. It looks a hell of a lot more stable this time than it did before. Let's just crank it up. And we'll shut it down so it's not annoying. Actually, that took care of it. It's not doing the bounce thing. And the bounce thing, once we had any kind of speed, was turning into a teetering thing where we were teetering back and forth. Because I don't even think it was actually the hill. Oh, we've got a little bit of it going. See, what is causing that? Is it... Because it's not SAS. We don't have it enabled. And actually, I don't even have the option unless we have a pilot. Not sure. Good morning, Sai. You won this off of one of Matron's Marbles tournaments, but you haven't gotten into it yet? Oh, you got KSP? Oh, you gotta try it. Yeah, see, what it looks like to me is that something is making it so that our wheels aren't all four staying on the ground, it seems, and then the game is trying to correct for that, and then we end up with this, like, wobble thing going on. So I think it's a wheel setting either with traction control or dampeners, but I don't know which ones to adjust. I think it's just too much weight in the back for this type of wheel. I don't have a whole lot of options then, do I? For redistributing the weight. We don't have reaction wheels. We can't enable SAS, so reaction wheels shouldn't have anything to do with it, I don't think. What we do have is friction control and spring and damper on auto. And maybe just taking that off would help. Taking it off of auto. Without adjusting any of the settings, let's see. Oh, it's fantastic. I love Kerbal Space Program. Now there's 2 DLCs for it. I don't know if you got if you got both of them. Probably didn't get the latest one. Breaking Ground is the latest DLC. But would the reaction wheels matter if we're not actually activating SAS? Because we don't have a pilot, we have our scientist in here, so we don't actually have stability assistance. So the reaction wheel, I don't think, is doing anything. Got the base game? I would totally give it a shot. And then if you like it, absolutely get the DLC. You had an issue with remote tech. Normal ComNet, you just need to right-click on an antenna and hit the transmit data button, but with remote tech, you can't find where it has a connection. Okay, so with remote tech, you actually need to have a transmitter that's capable of reaching the mission control. So when you right-click on your antenna, you'll activate it. If it's an omni antenna, you don't have to mess with it. If it's a directional antenna, you have to actually go and select your target, and you want to select either a relay that has direct line of sight with the center, or the center itself, and then it should work. Remote tech really changes the way that all that stuff works, and I love it. Let's try it again. I've just taken it off of auto because it seems fairly stable. And I'm wondering if it's our traction control and the game kind of trying to make this a smoother ride for them. But it feels like... So have you guys ever driven with like a totally new driver and had them start to fishtail a little bit on maybe a dirt road and then overcorrect because they're not used to the reaction that will take place when you correct? That's what it feels like to me, that the game is trying to overcorrect. I think that might have taken care of it. Because right there, we probably would have toppled previously. Just doing a tight right turn. And I may want to reactivate it for one of these. No, we've still got a little bit of it going on. So if we eliminate spring strength, if these are just totally static, will that help at all? Making our springs more rigid? A little bit. And the other thing might be friction control when one wheel lifts off the ground a little bit. It's already performing better though. So I think we're making progress for sure. Like, we're not just fishtailing for no reason. Threw in a new configuration file. Let me check. Oh, and PMs. I don't think that it's going to work because this is changing the latitude and longitude and height of something that doesn't exist. This one will be okay, but these should throw errors because I think what we need to do is delete ground stations. And then we have to add new ground stations. So on that wiki that you linked me, I think the easy way to do it won't work because there's only one ground station that currently exists. So we have to delete that block, and then we have to re-add all of the information for these. But in the exact same way that you did it, but with everything. So there's a different command for the top part, and we have to actually set the names. So there won't be it'll just be mission control, I think. But this is a great cheat sheet for everything that we need. Let me just move that over there real quick. Yeah, we just need to copy and paste all of it. Give me a sec here. If I can find it again. So instead of this part, which is what we're doing now, we're just relocating something that already exists. So we're telling it, we're talking about ground stations, we want this specific station, and we want to edit this parameter of it, which is what we're doing here. We're editing the latitude, longitude, and the height. That'll work if it's only for one, but we want to add extra. So for that, we need to delete ground stations completely. Then we need to recreate it. And we tell it that we want a new mission control. We want it at this latitude and that longitude. The height, we need the body. The mark color, I don't think matters all that much. And we need the antenna information. And then we block that out. And then we go for the second station. And we just make a complete list. So it's got to have the name of the new station. That'd be the boomerang or whatever. GUID apparently just needs to be unique. So we can go to random.org to get those. And it's got to be in the same format. So that's 8-4-4-4- is that 8 again? 12. 8-4-4-4-12. We just need a random hex anything in here that doesn't duplicate anything else. Like if we use the same GUID, then the game will get confused. And then this is the way that I was trying to do it before. I was trying to delete what we had and then just add it back in. But I was running into a problem with an error on my antenna information. And I think if I just steal it from either the GPP config or whatever, then we should be okay. Put them in a separate config to add the 3. We could try it. How's it going, Murder? Did mods not work? Oh, okay, yeah. As long as it gives you the Discord link. Everything's in the KSP channel in the Discord. It seemed to be the best way to do it, so that I can keep the freshest version in there at a time. So I think that's what we need, and that's just that same one that you linked me. But for just moving it, the current patch just uses this method for a mod manager patch. I'm gonna leave that open. And this will be invaluable. That's exactly what I needed to know to go and add the Boomerang, Desert, and Island Control. And then we also need to add Mission Control back in its entirety, because this line deletes that part of the config. Oh my god. Shh. That line deletes that part of the configuration file, and then we just add it back in with the info on that page. You haven't been in the Discord. Are you in there now? Because you should be up in the badasses section, Tally. Let me find you. Tally rolls, badass members. Nice. Gotcha. Then just put them in the separate config. Yeah, we could try that, but I think they'll conflict. I think we'll throw an error because we're trying to edit something that we're then deleting. But I think it'll be just fine. We'll just delete it. We'll cut and paste everything from settings config. That'll add the original one back in, right? I don't know why I continuously close that. I always end up going back. So if we go to... We can even pull it directly out of the save game. That'd probably be the best way, because we know that that one's correct. So saves. We just need all of this information all the way down to here. That's the entire first station. So we delete ground stations completely, and then we add in all of this information for station number 1, which is mission control, and this is all totally correct. And then we just change the name, so we don't need the question mark anymore, I don't think. We just changed the name to Boomerang Island Airfield, blah blah blah. And then for those, we could... I don't think we want upgradable and antenna, but we totally could. It would be easier. We could just leave it upgradable. Oh, and the one thing that we would want to change is this should be 750. But outside of that, yeah, easy peasy. And then the other patch, we can just delete. We can get rid of that one, because it won't be able to modify the previous information. Otherwise, it's just going to... I guess we could use it, but I think what we'd have to do is rename it to Z. We'd have Dan Patch and Dan Patch Z, or whatever patch. I mean, Remote Tech Fix patch. And then if we change that, we just, after the 4, at Remote Tech Settings 4, and then we just need the name of the patch file. So, sausage and peppers? Oh, now I'm hungry. I just woke up. Don't make me hungry. Why would you do this? And I'll leave that open this time because we inevitably end up going and fucking with it. So let's look at what we did. It seems way more stable, even though we weren't watching the majority of it. Spring strength all the way up, damper strength up by 1/4, and up by 0.35 on the back. And I want to go and revert and do that in the hangar. You can hear the pre-bubbles already. Poor Nezzo. It's a self-inflicted problem, isn't it? So spring strength all the way up, damper strength up by about 1/4. And I want it a little bit higher on the back. but spring strength all the way up, just so that these are rigid. I don't want it to have any shock absorber. Like, it's gonna be a jarring ride for our scientists, but I think it'll be okay. As long as it's stable and it doesn't flip over, I think it'll be okay. If you don't have the windows open, it makes your ears pop. It's a rough day. Let's go ahead and start out on the runway again. Now, let's get one of these other ones, because there's fewer biomes off-site that we need to worry about. Of course, if it's nighttime, we're fucked. And I think it is. Over in the desert, pretty sure it's going to be nighttime. If we're lucky, though, it'll be morning or evening. Because we don't have any lighting right now. Problem with the spaceplane hangar is it's a separate upgrade that we have to pay for, so we are still limited to 30 parts. Yeah, it's nighttime. Is that too dark? It should be a little bit brighter. I did put in the minimum ambient lighting mod. Another thing that we could do just as a quick fix, but we'll have to undo it. I thought there was an ambient lighting setting that we can do. Yeah, ambient light boost. Because we're not going to be here for very long. Is that better? It's still nighttime. Unfortunately, I don't have any headlights. Well, I don't have the part count allowance for me to add headlights, unfortunately. So for this first one, I think we can just run it right on the runway. Because we should have extra experiments that we didn't have the first time we did it. Oh, look at all that sweet, sweet fucking science. Let's go ahead and collect all on all 4 of these. We'll be able to do that with an action group soon. We need to upgrade the tracking station and mission control before we don't need to do it with the right click. We'll go ahead and EVA, and before I even get off of the ladder and forget, let's do our EVA report, and we'll just store that in here. And then this little feller just needs to restore all these so that we can run it all again in another location. He's kind of like falling through the surface of the airfield. Poor little guy. It's like walking in soup. I guess one thing that we could do to add a headlight is get rid of the fourth storage unit, because we can store one set of experiments in the cab, but we can't automatically pull the experiments into the cab. So that's why I didn't. Just to make the whole process a little bit quicker. Let's go ahead and toggle that, get that down. And I just want to drive off into the desert. We could try to get up onto the pad too. Let's see if we can maneuver this. Get another full set of experiments. Didn't work out so well last time we tried. I don't know if that's part of restock. Let me check for you when we get back into the hangar, Godlife. These Radial Science Juniors, I don't know if they're part of the restock mod or if they're just something that Squad added. I didn't even check. Ooh, we're in the lowlands. Let me just make sure that we've got all of our experiments, because I think we probably have at least one new one, and depending on what it is, we might not even have to hop out. So we definitely needed a crew report from here. Let's save that. We'll have our guy hop out and get an EVA report too. We got the magnetometer scan. That's a new piece of equipment. Thankfully, none of our single-use experiments were involved, so we can just collect all that. And we don't have to walk around it and reset anything. And you grab your EVA report and then just hop back in. Toggle that and keep trucking. And I'm just heading toward the pad, the desert launch site. We could deploy this on the pad, but it's a little finicky last time we tried it. You're full stock with the DLC, so it's probably a mod called Restock. There's a few mods that I've never used before. SSTU, this is like my first real go at using SSTU. Restock and Restock Plus I've never used in the past, but they look fantastic. Then Mark 2 and Mark 3 and Mining Expansion are 3 different parts that just add additional stuff that I've never used before too. I still have my brakes on. It's nighttime, so I didn't notice that we weren't moving because I saw the fucking jet there. We've just been sitting still that whole time. We're just revving the engine, acting like little badasses. Oh. Going a little fast. Going a wee bit fast. Let's hit the brakes for a moment. Try that again. Maybe we'll try to just launch it from the pad, because we don't actually have to move off of the pad. I think it'll take less time, and the sound of this is killing the brain. I think I'm just going to recover this. We're very close to it, but still, I hate the sound of the jet engines when I can't zoom, like, that far out. Then they don't bother me. It's just that drone. It reminds me of my stepmom. I can't do it. We have janitor's closet, so I can just mouse over the part and it'll tell us exactly what we got it from. It was either that one, I think it's janitor's closet. It might be Chop Chop. Wicked burn. Damn, dude, we got 76.8 science off of that. So I think, yeah, great call. I think going for the crew cab was definitely the way to go. Oh, and I need to look up the parts. Let's go over to the hangar again. So that leaves, let's see, just this airstrip, I think. I don't remember if we actually successfully completed it. So now we'll try doing the pads, but I've had a problem with these front landing gear. So the science experiment that we're using, yes, it's from Restock Plus, the Radial Science Juniors. Because otherwise, we wouldn't really need those, but the Science Junior looks a little wonky when we do the same thing. I don't know, either way, it kind of looks a little wonky. I just like the look of more like a utility vehicle that we got going on here. So for the rest of these, let's see if we can switch editors. I was having a problem with it yesterday, though. It looks like it might work. Should I tempt fate? If I click on this? Excellent! So my problem that I was having yesterday in stock seems to have been remedied in JNSQ. One of these wheels, anytime that I clicked on this, because if we're going to launch it from the pad, I want it facing this direction so that it's facing down off of the pad. Oh, nope, there it is. One of the wheels, when I reorient the vehicle, is pointing forward like it's supposed to, and the other one's pointing backward. And that kind of made some weird shit happen. Bummer. So, let's go back over to here. Let's load it up again. Okay, apparently just moving reverted it. What if I move back? Nope, it's still fucked. Okay, so maybe it'll unfuck itself if I put it back the way that it was. Apparently it does. Okay, so we'll save it there. Let's try it out. The downside of that is we have to make a turn on our launch pad, but we don't have an upgraded launch pad, so it won't matter yet, because our launch pad is a pile of dirt. Oh wait, did I do the first upgrade? Shit, I think I might have. So maybe it will be a problem. I did do the first upgrade. Damn it. See, I would rather have it just facing down the ramp. But we might be able to figure this out. Ooh, just barely. Okay, I don't want to leave the pad quite yet, though. Because the launch pad itself is its own biome. We'll go ahead and just recycle most of these, but we haven't got a crew report yet, and we shouldn't have got a magnetometer scan yet either. Sweet. So we don't need to go and reset anything. We can just collect all that back there, toggle this guy off. And we can get the crawler way, we can get the radar over there. I don't know if the observatory counts as its own biome, but we'll try. Let's see, if I just shimmy back and forth, can I roll down this hill without having to activate that noisy-ass engine? Middle click the symmetry button. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Rolling, the hatin'. Still on launchpad. Should be in the crawler way pretty soon though. Still on launchpad. Oh. Don't lose it. We're going a whopping 4.7 meters a second here. There we go. Crawler way. Let's do the brakes. The right click and perform all science is a mod called All Y'all. Type it out. Just for out from around here, the word y'all is probably a little confusing. I love that mod. It just makes like action groups extensions and stuff like that. I don't use them anymore because All Y'all does everything that I need for it to do. Now this one we got a full set of data, so we want to collect it all into all 4 of our containers. Because the first container can only pull the 1 Science Junior and the 1 Mystery Goof, so we have to do it on all 4 so that we can empty out all of the containers before we hop out. Then we want to hop out. I should have got an EVA report up there. Maybe I'll just hike up there and grab it. Let's do a quick save because I've had them vaporize themselves trying to run out. That's why we do a quick save. Apparently, we won't be able to time warp our little run up there. Pain in the ass. Maybe I'll just throw it back out, or we'll try to remember to grab it at some point. It's only 11 points, but 11 science points at this point in the game is kind of important. Yeah, fuck it. I'm sure we'll end up coming out here again. So I just need him to go around and restore all these so that we can do a full kit of experiments at our next spot. Oh, got a little bit of a lag spike there. Okay. I say we just make the rounds. Let's continue up. We'll grab, hopefully anyway, we'll grab some science at the spaceplane hangar. And then we'll head left and we'll get the tracking station and we'll just make a circle around. Try to get the flagpole too. Nope. Calm down. I'm gonna wanna not turn, I guess. Or just stay under like 5 meters a second. Yeah, I can't turn at all. Oh god. I could add a probe core, and that would allow us to use SAS. That might help. Since we don't have another part that'll allow us to put another person on here and put a pilot into the cockpit, that might be a way to go. That, or just say fuck it and not do all of this until we have better wheels. Just do it until we get the science that we really need. So we're close enough, it counts as the VAB. This does add up to a hell of a lot of science this early on in the playthrough, though. Okay, you stop doing what you're doing. Toggle you. Collect all. Any other game, I would just mute the game while I did this, honestly. It's very, very tempting. I don't know, does that bug the shit out of you guys? That engine noise? Is it just me? Am I overly sensitive? Am I sensitive boy? Get all these restored. It's awful. Okay, good. Not the only one. With planes, too. As soon as I get the bearing that I need in a plane, I just zoom, like, all the way out to where it looks like I'm sitting in space. Apparently I fucked that up, so we'll remove that data manually. And then we'll restore. And then we'll just store that in here. And I also want to get an EVA report. I'm going to try not to forget to get our EVA report every time. Because in the end, there's so many facilities that it actually adds up to a hell of a lot of science. So let's actually get a target. We've got everything that we can get from the launch pad, and from the crawlerway, and from the VAB. I just want to recover prematurely here. Oh, is it a separate setting? Is that under the rocket sounds or whatever? So that's enough for us to get 2 nodes. Nice, and he got another ribbon. And I'm kind of thinking any other wheels if we can, so that maybe we can get rid of the Juno. These ones are a little dicked. So I have to actually mouse over. There's 4 nodes that this has happened to. 4 nodes and 1 more part. See, I don't think that any of the wheels that we have in landing are powered. That one's got a light. See, they have a max speed and a max load setting, but I don't think that they have a motor in them to move themselves. I'm still tempted to grab it, though, for the accelerometer. I think I'll just swap it out for a jet engine. Or instead of an air-breathing engine, just swap it out for a rocket engine and go with liquid fuel and oxidizer rather than just liquid fuel. We were having a problem with the air intakes, so we ended up doing that last playthrough, and it's definitely less annoying. Don't want that. We could go and mess around with the, what do you call it, the surface experiments too, if we have all the pieces. I don't know what all nodes we have to have unlocked. So this is the ED monitor. Is that the main part? I don't think so. Oh, okay, what we need is a deployed power unit and a central station. So which node do we get the central station in? It won't be the same as stock, I don't think, because we're using probes before people. Okay, so there's the solar panels that we would need for it. Rover wheels in the exploration node. I don't think I can get there yet. Aerodynamics, advanced construction, subsonic flight. Because we can only research up to 100 points. Let's look for that first. And then we'll keep an eye out for any of the surface experiment pack stuff. What do we call that now? Because surface experiment pack is actually a mod that's been around for a while. I first started using it in 1.4. This is a node that I want, because then we can get the crew cabin, and then we can have the scientist in the back. That one's very tempting. So what the hell do we call the surface experiments that are part of the DLC now? It's one with the Kerbal helmet? Space exploration? Oh, you're right. The Rovmax wheels. Excellent. I'm gonna grab it. Yeah, we'll try it. I would imagine those would be more stable as well. So that's the Goob ED monitor. We need that one for the photovoltaic panels. I don't see any surface experiments in here. I wonder if we already have it unlocked. We actually have enough science to get 2 more nodes, so we'll go back in there and we'll decide what we want. Rather than look through every single node looking for, one specific thing, let's just go in here. Are they just in science? Or do they have their own thing? Cargo. Okay, we do have the control station. Perfect. Excellent. So, I don't know where the hell we got it. It might be the very first node. Apparently we already have it. Don't need to worry about looking at it. We can look forward now, rather than backward. So we would have to get electrics to get the power for it. Any antenna, I think, will work if it's the same as Surface Experiment Pack, the mod. Oh, and just a public service announcement. There is a problem with Kerbal inventory and attachment system in 1.71. Somehow related to the way that they've done their inventory. And it's going to require a fix on squad side before it's resolved. So kind of avoid using Kerbal inventory and attachment system. Or make sure that you, make a save before you do anything. Because apparently it's quite explosive at the moment. But hopefully squad will go in and fix it up so that it won't fuck us over. I don't know, what do we grab next? So the Mark 1 inline cockpit would actually be what we would want to use so that the scientist still has the door, and then we can put the pilot inside of the cockpit and use SAS and see if that makes it more stable. I'm thinking, out of our available options here, advanced construction is very tempting, but fuel systems and heavy rocketry are probably, they should probably be our first investment, right? With this 189, we have a lot of science that we can get. I think we're going to be able, with the car, I think we're going to be able to get 4 or 5 total, plus the 2 that we have here, or including the 2 that we have here. Because I think we're grabbing somewhere around 50 science per stop, and we've got the space plane hangar, the command center, the flagpole is its own thing if we can figure out a way to get up on it. Can't remember the name of the... Here, let's just look. So we haven't got anything for mission control yet, we haven't got the space plane hangar yet, we haven't got the astronaut complex, the administration building, the R&D, or the tracking station. So I'm thinking that's enough for one node, that's enough for one node, that's enough for another node, plus the 2 that we have right now already. And with the science that we have now, let's grab that one that'll give us... Hey, now it's working. When I click on landing, I can see everything in here. How odd. Let's go ahead and grab the seismic accelerometer. I want to grab all the experiments that we can, so that, if we're going to go around to all these different facilities, we're getting as much science as possible. These 2 will save us a part. Well, no, they won't. They won't. They just won't. Because they do save us a part. It combines 2 of our experiments, but then we also require an additional part, so we break even. There shouldn't be anything down there. I think that's actually it. Oh, here we go. An atmospheric fluid spectro variometer. So that'll also give us the Mark 1 command pod. So grab that. And if I'm missing any, there's a little bit of a delay, but yell at me. We've already got a magnetometer arm. That's just a different version of it for universal storage. So that's technically not another part. Another science experiment, I mean. Got a lot of habitation stuff. I don't see anything. So, and I wouldn't think that fuel systems, propulsion systems, or heavy rocketry would offer us another science experiment either. Good morning, Mr. Dutch and Mr. Dutch viewers. How are you guys doing? Have you tried JNSQ yet? I'm loving it so far, man. Good to see you this morning. So we're doing a very heavily modded JNSQ playthrough right now. Got remote tech. We got a whole boatload of stuff. I've got a favorites list up in Discord if anybody's interested in it for the stuff that you can install with CCAN. There's a patch that you'll have to grab, and we'll have an update to that patch pretty soon. So when it comes to the patch, grab the most recent one, the one at the bottom of the list. Then if you grab the CCAN favorites list, you just go into CCANs, go into settings, go into compatible KSP versions. You're going to have to check 1.7 all the way down to 1.4 to be able to grab everything. And then you go File, and import downloaded mods, and then choose that list, and it'll tick the boxes for everything that we have installed. And then there's a very short list of 4 or 5 things that you want to install manually. You got a 30-second advert? Yeah, they've been doing it all the time. Which, I don't know. What are you gonna do? This is the new hotness. I love Kerbal Space Program. We're going to be playing the shit out of KSP. Previously, the last time that we did KSP, we got about, what, a 7 or 8 month run in. Not playing any other games. It was crazy. Thank you for the follow, Godlight. Sorry about the ad. Good to see you, though, sir. And thank you very much for the raid. If you guys have never met him before, just a Dutch guy. An amazing KSP streamer. I don't think that I've ever seen Dutch play anything other than KSP. So if you play other stuff on your stream, self-promote, man. What else do you do? What else do you like to play? Stuck with 75 science, and you can't move on. You only have difficult missions, and the easy ones don't give science. Ooh, yeah, that is a problem. Try what we're doing right now. Is my mic cutting in and out? I shouldn't have push to talk. I do have a very small noise gate. Is anybody else having any issues with my sound quality? Is it cutting in and out for anybody else? Not much else. There's, for the most part, really no reason to play any other games, is there? I was quite happy for that 7 months, and I definitely had some KSP withdrawals once we moved on to other games. I am glad that I did it. It was definitely good for the channel. But I am pretty happy to be back, too. You streamed Airplane Mechanic? I haven't tried it. What did you think about it? Is Airplane Mechanic kind of like My Summer Car? So we're out of science points. There's no reason for me to look through the notes anymore. Sev Pwo. What we're doing is going around to the different facilities just to farm science. Right now, in the very, very first part of our playthrough, the contracts just aren't going to pay out enough to give us all the science that we need. So what we're doing is trying to only spend money on fuel. Just the cost of gas. The hell is that? An LC-2 pod. Oh, is that a little submarine? Even if it is, I think we're going to use it in space. That looks amazing. So in order to cheese as much science as possible, we just have a little rover vehicle. And we're going to do some upgrades to it right now. We just unlocked another set of wheels. I think I still want these though, don't I? So maybe I do still want it to be rear wheel for steering. But I need an axle, and I don't want it to look too shitty. So I need to save some parts too. Maybe we'll actually be okay, because we're going to be able to get rid of that. We're going to be able to get rid of that. We no longer need liquid fuel, so those two can go. We do want this guy, because we want the pilot to be up here, and we want the scientist to be able to hop out. That might be all we need. PC was tripping? I've been there. Been there for sure. It's in the development stage, but it's really promising. You have a Tiger Moth, a Spitfire Mark I, and a Mosquito. That's amazing. So it's they're going to focus on prop planes. Are they also going to end up adding like jet engines? I have dick all experience with any kind of real engine work outside of rebuilding like a Chevy. A Chevy 8-cylinder. So I don't know if I would thrive in that game environment. But that does sound like a hell of a lot of fun. I think this is going to end up being our structure. And I do kind of want an axle, but I don't see any really good option for an axle. So let's see how this ends up. If we were to go and throw these back on... Oh god, I've pressed the buttons. We don't want to cover the door, but it's okay for us to cover the sides of the cockpit there. I want to leave the steering on the back, I think. Put this thing back together. Are we okay with kind of blocking his field of view? I think it's fine. The car basically drives itself, right? And let's take these other two experiment storage packs, and I think we'll just throw them on the back. Apparently they're connected to one another. Yeah, let's move these behind the cockpit. It's a little bit further that, well, I guess it's the same distance that we have to walk, isn't it? Because we have to reset, so it doesn't matter if we can manually actually access these or not. I think that's fine. Let's go and nudge those up. And somebody was suggesting that I middle mouse button click on these after I've hit R to change it into mirrored symmetry over in the BAB, and we'll definitely give that a shot. But the spaceplane hangar should work for the rest of this, as long as I don't have to go over 30 parts and do one of our upgrades. What you doing? We're trying to make a science car. We're kind of updating our previous science car, actually. Because we're going to try to integrate a pilot into this, and I want to see if we're going to have more stability using reaction wheels and using SAS. Because it's a little bit unstable. Just a wee bit. Now, are we missing anything as far as experiments go? We are. We are missing the double C seismic accelerometer, and that can just go right up on the front here too. Because I think that we can, I don't think that that's a reset, an experiment that we have to reset. And I can't remember, can the RPWS be performed within the atmosphere? I have a feeling it cannot. I'm gonna have to test it though. Let's just chuck one up here. And I'm gonna deploy it so that I can see which way the antennas go out. Just make sure we're not going to clip into the ground with any of it. I don't think we can do that one within the atmosphere. Well, we might be able to. And then we also want this guy, the atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. Where do we want to put it? I think we want to put it right behind the RPWS. So let's move that solar panel out of the way. Make it look like a hood scoop. Huh? Vroom vroom. I gave it a little bit too much of an angle. That puts us at 29 out of 30 parts, so we can totally double up on our solar panels if we want to. They're not strictly necessary as long as we have enough battery, but the mission that we're going to do right now is going to be one of our longer ones. Let's put it back here on either side of our pilot seat. And then I do kind of want to move them flush. Okay, so the RPWS may be taken off. I don't know for sure if we can actually use it within the atmosphere, but it doesn't look like the arms are going to clip into anything. I think we're fine. So we have that experiment, we have our thermometer, we have 4 mystery goo containment units, we have 4 of the restock radial science juniors, we have our barometer, we don't need our oceanography and bathymetry. And I think that's, yeah, everything that we're gonna need. So let's give it a shot. Oh, the wheels. The wheels. Let's get rid of those. We're not gonna make it very far without some sort of propulsion. And I can't remember where the fuck they are. Ah, ground. So I don't want to attach them here. If I attach them up here, they're going to be attached at kind of a forward, like an inward angle, and I'm going to have to guess at how to make that attach properly. So I just want to attach them onto something that's radial attached already and at the side, or I want to attach them to the flat side of one of the rear cockpits. But I still feel like even there's a little bit of a curve to it. What is attached? Okay, that'll probably be square, right? That should be at a right angle. So we'll attach it there, and then we'll use movie magic to movie it on up here. I don't think that's how language works, but that's what we're going to do. And I'm okay with them being attached a little bit high because we're going to use tweak scale to increase the size and the power and stability of them until they're about level with the back set of wheels. And these don't turn for shit, so I don't want 4 of these, I don't think, unless something has changed about the game in about the past year when I last played. I don't think that I want these on the front and the back. I want these for steering, I want these for their built-in motor. It does say that steering is enabled, but I don't believe it. We'll try it though. Then these are very, very rigid as far as I recall, so I don't think that we're going to have to mess with any of the other settings. And that still leaves us at 30 out of 30 parts, so let's update our save, and we'll take it out for a test. See how she does. I may have to angle those outward a little bit. And eventually, we might have to do an upgrade and actually add an axle to give us an appropriately wide wheelbase so that we don't just topple, because we are a fairly heavy vehicle. Looks like the dampener could use a little bit of strengthening. My god, they're so overpowered they don't even touch the ground. What's going on with that? Oh, no more annoying fucking noise. Actually, they turn fairly well. I used to use these a lot for like the rear tires on semi-trailers. Any kind of a fixed axle, these seem to be really good, but they were absolutely garbage for anything with any significant weight. And there's something that I want to test here real quick. Hello? Brakes? Please? Thank you. Can we use this? Not suitable for atmospheric use or surface deployment. Try again in space. Okay. So that's fine, because now we have room for a headlight. Yeah, nice and silent car. And hopefully a much more stable car as well. So you can go, and I do believe that we have spotlights unlocked, but I could be wrong. We're pretty freaking early on in the playthrough. Do I not have any kind of lighting? Am I in the wrong tab? It should be under utility, right? Bummer, dude. I don't. Okay, well, we'll just have one spare part then, I guess, for now. I guess I could throw on an additional battery, but we already have 4. So I don't think it's really all that necessary. Well, rip. Oh well. Update the save. Take back out. Starting to think he's silently a masochist. It's not. It's the Juno specifically that just grates my nerves, though. The other jet engines don't bother me anywhere near as much. The sound of them. 2 of the next step up, I can't recall the name off the top of my head. Those get pretty fucking annoying, but not as bad as just one Juno. Oh, I'm liking this. So we're nowhere near as fast, and that in and of itself is going to make us more stable. And I don't believe that we reverted our previous tests from here. Holy shit, we did. So we have stuff that we haven't even run on the runway. My goodness. So let's go ahead and right-click. Oh, and I also want to test this, because the double C seismic accelerometer is changed by a couple of mods. So let's see if it'll actually work. Yeah, it's been changed. So right now, it's going to... Oh, no, never mind. We can still do just a seismic scan. There's an additional test for this now, where if we smash something, actually you'd want like 3 of them, and you want to put them at variable distances from the impact, so you would want one like there, one like right next to the impact, and one on the other side. Then you smash something into the ground in between them, and you can get some additional data off of them. So just wanted to make sure that we were actually able to use it. Otherwise, I would take that off too to free up one more part. We want perform all science. With our little Psi car here. Oh, we gotta rename it after Psi now. I hadn't even thought about that. Material studies will keep, crew report will keep, temperature scan, let's just reset it. Doesn't matter, say duplicate atmospheric scans, atmosphere analysis, and we won't have to reset any of the mystery goo. We'll save all the rest of those. We're going to pull them into, let's toggle this too. Toggle. And we'll pull them all into these. Apparently I have to cough. Be right back. Okay, I feel better. I almost died. Collect all the other stuff into here. We only have to do that if we perform our experiments with our science juniors or our mystery goo cans. And then I want this scientist to hop out the side door here. All the rest of those are automatically reset when we pull the data, but he's got to walk around and restore these. I might move him back out so that we can actually see the experiments. That does kind of bug me a little bit. It'll also give us a wider wheelbase, which in and of itself should make us a little bit more stable. So there's a couple of upsides there. Clipping through parts like that bugs the shit out of me. I'm okay with something like this, where it looks like, you know, maybe you would have molded that into that part, but it really bugs me when a movable part clips into another part. I develop a facial tic, and nobody likes that. Okay, so let's head over to the spaceplane hangar. And we'll also be able to test, like, how fast can we go? Even though it looks like we're on a fairly uneven surface, I don't see our wheels, like, struggling with it or anything. Okay, so we're still getting a little bit of that oscillation back and forth. But it's nowhere near as bad as it was with the static front wheels. Let's get this lined up. Might have to slow down. I'm going to take all of these off of auto, and I believe that it'll do it for both sides. Why is traction control not going to auto? There we go. See if that helps. Not fussy. Classy. No. Oh shit. Oh god. Like our one oh shit handle is the brakes. Looked like we were gonna topple over there. But we made it. Turn the lights on. Look at that. Love it. We could also move these wheels a little bit lower, but that's going to raise our center of gravity and make it just inherently less stable. So that might not be a good thing to do, even though I think it may look a little better. Oh god. I want axles so bad right now. I guess one thing that we could do is turn the experiments on their side so that they go out a little bit wider. And we could also get rid of one set of batteries or the solar panels, and that would give us 2 additional parts, but I don't see a structural part at the moment that would really make a very adequate axle for us to attach these to. So it doesn't solve all the problems, but it might be a step in the right direction. We're close enough that we can get all of our experiments for the space plane hangar from here. Yeah, a little bit top heavy for sure, so moving the experiments upward might not be a good idea. We have to measure the temperature of 3 close points on the other side of the planet. The easy answer is I wouldn't. The hard answer is with a plane. The harder answer is with a plane that was delivered to that side of the planet by a rocket. So that's how I would do it. But all in all, I don't take those missions because they're a fucking nightmare. They're a pain in the ass. So, and they just don't seem worth the money. What did I do? Did I not toggle you? Toggle, motherfucker. Let's go and collect all that. No explosion so far. I give us probably a 20% chance of success. That's my my outlook on this right now. 20% chance that we're going to be able to make it to all these different facilities without eating shit into the ground and having an explosion. And I also forgot my EVA report over on the launch pad. Whoops. Restore, restore. So one of the things that I like to do, it's going to be a little bit more difficult stock. You're going to want some very rigid wheels. I would go with the landing gear, the foldable landing gear, and make a little pocket plane. Try and stuff that little shit inside of a fairing, put it on top of a rocket, use the rocket to get you over the area that you want to go to, and then use your air-breathing engines to get you to the exact point that you need to be at, and then use an action group to perform the experiment itself, and then just go from site to site to site. Yeah, 20%, it sounds about right? I think that we've already got 2 of our targets. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Yeah, I think we're gonna make it through maybe 2 more of them before I eat it. I think this one we'll be able to do no problem, but then we have to make a turn. Ooh. Hopefully we don't go over too many bumps. Oh, it's so silent. We could throw some Pretzel Rocks music on, but I do plan on putting this up on YouTube, and they do not like me playing copyrighted music. Nobody does. Really shouldn't. But we used to listen to a lot of music while we played Kerbal Space Program, and I miss it. So this counts as mission control. That means I'm not quite close enough to the building, I don't think. Oh no, yeah, mission control's fine. Otherwise it would say Space Center, KSC, I think. Would be the biome. So toggle you. You go ahead and do work. Grab your EVA report if you would please. We don't actually have to store it. I forgot a step. We'll just switch vehicles since we have a pilot in here still. I forgot to collect all. It gets a lot easier later on when we have an action group. We'll have an action group. We'll just toggle collect all for all 4 of these to like number 1. That's what we'll do with like all of our rovers and everything too. So there is a little bit of applicable science that we're getting out of this. This is largely the way that we're gonna use most of our manned science vessels. We're gonna have a scientist that will reset our experiments. We're gonna want a set of everything because we don't know how much time it's gonna take before we get to the next biome where we can perform the experiments again. So we want it to go quick, fast, and in a hurry. And eventually we'll use action groups, of course. And then down the road, we'll have rovers that are going to be a much fancier version of this that we'll do all this stuff with too. Then one other addition that I hadn't thought about, there is a telemetry report that we can perform with a probe core. And I should have added a probe core to this for just one more science experiment that we can do as we go around. But, oh well. Now we already have the VAB. So let's just kind of make a serpentine of it. We'll go over this way. We'll grab, can't remember the name of this building, Astronaut Complex? Yeah. And the flagpole, and then we'll revert because I'll probably flip this and destroy something. It's gonna be great. It is, try to make your rocket small enough that you can fit it within a fairing. Use a lot of lift surfaces, keep your control surfaces in kind of an X-wing type thing on the back. You want it about as wide as this thing, and probably about as long as this thing too. And then if you're doing it for a specific contract, if you really need to, just stick with the one experiment to make it a little bit more aerodynamic. If you have action groups, it makes it a hell of a lot easier because you can hide all of your experiments internally. Put them inside of bays and whatnot, and then just with a press of a button as you fly over that area, you can get your results. The thermometer is a good one because then you can action group the thermometer itself to like number 1 and the collection of the experiment storage unit to number 2. So then as you fly through the air, you just hit number 1, hit number 2, you're done. You've got it, it's already stored, and you're ready to go on to the next site. But it is pretty difficult. We had a hell of a time. What I actually ended up doing, trying to remember all the steps. So you have to deploy the plane facing backwards so that you can attach to it with a decoupler. And the way that we did it was retro rockets and a heat shield. I would use the rocket to get it into an arc so that it would be kind of like a bomb into the general area of whatever we were looking for. Then we would separate from that. The fairing would keep the plane secure inside of it. We wouldn't stage the fairing. We'd use it as a protective shell. And then a heat shield and a whole shitload of reaction wheels that are inside of the fairing underneath the plane to keep the heat shield pointed forward for re-entry. Then once we'd slow down, then you stage the fairing or use drogue chutes to slow your speed a little bit, and then you accelerate and launch the plane from the fairing before it touches the ground. A fucking nightmare, but it did work. And we'll probably do something somewhat similar because I do think that we're going to have experiments in this playthrough, or contracts in this playthrough, to go and look at specific things like the I forgot to do the collection again. Like the pyramids and stuff like that. I would think that they still exist on this, and then we'll get a contract for them. And if they do, then we'll probably take it, but that's the way that I usually do it. And that way, if I'm a little bit off, I don't have to actually, like, dead-on pinpoint the location that we need to go to. I just need to get within a couple of miles of it, and then our little glider can get us the rest of the way, and we can sit down right next to it. And then once we're on the ground, it just works like a car. Just the same as this. We drive it around, grab all the science that we can, and finish out our contract. Get paid damn money. give it up on that mission. I think it's totally worth it. Those are fucking nightmare. Testing parts at certain altitudes, especially at certain altitudes over specific locations, and science experiments that you have to perform with like nearly pinpoint accuracy, like within a kilometer of an object like location, especially if it's an elevated location. So it's not just, you know, perform an experiment within a kilometer of this. Sometimes it's perform a fucking experiment within a kilometer of a point out, you know, in the sky. They just don't seem worth it. But if you're playing stock, it's definitely a lot more difficult. One of the things that we have in this playthrough is a number of contract packs, and those kind of even out the difficulty of the larger solar system and the heavier atmospheres, the larger spheres of influence and heavier gravity, and the dramatically larger distances that we have to travel. So you'll notice that a lot of our actual money is going to come from tourism, and we've done that on purpose because it's so fucking tough to do it without it. It's possible, but we've made the game quite a bit more difficult by using the map pack. So it feels okay to me to even it out a little bit with some additional options. And it also opens up a hell of a lot more gameplay for us to go through on stream. We're going to have hotels that we want to launch. We're going to have, I would like to do like really nice looking fancy tourist transports to get people up to those hotels. We're going to have science stations, all kinds of stuff that we're going to try to do. And a lot of it won't be possible the way that I've been doing it before because of the higher gravity and the larger spheres of influence and all the other shit that we were talking about before. But I'd still like to give it a hell of a go. I want to see how far we can push it. And we're going to end up doing this playthrough. Usually what I do, and we talked about it a little bit the last couple of days, but usually what I do is our first playthrough is basically more economy focused. I want to get us off the ground, if you will. I want to unlock the entirety of the tech tree and get it to where we're in a situation where all we need to do, like if we need a couple $1,000,000, we just have to run a couple of tourist missions, or we just have to fulfill a couple of contracts. And once I feel like we're at the end of that, once we've unlocked the entire tech tree and everything, usually by then the game's kind of starting to slow down a little bit. So then we'll restart the game and we'll continue our playthrough from that point, but in a sandbox mode. So we have access to all the parts, but we've already unlocked the tech tree. And then the rules kind of change a little bit because we won't be doing hotels or any of that stuff. I'm in the wrong fucking vehicle. I need this guy. Thought it looked a little bit weird, but I was talking and I was fucking everything up. So I still have data in there. Why do I have data in there still? Wait a minute. Am I not close enough to the flagpole? Is that why I still have data? Astronaut complex. Shit. That's why I still have data. So I have to go through and review and reset all of these. That one's fine. I just gotta shimmy us over a little bit. I'm not close enough to the flagpole. Reset. Reset. I think that's fine, right? Yeah. As long as we haven't pulled the data out of it. Reset. Reset. And these are going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass because all of the other experiments will have an extra copy. Oh no, they'll be fine, because we pulled it into a different can. Okay, so he can stay outside, as long as I don't run him over. Let's see if we can get this thing on top of that flagpole. So for the second playthrough, now that we've taken care of economy, we'll basically be acting like that part of the space program is already taken care of, and that we're continuing on with a different aspect of the space program where all we focus on is interstellar things. There we go, from the flagpole. That's what Daddy wanted. And hopefully I got everything cleared out that needed to be cleared out and I'm not missing any experiments. And then we can switch back over to this guy. Well, actually I should have collected all those, but I want to make sure that I get an EVA report from up here too. Yeah, there we go. So I just had to pull the nose over it for it to work right. So go ahead and store that, switch back over, collect all that other stuff. And at that point, like, other than local relays, all of our missions will have to do with very long range missions to go and explore the entirety. We want to get scanned satellites. We're going to build motherships, potentially. We might end up having to build them with extraplanetary launch pads. So the entire time that we're doing the beginning of our playthrough, we want to keep an eye out for locations that are rich in resources that we can use to essentially just not have to launch anything from the home world anymore. We're going to use like FTL beacons. We're going to use the Alcubierre warp drive. It's going to be great. And all of those things have their own challenges. So it really transitions into a completely different way of playing it and gives us a hell of a lot of stuff that we can do. But so far I haven't had any luck with doing it all in one playthrough. By the time we get there, like the tourism contract, there's a log file or data file that has a lot of information. And most of it's just the names of all of our little tourists that have come with us up into space. And it does start to just by itself will yellow clock. So we do need to restart the playthrough, and I've always felt that that was the fairest way to do it. Pirate, thank you for the follow. Let's go over to this little guy. And that counts as another biome. We've made it further than I thought we would. This is really starting to make its turns a little bit more sensitive than I would like, but that's okay. It's working. We'll start with just one, just to make sure that I'm in the right biome this time, so I don't have the same fuck up that I had over at the flagpole there. And it looks like we're good. Perform all science. We are science rich, baby. Let's go ahead and collect them all now instead of me hopping out like an idiot the way that I've been doing it. We've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 49 science experiments in one of these cans, and then we have a duplicate of about a dozen that'll be in the others by the time we're all said and done. Well, at the moment. So we'll have another duplicate for every single stop. And we'll cash it all in at the same time at the end and see what we ended up getting. And then, if I'm not mistaken, some of the buildings, I don't think it's all of the buildings, but as we upgrade the facilities around here, I believe we can come back out and perform these experiments again. Because some of the buildings have different names once you upgrade them. So there's a few of these that we'll be able to milk for even more science later on if we need to. I am guessing that we're at about 300 or 400 science right now. But I'm not really sure because some of the buildings that we're going to we've already hit with less equipment. So it's really hard to guess. But I think we're getting somewhere around like 50 science per stop. And I forgot a step there. Don't forget your EVA report. That's another 11 science per stop. Okay, got it. So now we just need to hit R&D off to the right and the tracking station. And we'll also try the observatory, but I don't think that the remote tech observatory adds another biome. That's something that we could actually do if we wanted to. With a mod manager patch, though. So maybe I'll look into that tonight, too. But first priority is adding additional stuff for remote tech until they get, like, an appropriate patch. And if we can get a good enough... Like, if I can pinpoint those and we can do a good enough job, then they'll start to bundle it in with JNSQ, according to Mr. Pood. So let's look at one of them, make sure that I'm in the right biome. From R&D, perfect. Perform all the science. I don't know, it might even be more than 50 per stop. Maybe 60 or so per stop, because we have so many experiments here. toggle this guy. And I do think that I missed the EVA report on the runway too. But that's okay. What are you gonna do? We're gonna try to do something very similar to this on the moon, but I don't think it's gonna work out the way that it does in stock or even in GPP. We were essentially able to build a hopper, a little hopper lander that had a crew, and then we would hop out, we would exhaust all of our science for the biome, reset all of our experiments, store all of the data, hop over to another landing location, do that about 3 or 4 times, and then we would go back up into orbit of the moon, refuel, and finish out basically every single biome in one go. And we'll try it, but I don't know any of the information. I've been very, very strict about what I let people expose me to with the 3 map packs that I want to go to. So, like, I've only seen the homeworld, the 2 moons, and Jewel from this map pack. And we're using research bodies, so I won't see them until we actually find them in a telescope. If we go out to our map view, they don't exist right now. We have to actually detect them and research them. And it's gonna take a little bit of doing before we even know what their orbits are. So this is the observatory, part of research bodies, but I don't know if it's its own biome. No, it's not. It counts as mission control, though. Shit, so did I not get close enough to this building? Because didn't that one count as mission control too? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that if I were in kind of a null area that's still within, you know, this here, that it would count as the space center. Because I believe we've already got mission control. Bummer. So I may have missed a building. What I'll do is try to pull off into the grass, like down the slope from one of these guys after we do the tracking station. Oh, and I think we can even get it from 2 different spots on the tracking station. I'm not positive, though. Actually, I could have done it there, but I didn't expect a dip there. So let's pull over here first, and we'll stop right next to it. We'll run all of our shit here, because this will count as from the tracking station, and I think we can actually get another biome on the radar. So toggle U, collect all, collect all. Really the problem is going to be that the planets are so much bigger. So when it comes to all of this, all the fancy shit that we did with like mega cities and whatnot, the huge observatories, the motherships that we use, the ungodly large like carriers that we used to build, space carriers, like at minimum we're going to have to make them all about half the size that we were going with before. Or try to figure out a way around it, but it's going to be a hell of a lot harder because everything is scaled up in JNSQ. And I'm still not sure on the size comparison between GPP and JNSQ. I think that this one's bigger, but I'm not positive. Get your EVA report and go ahead and store that now, and then I want you to come over here and hop up on this radar and let's see if this is another biome. Okay, so this is counting as KSC. This is what I expected for us to get if we weren't in any specific biome. We'll keep that experiment. We have an easier way that we can get that with the car than trying to pull it up on top of that thing. And I probably do want to go back over to Capcom, or the command station, and grab the appropriate tests. Let's also go over and check out the building here. Some of them it works, some of them it doesn't, and I can never remember which ones do or do not. Actually I want to come back up the hill. Well, wait, can this back up? You know we have powered wheels. Oh shit, yeah, we have a reverse. That's something that we're just not afforded when we're using like rocket propulsion or an engine, a jet engine. We don't have reverse unless we have a second engine, and so I typically don't add it until we have, you know, a decent allowance in our part count. So if my nose is touching that, and we do a crew report, now it just still counts as a tracking station. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't have my brake on. Try that again. Yes, there we go. Crew report from tracking station hub. So that is yet another biome. So we got double the money out of that one. And I probably could have done that with additional stuff. Like, I think the R&D at level 3 has like 2 or 3 different buildings that you can go to and get more stuff from. But like I said, I can never remember which ones specifically do and which ones specifically don't. So I do want to reset these, and I want to go down into just in between 2 of these areas, and I want to get one last collection in. Did we launch this from the pad? I don't think there was anything left for us to get on the pad. So if there is, then it's 2 experiments that we can totally get later. And what do you guys think? How much science do you think we ended up with on this run? We've already exhausted 2 of them, for sure. I know that we got 2 biomes before, and then we went and changed the car up a little bit. So we won't get full payment for those 2. Well, I mean we will, but we won't get it as part of this run. Oh, I know, yeah. We have cheese probes. Those are probes that they don't have any propulsion or anything like that. They just have experiments. You can also do it with a command pod. You just throw it out on the launch pad, activate your experiments, recover vehicle. And you can do it at anything that you can deploy at. So do it on the runway, do it on the launch pad, do it on the Woomerang, the desert, the island airfield. That's all of your initial science that you unlock the first like 6 things with. Then we have cheese, another kind of the cheese probe that actually flies, and that's just a little hopper. And we use that to go to any biomes that are close by. So you build one of those that just go boop over into the ocean, one of them that goes over into the highlands, midlands, lowlands, shores. And we're also going to have 2 flyby cheese probes that will go out to the moons, and 1 additional one that'll go out into a solar orbit. Because we need all the science we can get. We're in community tech tree, so our highest nodes are going to cost from 10,000 to 25,000 science. You don't actually need to get out other than to grab your EVA report, because this is where we're going to collect from. So yeah, this counts as KSC. And actually, I guess he didn't need that because we got the previous one from the radar over there. So perform all science, and we're finally fucking done. At least for now, with that. Grab all that. Recover the vessel. Drum roll, please. What do we got? There's a lot of nerds. We have a cheese probe that we're going to do that's a manned mission as well, where we just do EVA reports over the different biomes. Oh, you're so close. We ended up at 689.6 science on that mission. Pretty good, though. Pretty darn good. So it would have been somewhere around, what, 8, maybe between 8 and 900 if we hadn't already done the runway and the space plane hangar before we went to retrofit the vehicle. So it does take some time, but crazy how much science is in just the buildings here. And like I said, some of them, when you upgrade them, you can go back out. So once, I usually don't nickel and dime it too badly, but once we have everything maxed out, then we'll go back around and we'll hit them with a more advanced probe. Now comes, yeah. What we were talking about is community tech tree. So this is our tech tree. And we are limited to nodes that are worth 100 or less, so there's an invisible line right here. We can only research stuff on this side of it until we upgrade R&D, and then I think we can go up to this this branch over here and get everything in the middle here. But that 698 should be able to, we should be able to get most of the stuff all the way up to 100. So let's grab heavy rocketry, propulsion systems for the more efficient travel stages. Let's grab fuel systems for the fuel lines. Structural parts. We're only going to be able to unlock half of these. Do we want structural parts right now? I think we can wait on that because we're going to have 2 probes that will give us enough science from the moon flybys to be able to grab all of the parts that are in here that have to do with manned flight. I think we can also live without our fans and the propeller and the Pegasus VTOL engine that come from subsonic flight. I do want advanced flight control. That's all of our monopropellant nozzles. I also want the other variations of command pods. These are stuff that we can actually put people in. Right now, all we really have is the Mark 1, and then we had aerodynamics. So we had the Mark 1 inline, and the crew cabin. And now we'll have some actual rocket pods. Yes, this is 2 different mods. 3 mods, technically. So this is CTT. It's called Community Tech Tree. And then it goes and gives you additional spaces for all of the other parts mods that you might want to add. Everything for, like, there's just this monstrous list of mods that this will automatically add in. It definitely makes the tech tree a lot more difficult to get through. Right now, our most expensive nodes are 10 and 12,000. When we add Interstellar Extended, the most expensive nodes will be 20 and 25,000. And then you also want 2 other mods. And I'll just type them out for you while I talk about them too. So you want CTT, which is Community Tech Tree. You want Hide Empty Tech Tree Nodes. Otherwise, there's actually a lot more to this than CTT, but it's up to you what mods you add. So if you have a node in here that you don't have the mod for, then you're just going to have to pay for an empty node before you can get to potentially another node that's behind it that has something that you have a mod for. So hide empty tech tree nodes will eliminate those. It gets rid of anything that's empty and it just connects the line between the 2. So this is only parts that we actually have installed through other mods. And then additionally, if you want to play it the way that we're doing it this time, where you don't start out with manned pods, you start out with a probe core, and then you work your way through most of the probe cores before you actually start to get to command pods. Then you want crew before people. No. God damn it, what's the name of it? It's not crew before people, that makes no sense. Probes before crew. So community tech tree, hide empty tech tree nodes, and probes before crew. If you've ever used manned or unmanned before manned, then this is a way to get community tech tree to kind of restructure itself in a similar fashion, where you start out with, electronic probes before you actually put any people in that shit. So yeah, I love CTT. I really kind of hate to play it without CTT. The only time that I do is if I'm trying a super stock, which is just stock with Kerbal Engineer, Kerbal Alarm Clock, and Precise Maneuver. Because those are kind of my 3 minimum. And without those, I'll only do missions. And I won't even like the missions as much. Like, I think that those should have been stock a long time ago. And it's a little bit better now with without Kerbal Engineer, but I still prefer the way that Kerbal Engineer displays information. At the moment, we're not really using it because it's an extra part, and we have a 30-part limit. So, should we grab lights? I don't think we need recycling or storage technology quite yet. I think that those, just like the advanced construction, can wait until we get our probes up. So I guess that just leaves electronics and miniaturization. and then I think we're done. We can just sit on this extra 68 points. That's as good as it's going to get until we start making some cash. So our current contract... Nice, and we do have the cacti contract available to get an orbital telescope around Kerbin. And then our other goal is to establish a stable orbit with a probe, with an unmanned vehicle. So we're going to take both of those. And now we start working on going up. Or if we wanted to, we could go and cheese additional science, but we're going to unlock more science parts as we build up the money so that we can actually invest the science points. So there's no reason to go and do the other cheese missions, because otherwise we're just going to run them again with a bloated vehicle or a vehicle that's stripped back so that it's only the additional parts that we're going to unlock later. Let me find an example here. So that third mod that we were talking about changes where everything is. Okay, surface ablation laser light imager is a science experiment that we can't unlock now. So why go and cheese the rest of those areas now that we've unlocked everything that we need to get hopefully to the moon, if we're just going to unlock another part and end up trying to cheese it later if we needed like 5 or 10 science? Might as well just wait, right? The cheese is strong. So strong. And we're not really moving away from cheese quite yet. We do have a somewhat more serious experiment or assignment that we're going to do now. I don't think, yeah, we don't have anywhere near enough money to do anything about our part limitation. We're still going to have a 30 part limitation. So we want to go teensy tiny with whatever we do here. We're also going to have a hell of a time controlling it because we have to have an active connection to the ground. Finally landed on Nimbus? Hell yeah. Cheese is so good. What is your favorite kind of cheese? Just kind of a, just in general. Like sharp, or the sharper the cheddar, the better for me. If I'm not going to put it inside of a meal or anything like that, I don't cook with like super sharp cheddar. Usually if I cook, it's either American cheese, Swiss cheese, pepper jack, stuff like that. Yeah, we're going to try to go to orbit. No guarantees. I'm looking at what has stability assist and what their torque values are to decide what we might want to try to use. I think it's going to be the Octo. I'm a huge fan of the Octo. Some Gouda cheese. Blue cheese. Oh yeah. I like, for salads, I can't get away from my addiction to blue cheese. And even with my, like, my favorite snack is probably green olives. And the blue cheese stuffed green olives are fucking amazing. Oh, this is a crude pod. Yeah, we don't want that. We want either the Slim, which weighs about half as much, or the Octo, I think. Sorry, the Hex. So let's start off with the Hex. Yeah, white American deli cheese. Truffle-infused cheese. I've never been that classy. I've never tried that. It sounds fantastic, though. You know, like the texture of raw cheese? I like it when there's something crunchy going on with it, or bread involved. I'm not very likely to ever sit there and just gnaw on a piece of cheese. But I love... One of my other favorite snacks is cheese inside of olives, or... I get those pretzel thins. They're called Townhouse Flip Sides pretzel thins, and those are my favorite cracker to put just a little chunk of cheese on. Boar's Head Chipotle chicken and some white American. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Boar's Head almost anything, right? The SSU shiny metal looks black. The only thing that I changed, I did add ambient lighting, and I do think that it affects our parts. I think that that's what the problem is. I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing, though. This is supposed to be a radio tank. Oh, you know what it is? I think this is an upgrade to it. I bet if we look around... I bet the MFTR here is gonna have the same option. We can change it into this. So that's another problem that I've had before with some mods, when they have upgrades that you get at later points in the tech tree, and I'm gonna have to look into how I fix that. Yeah, everything has kind of a darker look to it, doesn't it? And I think it might be that ambient lighting one. But I don't know why this doesn't have a photo. The cost is 0 though, and when I click on it, it does nothing. So I think it's because it's supposed to just be an upgrade, so it's going to apply upgrades to probably this tank, and it's not supposed to have its own node, and there is a way for us to fix that. I just gotta figure out what the hell it is. It might also be a side effect of using a mod that affects CTT. Duplicate with restock? Okay. So, it says it's SSTU though. But, yeah. I think we can fix it though. I've had that problem in the past and we did fix it. Holy engines from hell. Look at all these different options. Son of a bitch. Oh, my Lanta? What are you? Why do we have a service module in the engines? Oh. So is that monopropellant? It uses Aerozine and NTO. Is there an SSTU compatibility patch so that I can turn that into the same fuels as everything else? Liquid fuel, oxidizer, liquid hydrogen, oxidizer, methane, xenon, argon, you know, those kind of things? Or do I just need to keep an eye on what kind of fuel that I have? Nope. Okay. Alright. That's fine. That's not that big of a deal. That looks cool. I like it. So, oh, okay, so that's the bottom part of the Soyuz? How do you say Soyuz? Is it Soyez? I feel like Soyez is Spanish. I don't know why. There's 3 main parts though, right? So that would be the top, and this would be the bottom, and the probe core wouldn't be there in a perfect world? Or did I fuck that up? Maybe that's the top? I'm gonna have to look at a screenshot, I can't remember now. I feel like I'm missing a part. Are there 4? Just, nope. Never mind. Won't matter for now. We're gonna use this for escape pods. It's gonna be great. We're gonna live out the Kerbal space program version of Gravity. So, I think we can just start out with an Omni, but I'm not sure. I may have to go and do a little bit more tweaking on the remote tech settings for us to actually be able to connect to this thing from space. But as long as we can get into a low orbit and maintain a connection long enough to activate a high gain antenna, then we should be okay. So we know that we're going to use those parts. As far as structural stuff, I do want a payload bay, even though we are at a parts are definitely at a premium right now. And I want that guy around that. Our batteries will go in there as well. So let's put those on. That's a little bit excessive. Let's go with 2. I'm okay with it poking out of the bottom as long as it doesn't poke out of the top, because this is going to be permanently attached. We shouldn't have to worry about cracking issues, hopefully. Did that close properly with that in there? It doesn't, so we'll just move this a little bit subsurface and go the lazy way about it. There we go. Okay, now it looks fine. So this is essentially our entire payload plus chutes. Thing with the antennas on top, and the other ball in the middle are the service bay below. Okay. That's our top. This shouldn't exist. This guy is the middle, and this guy is the bottom. Okay, so there are only 3 parts. That's not gonna let me detach that. But that. but without this shit at the bottom. Very neat. Can you deploy those? Does that work with a docking camera? These are just antennas. That's a camera though, right? Or is that a little port where your head would be? There's got to be a window facing forward, because didn't they use the Soyuz when the... What the hell was that station, that little fucker that the Russians had that ran out of power? In the end, the solar panels had frozen, so it had tried to power cycle when it didn't have enough power and fried everything. Not the Mir. Before the Mir, there were just these little tiny guys leading up to the Mir. Was it the Mir? I don't think it was. Because that one, they set a record. There was, the commander ended up staying on it to try and work on other problems. The Almaz. I think that one might be it. A really, really crazy story. The station itself had started to spin on several different axes. And so they used a window and a fucking, rangefinder, a laser rangefinder outside the, just pointing it out the window to match the different rotational axis that this thing was on and dock up to it without the station having any power or control. They had to find it in space for one. Then once they found it, they had to match all these different things and just manually dock that son of a bitch. It was really crazy. It even had a gun on it? No way. Really? Did not know that. Tricky, tricky. So what are we going to use to get into orbit? Now, if I were to use that... Nope, never mind. I was going to say, if I were going to use that, can I fuel switch that? And I know that there's a way that I can make it so that I can, but I don't have whatever I need to be able to switch that right now. Eventually, I'm going to make it so that most of our tanks have a higher cost for the cooling if we wanted to switch them over to liquid hydrogen, but I would like for basically every single tank to have some sort of a realistic option for us to do, like, say, take this tank and put monopropellant in it. So monopropellant is a gas. It's going to need to be in a different shaped container than liquid fuel. It needs to be in a seamless with rounded ends. So it's going to have a lower total content, and I want to figure out what exactly we need to do. This one might actually work with monopropellant, but I don't think so. Oxidizer, liquid fuel, no it doesn't. And that's a visual problem with the interstellar fuel switch, which should be hopefully fixed pretty soon. There's a movie about it? Oh, it was a Salyut. Yes. The Salyut were the ones that... Wasn't there another type of station that led up to... I didn't know there was a movie about it. Is that dubbed or subtitled? Very cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that. I'm gonna leave that open in another tab. Yeah, we will be trying to return the data instead of doing transmissions. But you didn't see any button with transmit data. Yeah, and in stock, I really don't know. I know if you're using mods, one of my favorite ones is Science Transmitter or something like that. There's a really good one there. Yeah, it'll be in the science in the the window that you get when you actually perform the experiment. You'll have a blue button that you can transmit the data back home if you have an active ComNet connection, or if you're using Remote Tech, an active Remote Tech connection. Should we go to space? How do we want to get there, guys? Probably with the Tundra. I think at the moment that's our best tank. Let's set that aside for a comparison. Where is my SSTU? Modular upper stage? Are we gonna need an upper stage? I like it. I really like the look of all these. They're just not my go-to, you know? Because I've never used SSTU. So I'm not sure where to start with it. Oscar C, Oscar B. Science Relay, that's the one. That one's really handy. Because then you can transfer experiments over to like your laboratories and whatnot. And you have a couple of extra options on what you can do with them. That's a squad tank. Purple reusability. See, this is why I should have put the fucking filters in, because every now and then I just want to look for one tank from one specific thing to get a base comparison. And it'd be a hell of a lot easier if I put the right thing in. There she is. So, is there kind of a general, like, rule of thumb that you go with when you start out? Like, what do you start with here? If you're gonna have a payload on top, you obviously wouldn't start with the top, because the top is gonna be none, right? You just want, or flat. Do you start with core and then work your way down to the lower mount and whatnot? Because that seems like the best way to go to me, but I've never used this. Pick out your core first, because you're essentially just going for size, right? Look at that. This thing holds 1,145 fuel. If we go back over to the Tundra holds 720. So, bye, Tundra. Goodbye. Yeah, you really can't miss it. I think it's even purple. Oh, nice. And we have radially attached booster tanks, too? Shut the front door. So for mount, oh wow, we can resize those too. Oh, I love it. Damn it, why didn't I use this when you first suggested it? Oh, we can even adjust diameter? Whoa. And these parts don't get outdated, do they? Yeah, Soyuz. They have the integrated decouplers, right? And these have, so the second part for each of these is the engine, right? Because I still, even if I go with the SSTU, then I choose the engine independently, right? Mess around with the Cortex. Oh, okay. So these are the textures for the core piece then. Oh man, we are so fucking fancy right now. Because I'm pig-headed? It's true. I love KW. And then for mount, with these, is that where I choose what kind of a decoupler? Am I in the wrong thing? I am. I need to be on these. Is that where I let's see. Open crossfeed, open recoloring GUI. What? It's got a graphic user interface for recoloring? Oh my god. I gotta go change my undies. Oh man. We could spend a whole stream just fucking around with this. We're not gonna. Not this stream. It's gonna happen. At some point, it's gonna happen. Especially when we start to mix these with other tanks and other modules. So what the fuck have I done to this poor thing? I was messing with the mount. Oh, okay. So mount is the lower one. So we no longer need an adapter. And on the opposite end of the spectrum for the mount, I'm assuming we go to wider diameters? No. I don't even know if we're going to make it to space today now. Whoa, what was that? Oh, okay. There we go, baby. Ho, ho, ho. How powerful. There's so many parts in this one thing. That's awesome. Put more junk in your rocket trunk, huh? Nice. And what do you guys suggest for engines? The 107? Looks pretty beefy. I guess I just go by stats, right? Because we're gonna have different options. What the fuck? Oh, it's 1.033 kilonewtons. I thought that was 1033. I'm like, that's some pretty powerful little shit. I don't know, maybe it is. Is that 1,000? Oh my god. How do you guys ever get any missions done with so many options? I think it's just one. I think that's an upper stage. We got the Merlin. That one's familiar. I think the 107s are our go-to. Oh, wait, no. 307, 323, 307. So these are roughly identical. 107A and 107X. Ooh, it has station parts too. How can I do rifts when I have to transmog and dye my gear? That's World of Warcraft, right? I think I watched somebody one day that was doing transmog runs or something like that, and I had to go and Google what it means. I've only tried World of Warcraft very, very briefly, and it was pretty fun. Deb and I played it. We had a lot of fun. We've kind of been thinking about going and trying, like, she is absolutely fucking addicted to... oh, it's in Diablo 3? Really? Oh, you can't die in Warcraft. So the transmog is changing the look of your gear, right? So you make it fancy. Now, is Diablo 3, which is the one that's mobile? Is that the mobile one? Because didn't they make Diablo into a fucking mobile game? Which one of these do I want, guys? Well, this one's liquid fuel oxidizer, which is what we currently have. So let's stick with what we got. And then for a booster engine, do we need a booster? That is a lot of engines. And every single one of them is multiple engines. Different mounts. How do we do... Yeah, and different layouts. So, like, they self-cluster. This is the same engine. Triple inline offset. Just a triple in a cluster. Triangle. Quad inline, quad in an X pattern, 5 in a radial, so 5 in a circle, 5 across, 5 in an X, 6 radial, and so on and so forth. 8, 9, oh my god. Ugh. That's a mod called the SSTU that I've been dragging my feet on trying out. And now I feel like an idiot. Yeah, and the part count, like, that whole time our part count didn't go up. We were still at 11 parts the whole time we were fucking around with that. Like, that's one of the more powerful features that I'm aware of with this. I don't think we need that, do we? We need somewhere around 5,000 Delta V. Maybe we do want that, but maybe we want to use that as more like drop tanks. Because this engine is very powerful. What's our cost? Our cost is at $6,500 right now. That took us down to 7 parts. So I do think that we're going to need an upper stage. And if we can, I'd like to make that reusable too. Did you say something about integrated parachutes as well? Let's go with this modular upper stage and check it out. Okay, so if I attach that there, and I change the top... Oh, I've ruined all the things. Put that back the way it was. Oh god, the poor textures. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think I have 4 tanks in there. What the hell? There. Why am I Z fighting? Did I just screw around with it too much? Or did I fudge up in here somewhere? Two to 1 short. Ooh, I like that. The 4 to 3. There we go. We're a little taller, but we did upgrade the launch pad, so we can go up to 36 meters. It might be okay. Oh, these are all command pods that have been added to the top, the upper. Because I just wanted an adapter. Oh, wait. Top is the command pods in that. I wish that the menu would stay where it was. And you said there was a shroud in here somewhere too? That's fucking crazy. And I love it. Oh my god. Wow. We're not even done cycling through the menu one time yet. Soyuz XL. So is that... Did that add additional capacity? Or is that something that I can stick things in? Oh, okay. Command pods have chutes built into them, not tanks. Alright. Okay, now what do we have for top? Or, sorry, upper. What is upper? Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. It's flipping them back and forth a little bit, and I've been, like, my eyes are locked right here. So, let's go back to flat. And I think I like that for now. Then mount is the bottom, right? Oops. How did I get nose texture? Oh god. And how did I get that gap in there? Oh, okay, I see what I done. So mount is that part. Okay. We'll get the hang of it, I'm sure. So that's what I want for the bottom. Is there a decoupler built into this? See if any of these aren't Z fighting. Nah, they're not. But I think if I leave and come back in, it might take care of itself. Detaching and reattaching doesn't seem to fix that, but... No, but it does have a... Oh, okay. So that'll be a third part. On the top there. So, decouplers... Universal storage. Squad, restock. SSTU. I like how it's the mechanical decoupler, too. Whoa, so the decoupler has chutes. What? That's a docking port? That would have been awkward. Technically would have worked. Docking port with parachutes, docking port, custom decoupler. Ooh, I like this one. This is easier to wrap my head around. Diameter, height, and thickness. You son of a bitch. Oh god. Now I've done it. It's jumping around on me. I need to be more dexterous. If you change the height and thickness, the ejection force goes up. Oh, okay. I think that we'll be fine though, because we're not going to hot stage the next one. Not yet. Maybe. Just to move it away from us a little bit more quickly. And then back over to engines. So far with all the shit that we've done, we're at 9 parts. We don't have any of our experiments installed on this yet, but this might end up just being a money mission. And what should we use for an upper stage? Lunar descent module seems a little overpowered. Okay, that is totally the wrong hole. That was the LR-81. The Merlin or RD-110? Oh god, it said it was a small one. Am I just in the wrong section here? Want something... How is that so fucking huge? Layout single. Vertical positioning shouldn't matter. Engine rotation we shouldn't need. Mount diameter. Okay, that's still a little buku. I'm just not sure how to pick out what I want. Oh, okay, operates off of Aerosine. I was going by the low thrust at sea level. Do I not have an engine that's that small? Ah, there we go. Oh my god. These things are huge. Why are they so efficient? At that size. So the Merlin that we're going with here, the 1B, what's the difference between a 1A and a 1B? A low thrust lifter engine intended for clustering. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll have to disable the mount. It just looked really weird that the bell of the nozzle was as big as the top of this. I think that looks a little bit better. And this damn thing holds liquid fuel. Wait a minute, why is it holding liquid fuel and oxidizer and Aerosine and NTO? Oh, because it's 2 separate tanks. So I don't need a dual tank for the upper. I think it would actually be better for me to go with just another smaller copy of the regular SSTU tank then, right? I do, yes. Gotta launch with the additional parameter. And I also do no pop-up. I think it's an ambient lighting mod, but I'm not sure. Let me double check. Yeah, force D3, D11, and no pop-up window. But yeah, my shaders do seem off, and I think it's this minimum ambient lighting one. I hadn't noticed it until I added it. So, supposed to make it a little bit easier for us to see at night. I'll pop it out of there, and we'll see if it improves anything, though. Okay, and where do I choose my shroud? I see sections here. There. That looks really good. I really like it. Let's fix our staging. And then we'll see what our thrust to weight ratios are and figure out how we adjust that. Okay, so right now we have about 6,000 total non-atmospheric delta V. If we go over to atmospheric, we're at 1.21 with just this engine because we added that incredibly huge upper stage. SSTU also has a probe core. Oh my goodness. Oh. That stock-alike station parts expansion. Yeah, I love that mod. It's one of the biggest mods that I always install. Hopefully we'll be able to use it. Do you use it very often in Realism Overhaul? Hey. It's going to be a little bit trickier for me to center, isn't it? Okay, and what can we do with this guy? In science mode, you unlock more configurable options in the parts, more solar panels, better antennas, integrated into the same single station part, and they all have integrated probe cores, RCS, and all upgradable throughout the tech tree. Holy shit. Oh, so stock-alike station parts expansion's not compatible? But they're trying to work on it? Ooh, I need to know the name of that one. Don't know of it off the top of my head. So, enable or disable hollow center. Different textures. We can enable or disable mech jeb. Auto strut. We can do the recoloring thing. So then I would need a nose cone with this then, right? With the probe core, I still need something up on top of it. This is perfect though, it's hollow. So we can use this for our flight computer. Even if we have a manned vehicle, we're going to want this part. And what are its native statistics? So at the moment it doesn't have a reaction wheel, but it does have SAS, and it can perform a telemetry report. Ooh, it's compatible with all kinds of shit. So I need to look at nose fairings, so that would be an aerodynamic, right? I don't know if this is going to be an easier way or not. Can I not sort by SSTU? So maybe not by manufacturer. Resource, module, cross-section. Just search for it. Stop making so much sense. Just quit it. Okay, so it's got its own payload fairings too. I don't think we're gonna need that for this. Lander tank, radial tank. Pedal adapter. Doesn't look like I have them unlocked yet. Make a nose cone with a fairing. Is that gonna be a weight efficient way to do it compared to a structural piece? Oh yeah, probably. Total mass right now is 0.1. Actually these are a little bit lighter than that monster that I just made. What the fuck is an advanced nose cone? Oh, just a different shape? Okay. I like it. Now, how do we make it ugly and add all of our experiments? Maybe we'll bring that fairing back. Because now we gotta load her up. Actually, we're at such a low part count that we might be able to go and just use the universal storage options. So we're gonna need at least 2 of those, I think. We'll have one of them for advanced goo units. And the other one's gonna be for the advanced material bays. Ooh. Interesting. I like that a lot, actually. How they're much larger. They didn't just smash it into a smaller one like that. Then either a structural piece or another core to get an attachment point that's level with those. And then where do we go from there? Then I think we could use one of those internal bays to kind of hide the rest of that stuff. See, did I not get the universal storage magnetometer? Doesn't look like it did. So to make up for one of those cores, if we do another 2 cores, we could put this on. But then we're gonna have 3 nodes that are open, because we don't need any life support stuff. Oh yeah, and then on the other side of the decoupler and up above, I need to leave enough room for chutes as well. So which way do we want to go here? If we do another core, then I don't know, that's probably the fairest way to do it. Plus it's sized properly. So that's over half of our experiments. Let's go back into structural. What are we at? 21 out of 30? Was it not in here? Oh, it's under payload. Payload. We've got that one, but I think that one explodes. I think I would rather have this one, because that one will just open. And then that, I think, will fit all the rest of this stuff. So, can you use a seismic accelerometer without being set down? Can you use that out in space? Been a minute since I played. Just making sure that I only have one. We're gonna want that. We're gonna want, we could probably actually cozy the magnetometer up in here too, couldn't we? Maybe. Doesn't seem to want to let me click on the core part there. So I was kind of thinking something like that for now. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we need to be on the ground to be able to use that. I don't think that's one of the ones we can use in flight. A thermometer. And what am I missing here? This is atmospheric only. We could probably use this one if we can actually achieve an orbit with this monstrosity. We've already got the mystery ooze. RPWS is going to go on the outside probably, unless I end up putting a structural part in here. Because I don't know of any way to put it inside of a bay. I don't think there's any pretty way for me to put this in here. Yeah, you wouldn't think so, would you? Wouldn't think there'd be a whole lot of seismic activity in outer space. Yeah, I don't think this peg is gonna fit in that hole at all. Let's just set it there so I don't forget about it. Science Junior we got, Mr. U we got, magnetometer boom we've got. Won't need the oceanography or bathymetry. A radial material bay from SSTU. I think I would prefer to use the universal storage one. So I think that's all of our experiments. Let's get rid of this guy. If I can make this not look like shit, then we'll go for it, but if it's just not in the cards, it's just not in the cards. By golly, I think that'll work. We're not clipping into this. There's the handle. That looks like kind of crappy. Yeah, I guess that is true. We have on occasion been known to create our own seismic activity. I'm not a huge fan of that. I think maybe if I move it back a little bit further, it won't look so janky. But I don't know if it's going to clear the other way. Because if the little handle part is already popping through into the next compartment. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. It almost looks like we knew what we were doing and meant for that to happen. But I am having a problem with the nose cone, and I'm very, very, very close to having a problem with the door. No, I do think that I'm clipping on that side of the door. I do have Probes Plus, I believe. Maybe if I offset. I don't don't know if I hate that any less. Let's move this guy out of there. Maybe we can use the barometer to hide the back end of the other experiment. Hey, whoa, oh god. You stay there. I want that. Yeah, okay, never mind. Barometer's nowhere near large enough. I just don't want the handle to pop through the side of that by itself, you know? I think I'm just gonna end up attaching this outside. Don't think that one's gonna be in the cards. I think that I want this one back in here on angle snap. Right in the middle. That might fit. These two can go together, that's fine. I don't think there's anything else that we need to put over here. And then let's take the Gorsat. Actually, I want to reattach that with angle snap on up here from a default orientation. Does that look like we meant to do it? It has RPWS things that look different and that are smaller. I must not have any unlocked. I don't see any other variations of it. Universal Storage also has one that folds away a little bit more cleanly. But I don't think I have any of them right now. Unfortunately. But that's okay. One external experiment I'm willing to deal with, and we might even be able to use the material bay. Because what are we at? 28 out of 30? Ooh, shit. We don't have control surfaces or our extra antenna yet. Don't think I'm going to be able to use that guy anyway, though. Think I'm going to end up having to go with the Communitron, which apparently has the exact same range as our Omni antenna, so fuck it. The Comtech is slightly higher ranged. The dipole we wouldn't want to use because we can't fold it up. And the Reflectron is kind of out of the equation. So the Comtech is a maybe. I do still want 2 batteries. I do need an Omni antenna. Let's try out the Omni antenna first. We're just going to low orbit. Might be adequate. Might not have to worry about it. Let's grab a structural part. Anything will do. I would like for this to... Let's see. Let's make you shorter. Or can I? Shit. Can't do it with that. It's gonna have to be the medium. Put that in there. That's not gonna work the way that I want it to work. I'm gonna have to attach it out here. That one had a little bit of an angle applied to it, so I want to grab something that's gonna lay flush. RPWS. There we go. That's a lot cleaner. It does cost one extra part, but totally worth it. And then we'll put our Omni on the back side of it. Or directly through the fucking middle of it. Come here. How the hell am I gonna grab that now? Got it. There we go. And then these guys are off. I want them probably on the outer wall here. Oop, angle's off. Unfortunately, we won't have the luxury of solar yet. Not until we upgrade our part count. So this little guy just needs to go up, do an orbit, get the fuck back down. Hopefully we've got enough battery to make it happen. I'm hoping that 2 will do it. If 2 won't do it, we'll do 1 battery and 1 solar panel, and we'll have to do our launch during the daytime. We'll have to have the side that has the solar panel facing outward. We'll probably actually put the solar panel internal. Now, what do I do about a fairing for this, though? Uh-oh. I might be 1 part too short. Retract? Maybe not. Close. Anything poking out? Nope, looks good. What about up here? Pretty close. There was a little bit of clip in there. Okay, there we go. Nothing poking out. I'm digging it. I'm liking it. This entire rocket is made with parts that I really have never used before. Ah, shoot. God damn it. Those parts were attached to that. I'm a fucking idiot. And now that I've thrown it away... Oh, good. Okay, I can control Z it. So you come here, and you come here. Then I can throw that away. It's gonna have to be a chute on top, and I'm not gonna be able to salvage the rocket. Ah, shoots. Unless I go with lower power. Nah, either way, even if I go with lower power, I totally see us needing generator there. So that extra probe core, or that extra structural core in here is maybe fucking me a little bit. But if I swap it out for a structural piece, I'm in no better condition. Yep, and even if we do that, yeah, we need one more decoupler. Or a parachute capable of landing the entire upper stage. Probably a decoupler, though. Alright, let's get this guy squared away. Because we know that it's coming with us. Let's just grab a new one. Still offset a little bit, isn't it? Ugh. Oh well, fuck it. Previously, just to make it a little bit easier, and to give it a little bit of the angle that I wanted, I had them attached to the nose cone. The nose cone is going to have to become a parachute. I'm stretching it a little thin on our part count here. I think you're actually fine just going through into 2 different compartments. RPWS is fine the way it is, or we could put that out on the surface too. Because yeah, I need a fairing and I need parachutes. So the RPWS is not going to get the luxury of the additional bay there. I may not even be able to bring this back in all covered up. Because I wonder if we're going to need a heat shield. Made it look so pretty. Back over to payload. Because we're gonna have to kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. We've got to have a payload bay in here. Let's see, and you'll have to go that way. Hide all of this shit. And then I think I actually need you on this structural adapter. I'm probably only going to be able to go with 1 battery. Let's see, how can I reposition this? Let's have you off to the side. Get rid of your twin there. Then this will attach to the top of that. Hello? Damn it. No, I think I'm gonna have to have the RPWS on top where we can open it and close it. I don't want to deploy this fairing, is the problem that I keep running into. I think the structural piece is warranted. I think that's totally must have. I like the nose cone part, or the slanted fairing up here for the rest of it. Although I could live without that too, couldn't I? If I deploy this and then our chute, it's gonna have to come in naked though, without any kind of a covering. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Trying to decide if this would look better if it flares out and then goes to this diameter, or go straight up and then come to a point and get rid of this. Because I don't like how they don't touch there. Let's see if we have another option. A better option for a payload fairing. Not really. Because I don't want to have an additional adapter in here just to make these 2 parts touch. But I don't want them floating out there like a, you know, with just magic either. So you're not going to do... It might end up having to be the service bay. God damn it. Interstage pedal adapter. What is that? What if I put that on the bottom then? Because you form your fairing upward, right? Okay. Maybe that's the best way to go. That way we can't, like, see the freaking gap in there. We're all gonna know it's there, but we don't have to look at it. Okay, now I'm a little happier. I'm a little less happy with the magnetometer arm, but I think if we put this guy off at an angle, then I'll feel a little bit better about it. And the RPWS cannot be here. It's going to have to go in here, so I'm just gonna have to suck it up. When I put everything from the probe core up inside of a fairing, because I have to have something that I can right click on, and I'd like for we're using the fairing to kind of make an artificial what do you call it, artificial dear god, payload bay, service bay. So the fairing, I want the fairing to stay on there, otherwise all of these things are exposed when we re-enter the atmosphere, and that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. I think it'll look better. A fully encapsulated probe. That thing is going to be a pain in my neck, though. At this point, as long as I can get it to work with the parts that we have at our disposal, I'm happy. Maybe if I offset the angle? That won't work. That might work with the right angle. What if I put it... It's just the handle that bugs the shit out of me. Ooh. Eliminate the handle from the equation. What handle, I ask you? We are no longer an OCD-friendly stream. It's official. But we're a clip-friendly stream. Okay, retract that piece of shit. Let's move this guy a little bit forward and out of the way of it. Let's go ahead and get this guy on the opposite wall here. Oh god, some of those Twitch clips. Don't look. Don't look, you don't want to know. By far my favorite Twitch clip is still playing X4, bitching about how nobody ever does any clips unless I'm failing something while I'm in the middle of failing something and somebody clipped it. It's my favorite clip. What do you think? We still haven't taken care of the most important things, which are our thrust to weight ratios and whatnot, but I think we're on the right track. So back over to utility. We need that little top parachute. One or the other of these is not going to survive this. Like, no matter what I do, there's just no way. I don't have enough parts left over to allow for the parachutes, the number of parachutes that I need. They're gonna have to be radial, and we're gonna have to find peace with that. I think it's actually going to be easier to make the bottom, the main lifter, the part that survives, than it would be for me to make the top, the part that survives. Maybe. That is a fucking huge chute. Holy shoot. I think it'll have to do. It is a tad large. It's what it would take to make that recoverable, though. Yeah, I think that this part we're gonna have to disconnect from. Oh, which means that I'm a part short still. Son of a fucking pain in the goddamn. Okay, we can do this. Because you can't disconnect from the probe core, right? Okay, so fuck survivability and reusability. It's just not gonna happen with this. Sorry. Sorry, parachutes. You're dead to me. You won't work. Gotta grab those off. We can deactivate that because it's not gonna happen. Because yeah, we're gonna need the radial chutes up top somewhere. And probably a far smaller version of them. Let's downscale you. That's one of your favorites. Who needs a spine anyway? Yeah, that was the straw that broke Isley being one of my pilots back. That was the end of that shit. It was fun while it lasted. I think we got the walking papers there. Joke was on her though, because at that point we just sent her on a never-ending mission into deep space. Because you can't actually leave the job site if you never make it home. Hey, wait a minute. Tricky little shit, just one of you. Oh god, what have I done? Why won't you go in? No, but I just... God damn it. Okay, fine. Okay. How are we looking? I think I like it. We don't need to open up the bottom fairing. The payload fairing. As far as I'm seeing here, it's not even in... Ah, it is. Okay, so you... disable staging. And of course it's not going to do it. You son of a bitch. So you're gonna go up at the top. These guys will be one step ahead of that. We're gonna have to open this thing up before we deploy the secondary chute. Which is fine. This is gonna act as a drogue, so let's increase its deployment altitude. That puts us at 31 out of 30. What did I do wrong? What have I done? Did I put 2 of something in here? I got rid of the parachutes down here. I added 1 there, and I needed a decoupler. How did I go over on my part count? Time to make a boom. Hell yeah. How did I do that? Where's my extra part? Ah! Sneaky little shite. I had 2 thermometers and 2 barometers in there. I knew I wasn't losing my mind yet. It's a little too early in the day. Try and cover up that parachute with the larger one. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Okay, now we're at 29 out of 30, and the final piece to this is going to be a decoupler. Right there. If I can remember where the hell decouplers are. Should we just do the SSTU again? Texture decoupler. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was going to actually detach. Alright. Test flight. We have no fucking control surfaces. I didn't even think to check if this was going to have gimbal because I assumed that we would. This does not gimbal. Balls. Unfortunately, no heat shield. We're going to be using an engine for a heat shield. That's why I was thinking that the heavy lifter down here, it'd be easier for us to make that recoverable than it would be for us to make this part recoverable, because we wouldn't have retro rockets or anything like that. We basically deploy our parachutes, then use the drag from the parachutes, keeping us aloft, and then just let her rip and let go of it. We just don't have the parts. I don't think I'm going to be able to use this engine because it doesn't gimbal. I need something that has vectoring. Oh yeah, we'll check that when we get the engines all taken care of. Or, I'll completely forget. One of those two things. What a cool looking engine. Okay. I'm overdoing it. So, stage 1. Then we can just hot fire the next stage, since this is not going to be recoverable. That can go in there. The final decoupler may as well actually be paired up with the chutes, or at least the top chute, and then the secondary chute we have to open up the bay for. So, I guess I'm going to have to go with 2 of these, won't I? Because we're going to start at a thrust to weight ratio at sea level of 1.13. Oh, there we go. Now it's the same color, at least. So if I use 2 of them, we're at a thrust to weight ratio of 2. Yeah, we're going to have to go double. And we want to just adjust the mount, right? Is it the mount or the top? It's definitely not engine rotation. Oh no, we would do that with the bottom of the other tank, wouldn't we? I gotcha. Okay. You get back to where you were. Oh god damn it. Let's go for a retry. 323. This one's a little bit more powerful. They both have vectoring. What would you give us? 1.19, so it's still not quite going to be enough. I need 2 engines of some type. So let's go back to that one. And I don't remember how I changed the color on it, because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing with these. But I do want to double. Then with this one... Nope. Wrong hole. Mount. Aha. Yes, Copernicus did finally get an update. I don't know if it's going to be on CCAN quite yet, so just grab it and install it manually. And it comes with modular flight integrator, so you don't have to worry about the dependency for it. Then another thing that it didn't come with is texture replacer. Probably going to want to grab that too. I don't know which mount to go with. Oh, the new one is up on CCAN now? Sweet! There's too many options. You need to stay all the way up there. What am I doing? Core texture? No. Mount. Ah, there we go. I can just click and drag. Much more better. So do we have anything that... Can I line that up with that? Okay, that'll work. And how do I change the color? Not that I care about such things. I think it was the Mountain Nova that's the orange, right? I don't like how it overhangs there. Oh, we got tons of shit pirate. If you use CCAN, if you go into the Discord, there's a KSP channel. We've got a couple of patches in there, and we've got a CCAN favorite list of everything that we use and a list of what we installed manually. And that'll be the most up-to-date one to check. There is one in the info panels, it's just a little bit more of a pain in the ass for me to throw it down there. Spacing. Can I lower spacing? Oh. And then if I lower spacing, can I rotate to compensate? Because there's that one nozzle that's going to be a little fuckered for me doing that. Ah, fuck it. Let's just leave it. We'll just leave it. Okay, so, last thing. Thrust limiter. I don't know if the 1.5 and 1.75 really still applies. Let's try it out at 1.5 at sea level. And then for our upper stage, let's take that down to 1 at sea level. And let's just see what happens. So we're going to fire our main lifter. We're going to hot fire our second stage. Then separate from the upper stage and deploy our top chute at the same time. I may change my mind on that, and matter of fact, let's just have that activated. Then as soon as it partially deploys, we should be able to safely separate from the rest of this. Then we'll open up our bay and we'll deploy our final chute. Let's give it a shot. Yes, 2.7. 1/4 real scale. So I'm not really sure. I think the top of the atmosphere is at 85. I think that's what Isley said. So we're going to aim for 90 kilometers. Maybe. Throttle up. 3, 2, 1, a go. Yeah, we're not doing too bad on the acceleration. This thing is super tall. I have no control surfaces of any kind. So I'm going to delay just slightly into the gravity turn. And usually we do it at about 10 kilometers, so let's wait until about 15. And we'll see if she does somersaults. If she does, we'll try it again. I don't really know what to expect here. Let's hit the wrong shit first. Then we'll unlock the maneuver nodes and we'll get our Delta V information out here. I'm not seeing atmospheric effects, so I'm just gonna keep throttling back to about anywhere between 175 and thrust to weight ratio of 2. Till it starts to look like we're forcing ourselves through the air. Let's see if we can lean here. Look at that nozzle. Oh yeah, look at all that control. Dig it, baby. Apoapsis is approaching 40 kilometers. By the time it's at about 50, I want to be at about a 45-degree angle, I think, but I think I'm still being a little bit conservative here. So there's 50, and we'll just keep nosing down. We're about done with that first stage. AP has reached 60. Thrust to weight ratio is at 2.5. And we'll delay at about a 10-degree angle for the stage. Looks like I ended up at about 15. Just gonna hot stage. Full throttle. 72 for our apoapsis. Actual altitude, 55 kilometers. I'm gonna push it up to probably about 90 and see if we can re-enter from 90 safely. The other thing that we could do, since the main goal here is to make monies. Ooh, wait a minute. Nope, we're still looking good. Okay, so we're coming up on 80 kilometers now. We're done with about 25% of our fuel. I don't think we're gonna make an orbit, though. I think I'm gonna bump the thrust to weight ratios up, and I think our control seemed pretty fine, so let's be a little bit more aggressive about it. It's not going terrible, though. Down to nearly 50% fuel. We're gonna fall just short of an orbit, I think. We're barely getting out of the atmosphere now. Apoapsis just passed 86. And what's our final target orbital speed? Was it 36 or 3900? Somewhere around there. This is fast enough. We would be in an orbit on stock right now. But we are not on stock. We've hit 90. Let's go horizontal. If we have to, I'll leave this fucking probe up there. Got the map view. Yeah, it's looking fucking terrible, man. Terrible. And what is this? Is that the orbit that we're supposed to get into? To get paid on this contract? Are you fucking kidding me? Probe, establish stable orbit, and return? Oh my god. We need to make more money. This part restriction is not helping. But we are in space, so we could use this as an opportunity to get a little bit more science. No, actually I think we've exhausted all of our science at this, in this biome, haven't we? Wrong button. Deploy bays. We have a couple of experiments that we just didn't have before. Ooh, interesting. It didn't run any of the internal experiments. So that's going to be a problem until we get action groups. All y'all apparently doesn't like it. That or they don't like being inside of a bay when we run them. Or I have the wrong thing in here. Is there actually an experiment in here? No, the experiment's in there. Interesting. Okay, we're approaching the upper atmosphere again. I want to close all these doors, too. I'm gonna have to take these out on the launch pad and see what's going on. Observe mystery goo. Oh, okay, I just had chosen the wrong option. I opened up their fucking doors instead of actually running the experiment itself. Rip. But we've already got all of our mystery goo stuff. So first things first, let's take all those out. Since we've already got all those experiments performed in low orbit, we don't need them. Until we get the upgrades that we need. Why do I have decoupler? Oh, okay, because I accidentally clicked on the payload fairing. It's a little bit difficult to aim our camera here and see if that makes it any easier. Yeah, that's much easier. Retract. Any of the rest of you open? Is this what it's like to be a space mechanic? Crawling around in the engine compartment of something? And I waited far too long to turn retrograde. We're probably fucked. But I think we should revert and redesign anyway. We didn't need whatever that was, I'm sure. The hell was it? Was that our... wasn't our engine? I don't know what the hell just blew up. Bye-bye parachute, though. Bye-bye. There goes the fairing into all of our experiments. And now we no longer have control, so we'll just watch it blow up and then we'll go do a redesign. Because we have a lot of parts. We have, what, 10 parts that we can cut out of this now? 11 parts that we can cut out of this now. That just aren't going to be necessary until we get our upgrades. You can make it, little mystery goo cans. You're gonna be fine. Oh, that's our Science Junior cans. You can make it, Science Junior cans. Nice. So something's gonna bomb somewhere, but it's gonna take forever for it to hit the ground. Let's go back to the VAB. Revamp. Not a failure? Yeah, I don't know about that. This is a failure. 3,900-ish. Okay. So this won't really take a whole lot of reconfiguring. But I didn't even think about the fact that we don't need these right now. Not for our current mission. So all of this is just extra. Don't need it. Then when it comes to all of this shit, that can go inside of a material bay, so we don't need a fairing anymore. That can go inside of a payload bay. Service bay, whatever. We technically don't even need the structural piece anymore either, because the RPWS isn't going to need to attach to anything, and we don't need a structural standoff anymore, so that can go there. Batteries can go on the ceiling to hide that thing. We did make progress, it was just at the cost of a probe. That poor probe is never gonna walk right again. A poor little guy. Oh, thank you, Isley. You can also do ! Discord, and that'll get you a permanent invite link. Actually, I don't think they do permanent invite links anymore, so it may need updated later on. Why, if I hold Alt, won't you attach to that? Fine. Fine, whatever. We'll just throw that there. Because that little part shouldn't make any difference. That can all be closed up. And what else were we living with out there? Not counting parachutes. Absolutely, Kuzu. Absolutely anytime you can ask any questions that you would like. Even if it's not a game that we're currently playing. Just ask away. I was hoping that there was a way to do our spacing in tenths, but it looks like I can only do it in quarters. But that's okay. We're gonna boost that up. So we've lowered our overall weight, we've lowered our overall profile as well. A heat shield, I mean, could go with a heat shield. I'm debating whether we want to use these extra parts, because now we're down to 19 out of 30. Do we want to use those to make these stages recoverable? Three high gain directional and one omnidirectional antenna. What should you do now? Now you need a resonant orbit. Well, wait, if it's a single relay, and if you have a way to get them, then you just want to get it up into the final orbit that you're looking for your relay network. But typically, it's better to do a deployer and a resonant orbit and bring 4 relays up at a time. And then you go into your resonant orbit and you can use your shorter or longer orbital period to space your relays appropriately so that they're 90 degrees roughly from one another. Otherwise, with just a single relay, you probably don't need the Kerbal. Probably send that up and maintain your connection. As long as once you hit about 70 kilometers, activate your stage all of your fairings at about 55, and once you hit 70 kilometers, activate your directional antenna and get that hard connection to the Space Center so you don't lose it. Just a helper relay for now? Oh, okay, so with your high gain antennas and your omnidirectional. The omnidirectional, as long as it's within range, will do all the work. You need one of your high gain antennas to be pointed either in cone mode at Kerbin, so that any facility that's within cone mode at that range will be connected to it, or you want one of them just to directly connect to the command center. If you only have the command center, if you have multiple sites, do cone mode and use an antenna that's got like a 90 degree so that you're covering the entire visible surface of the planet with one antenna, no matter how many sites are present or not present. And then the other two, direct one of them at active vessel and direct the other one at whatever the next relay in the chain is going to be. The active vessel one will help your next flight for your second satellite, and then when you're done, change that one to the first relay, or the last relay in the chain. So relay number 1 will connect to relay number 2 and relay number 4, or number 2 and number 3 if you're only going to do 3 satellites. You want all of those to be able to communicate with the next satellite in front of it and behind it in the chain. You want it to automatically target active vessel, and you want it to automatically target either in cone mode at Kerbin or directly to the Space Center, so that you have a complete network no matter what. And then if you end up with a spare, that's fine too, because that'll be used for cone mode to one or both moon, and then you'll have relays that'll prevent the moons from being able to block your direct signal. And usually with those, I just do 2 of them, because at any one time, typically, you know, if the moon is in between the 2 of you, you would only have a very short amount of time for a satellite in low orbit to be able to breach that, or to make that connection. And I put them in kind of an elliptical orbit, so they take very little time. If this was the moon, I want my satellites to be hanging out up here for a long time, while the second satellite is making its way around the surface and then coming out for its long orbit. So I want these 2 in opposite orbits, elliptical orbits, where they go way out and then they come in way close and very quickly make their rounds. And then while this one's approaching AP way up here, the other one is approaching PE over here. So usually that takes care of it, and that seems to be about the least amount of satellites that you can use. But if you use ScanSats too, then start setting up your scan satellites to be redundant relays, and then you can almost completely eliminate the need for redundant relays. because your scan satellites are taking, you know, those are mostly going to be in a polar orbit anyway, and then when you're done with them, you just put them into an elliptical orbit in the opposite directions. And you'll end up with like 2 or 3 of them, or just smash the extras into the surface. How's it going, Mr. Icky? So I think for this guy, we needed some pretty big parachutes down here to make it recoverable. And I'm gonna want those parachutes, actually probably surface attached, right? Oh yeah, ask away. But I don't think we needed anything else on the top. Not for this mission. I think that this, because of our excess thrust to weight ratios, let's take our thrust limiter away, and let's expand on our upper stage. Right now it's holding 351 fuel. If we go up 2 notches, we're at what? 450. Well, 468, so we've added about 100 liquid fuel. That'll take our primary stage down to 1.9. And our upper stage to 1.9 as well? Okay. I'm cool with that. But I do need parachutes in there, and I still want the decoupler. We could do a stack separator and waste the separator, or we could just do radial attached parachutes, or we could even put a service bay on and hide them in there at the cost of 1 additional part. So utility... a 74% chance of recovery unless we do 6. That leaves us with 5 spare parts for the upper stage. We have another minor test that we need to perform too. That's at 150% size. Let's go ahead and grab a copy of those. Start with 3. 3's fine. What if we scale them down? 3's still fine. What if we have 2? 2's fine. Perfect. And I don't know if we have a problem with staging, or if I was just absolutely fucking tripping when I thought that that would be enough parachutes for this part. So let's check over the staging first, because it could go either way. So we have the ignition of our main engine. Let's get that out of here so that everything's not all green. The ignition of our main engine assembly. There. The separation, but without the hot firing of the next stage, since we have chutes. So separation here. All of our chutes can go into the same stage, because stage recovery doesn't require, it just requires that they're present, doesn't require that they actually be activated. We want our upper chute in the same stage as this decoupler, and then our internal chute just in this final stage. And those will take care of themselves as we go. Stage recovery says there's no fucking way that that's enough parachute to slow this thing down. But I'm curious if it's right. Let's do a save. We're going to do a very quick test flight. It really depends on the power of the omnidirectional antenna. And typically I don't set them up like that. Typically I do use the more powerful directional antennas. If you happen to have one that can communicate from satellite to satellite, that's by far the better way to go, the safer way to go. So no countdown or anything, 3, 2, 1, blah, 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 go. I just want to get a little bit of airtime here. That would be our separation and then the firing of the follow-up stage. Then we would separate from that and deploy our first chute. This needed to be open. Oh yeah, like, that's way more than enough chute. Let's cut this chute. We don't even need the internal chute. We good. Okay. I thought that it was wrong. Stage recovery is a really wonderful tool there, where it'll give you an idea of whether stage recovery itself would be able to recover a vessel if it weren't the active vessel. It just kind of poofs it out of existence once it gets down to about 5 kilometers from the surface. And according to stage recovery, this would not be recoverable. Actually, I have no idea what the fuck's going on here, but I don't know. Maybe it's broken. Maybe it's just not compatible. It's like, I don't know what the hell's going on, but we'll try it. We'll give it a proper go this time. I think the 1.8 thrust to weight ratio might be a good place to be, but we are still a little low on our delta V. I thought that we were over 5,000 before. That's probably our problem. So I have 3 additional parts. That's enough for a decoupler, an additional tank, and another engine up top. Or we do a larger assembly and we just make this wider. I don't know, that feels excessive for the payload, though. I feel like maybe I'm spending more effort getting this amount of fuel up into space than I am getting this payload into space. So 4,429 meters a second at delta V. Our target is around 5,000, I think. Our thrust to weight ratio is 2.14 though, so with the upper one, let's make it a little bit larger and see where that leaves us. 4.5, 4.6. We're still looking okay on the lower stage. Oh, and I've gone too far. And we're still within all of our height, width, length, and mass, as well as part count parameters. I feel like that's not going to be enough chutes anymore, though. Stage recovery has taken a break, apparently. Let's go down to 2 down here now that we're not going to use the wider tank. But they're still at the inflated size. They're still pretty big. Put a 2 down there, 4 smaller ones up here, and see how that works out. And then the Merlin. Do I already have the 1B? I do. The Merlin has a thrust of 161 in vacuum. So do I swap that out for something more efficient, or do I go for something more powerful and more tank? I think I swap it out for something slightly more powerful and with a larger tank. But I don't think I'm going to be able to find it within SSTU parts. Because the alternative there is to go for a cluster, right? Or have more engines. We're still looking okay on the bottom, though, I think. 1.8 is just about right. 4,800. Don't think that's enough, is it? It might be enough for like an absolutely perfect launch, but I can guarantee that we're not going to make an absolutely perfect launch. I mean, I do have room for additional fuel down here. $4,838, 77. There's 4,9. It's just under 5,000, but with a suboptimal secondary stage thrust to weight ratio. Let's try it. Let's see where it ends up, because it should be fairly close, I think. So we'd separate there, fire our next stage, disconnect from this while activating our upper parachute, and this other parachute doesn't need to be in there. You can go, sir. That put us just over 5,000 DV. Save it? Let's give it a shot. Oh, but yes, one omnidirectional antenna. I think you might need two, actually. But I think in theory, one omnidirectional antenna should be enough to both accept and send out a relay signal. I'm still surprised that this thing isn't falling over without launch stability enhancers. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's get all of our data up. Not gonna get much of a burn out of this bottom one. Yeah, no problem. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Multitasking, when it comes to talking and doing stuff, not my strong suit. I'm still considering breaking this up into 3 stages, but I feel like this is way more rocket than I actually should need for what we're doing. Could be wrong. Let's go ahead and start into our gravity turn a little bit earlier than we did last time. Only a little bit, like 2 kilometers earlier than we did last time. But I'm going to follow through with the rest of the gravity turn a little bit more gradually. And I didn't bother to throttle down. I wanted to get out of that lower atmosphere as quickly as I could with that that bottom stage. So we're finally pointed at a 90 degree, or sorry, a 45 degree angle, and our AP is already at about 70 kilometers. And I think about every, I don't know, 2.5, 3, 4 kilometers, I want to take another 5 degrees into our angle. Because I feel like we lost a shitload of speed staying within the atmosphere for so long. So we're at 78 now, 79. I've delayed at a 20 degree angle. We've got about 3/4 of our fuel remaining. We've only got about 1/3 of our orbital velocity achieved. About 3,000 DV remaining too. 87, there's 88K on our AP. We're at a 10 degree angle. And there's 90. It's 89.5. So we'll just lay over horizontal and we'll eke out the rest of it. Let's see how it goes. Go, little guy, go! We're coming up on about half of our fuel remaining. We're at about half of our orbital velocity target. And we still want to deorbit too. And now I'm going to start to nose down into a more negative angle, but only just enough to keep us at around 90 kilometers for an AP. That'll give us an orbit that's about 10 kilometers above the atmosphere. And we are in space right now, too. We're currently at 87K. So we should be approaching AP, since AP is 90 and we're at 88.5. So let's go out to the map view. And we just want to get as close as we can to AP and then pitch back a little bit while we burn through the remainder of our fuel. See if we can circularize. The goal here is an orbit. Any kind of orbit. We'll already happen to be in space, so we'll perform a couple of experiments for a little bit of extra science. But we don't get paid unless we get an orbit. And I want to be as close to horizontal without passing AP as possible. So normally we would do this with instruments, but I didn't go and throw the Kerbal Engineer chip in. Alright, it's not pretty. I went a little too far, but we did achieve our first orbit of 90 kilometers, 90.3, and since I went a little too far, I thought we had further to go, 121 kilometer AP. So we have to do a round. We can't deorbit this vehicle without a connection until I get the ability to make maneuver nodes. Let's go ahead and open our bay. Never mind, wrong one. Deploy primary bay, hopefully before I lose connection. Perform all science. Let's check our contract. Sweet. So we did establish a stable orbit, and we did satisfy the requirements of that mission. We'll go ahead and grab all that real quick. We will go and toggle the RPWS as well as the magnetometer arm, and then we'll close all of our doors. Or I'll just continue to right click on the wrong shit. And now this is another iffy part of the mission. Do we have to deorbit now, or do we have enough power to go around for a completed orbit and then try to deorbit? It's hard to say. We just lost our connection. So we would technically be without power. It looks like the SSTU probe core did not get the memo that it's not supposed to have a connection. But we know that it's not, so we'll just time warp. And we're keeping a very close eye on our electric charge. I could also throw this into hibernate if it's going to be really close. We gotta see if we have enough fuel to deorbit, and we have to have enough power to send the message up to it to deorbit itself. So hopefully, we just need a little burst. And that's about all we've got. Yeah, it looks like we'll have enough power. We just passed about midnight. We took off a little bit before noon, so we should have enough power to reestablish a connection. And this free spin that we're in is going to work out in our favor because we want to fire our engine as soon as it's pointed retrograde. Alright, we've got our connection back, and our spin is stopped, son of a bitch. Come on, Octo. Am I still in time warp at all? Octo, come on. Oh no. Oh no. Octo, get your shit together. We need to go retrograde. Definitely not outward. I want to throttle up just a smidge to give us a bit of a spin. If we don't have any additional reaction wheels, we're gonna need them. Oh right, we have mandatory RCS. What we really need is RCS. I forgot that I threw that in at the last minute. No wonder our gyroscopic control isn't doing dick. It's not supposed to. Okay, we need to keep an eye on our PE. We don't want it to go too low, like that. Fuck. We don't want to plummet directly down toward the surface. We want plenty of atmosphere to help us slow down, especially since we don't have a heat shield. Yeah, I think so too. If nothing else, some even a couple of liquid boosters. I think there's more efficient ways than as tall as we made this, and the way that we ended up getting her done. But I'm brand new to SSTU. I am liking it. I'm definitely liking it. Some really cool stuff. I need to get some monopropellant in this thing. And I'm hoping that we don't need a heat shield. We're very, very small. So air resistance should have a very great effect on us. Could have made it half the size in fuel and got up into an orbit. Well, we'll give it a shot. I would like to. This part isn't very small. This part, very, very small. I would really like to point retrograde. Prograde, sorry. Or even upward. Don't have any RCS. We got a foot. So it looks like we just passed AP. Maybe I do just want to use the remainder of our fuel to slow us down a little bit and then disconnect from this thing. Okay, I feel a little bit better about that. I'm hoping that we're not approaching AP again. No, we are past AP. Our PE is now 63. I think we've got a better chance. Let's disconnect. I don't have a heat shield. I should have a heat shield. Definitely should have a heat shield. Let's go and activate our chute while we still have time and electric current to do so, and see what the hell's going to happen. So we just hit the upper atmosphere. We'll go into physics warp. There's a little baby. Where'd the rest of us go? Okay, it's going on a wild ride. Wouldn't be too surprised if we didn't recover that. And damn it, our lift stage was destroyed. Bummer. Well, rip 10 grand. Potentially rip entire mission, unless I go and add some monopropellant to this. And now that we're using the service bay, I should also move the probe core in between the two bays there. So I'm going to just flick in and out of time warp here and see if we can hopefully not overheat. We need monopropellant though. We should start to regain gyroscopic control as we get further and further into the atmosphere, but I don't think that we have enough torque to defeat air resistance at all. Since I don't have an additional reaction wheel, it's just the gyroscopic control that we're going to get from the probe core, which is fairly minimal. Why are you overheating in there? You're not doing your job, little tapered fairing. Yeah, already overheating at 71 kilometers. Not a good sign. And I don't have anything that I can store that data inside of, do I? So that's rip for the thermometer. But we'll add a heat shield. We still have parts that we can add. So we'll add a heat shield and we'll add a set of monopropellant nozzles and a can of fuel. That'll help us out a lot. Even if it's only on one end of the vessel, it'll still help us out a hell of a lot. And I might have to get rid of this fairing. This little tapered fairing. Because it should be protecting those a lot better. Unless it's clipping... No, it's not clipping through the surface. So we might sacrifice a couple of pieces of equipment. That's already going to blow up. Let's just see how the rest of this goes. Bye-bye thermometer. And then I think it's the actual fairing that's heating up there. That one. Think so? I think we're heading for the ground. I don't know if we're gonna hit the ground before nightfall though, and that's gonna be a pain in the ass too. Probably revert if we go past evening. Oh, there goes the fairing. It would have lasted a little bit longer if I wasn't in time warp, but I don't think it would have made it. Yeah, we really don't weigh a whole lot, but we were really high up there when we started overheating. I kind of expected for us to decelerate quite a bit more quickly than we are. So I think a heat shield for sure, I think RCS and a inline reaction wheel. I think that's the ticket. Yeah, the parachute's gone. We're fucked. I just want to see how low we're going to get before the rest of this explodes. See if it's going to overheat. I won't get an accurate representation, but we could do it in physics warp. For science! I don't know, maybe it will live. So we're definitely slowing down a hell of a lot once we get under 45 kilometers of altitude. And then we bomb some poor little village in the middle of Cambodia. Okay, so, back to the van. This is going to be tricky. So, what should I do to have the size of this? Because I agree. I feel like that's totally excessive. Like, that alone is 3,000 DV. Let's keep that at about 3,000. You stay where you are. You guys go in there. And then in this lower bay here, we've got plenty of room. I think I'm gonna put that up top, but let's throw in a reaction wheel. We could do an advanced inline stabilizer, but the weight of it is 1/10 of a ton. Actually, yeah. For safety, let's go for it. Oop. I need you and you separated. I want you in between the probe core and the heat shield. Hello? Trolly little shit. There. Want you there. Want this in here. And then monopropellant nozzles as well as a canister. So if we have a 5-point thruster, we do. Sweet. Then we can get away with just 2 of them. What kind of a tank do I want to go with? I think that'll be perfect. Think that might clip. Nope. If I can't see it, it's not clipping, right? Do want 2 of those, though. right above the decoupler, a heat shield. Oh, what was our part count? Am I already over? I need one more part. Nice, we're at 23 out of 30, but we don't have the lower stage. That's okay. I'd rather have that be disposable than our upper stage for sure. So I have 6 pieces that I can make a lower stage with. That took us down to 2,739 DV. We can go a little bit higher on the fuel there. Should we do the SSTU heat shield? Does that have better options? Oh, I guess you can just resize it, right? Change diameter, texture. Ooh, fancy. Very cool. So a light heat shield will probably be good enough, I think. We're looking at 1.38, 2,991 upper stage delta V. And then do we want to do a... I don't think our SRBs are going to be powerful enough to use those. Yeah, but we're really tiny, so don't we just need a light one? I wouldn't think that we would even need as much as a stock heat shield would give us. Yeah, it connected right. It's got a fairing that it'll make, I think. Unless I missed an option. I think it leaves it see-through so that you can tell what's in there and which part's which. Yeah, so we can make it opaque if we want to. But there's a fairing that'll be there. If it's going to be transparent during flight, then we'll go and set it opaque though. That way if I go to rearrange shit, I know exactly what I'm clicking on. Otherwise, the decoupler, the probe core, and the heat shield all look like the exact same thing, little stripes. Should we go with the big Buku engine again? What do we have, 6 parts? Or do you think that's where I lost a lot of the efficiency? I don't see how I could go half size and half fuel and still get the payload up there, though. We'll just stick with the standard decoupler size. Let's get rid of chutes 2 for now. Just 4 additional parts. Might need those for control surfaces. So no on the engine. Just a cluster of Merlins, maybe? For a more efficient lower stage? Because an engine cluster is the more efficient way to go about it, right? 2 smaller engines is better than 1 bigger one, right? Okay, so kill the upper stage. Well, if we're gonna do that, let's get rid of that entirely. Let's keep our decoupler just off to the side. And let's rebuild the upper stage. So we have a decoupler, we have our heat shield. Let's go with a smaller tank. It's the same tank though, right? And a more efficient engine. Oh god. See, I'm all confused by the 0.5 kilonewtons at sea level and 18 in vacuum. Because that to me means that this is just a tiny little fucker. So I'm just not looking at the right thing. Like, this thing is 16 in 20. The little spark. I'm gonna grab a bunch of these. See what we're looking at here. So I just want a tiny little guy. Oh. Merlin A, you think, for simplicity? Okay. And then just a thrust limiter. Or can I make it smaller and more efficient? Can't really, can I? Go a little bit bigger on the tank. It's a lot of engine. How's it going, Vingorians? Too much? That just seems like way too much engine. Or am I just being a wuss? So that's 2/3 of our Delta V that we need. Just in that one change alone. Let me fix my staging too, because it might be telling little lies. And then only 1,800, and I have the Merlin B on the bottom. But in single right now. Sorry, Isley is helping me out a lot. I am not familiar with this mod. Crash into the moon? Hey, it's harder to hit it than it is to orbit it. You did well. Slammed into the surface at 2 kilometers an hour? Or 2 kilometers a second, probably. Yeah, it do happen. It defo do happen. Cluster this one into a duel. Learning. We're just a little bit low on our target DV though. Put the service module. Oh, these are so much easier to understand. So, do you use any mods, Fangorians? Because if you don't, one of them that I would suggest if you're open to using mods would be Kerbal Engineer, and then you would have known that if you were going to slam into that or not. And it'll also give you your suicide burn countdown. There's 3.9. There's 4. I'm still about 1,000 DV short though, right? So, we just go up to max? Because we're still at a 1.5. So that's not that bad. And then combine that with SRBs, you think? Should we do SRBs or should we do radially attached liquid fuel. Well, so the mod that I'm suggesting, Kerbal Engineer, all it does is take information that the game already gives you and then makes it a lot easier to access. Go for the small SRBs. Should we do radial attached, or should we do the solid rocket boosters as a main stage? SRBs for the sound. I love SRBs. There's tons of them. There we go. Getting used to where everything is, too. Am I doing that wrong? Oh, I am. Yeah, I want mount. Uh-oh, neighbor dogs are going nuts. Mormons! Oh, you're right, I wasn't even looking. We can make it larger and everything, though. Yeah, let's do radial. Oh, do solid rocket boosters have a built-in decoupler? Or do I need a radial decoupler for SRBs? I think I need a radial. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. And then just balance everything out from there. So you go down here, buddy. You guys are stage number 2. The extra 2 parts, the reason that I didn't add the third solid rocket booster is I would like to put a parachute on these. You go... Come here. Want to be able to get a look underneath it. I guess I'm not done adjusting them though, am I? So there's no point in me lining that up. Upper 4-3 short. Oh, I want the upper... into a dome probably, don't I? Ah. Fancy. Oh my. Oh my god. That escalated quickly. And we're gonna want to rest on those because well, I guess I do have enough parts for an additional, for launch stability enhancers and maybe even control surfaces, don't I? And did these have separation rockets? I see a little nodule there, a little indent. So I'm assuming that those will separate themselves, right? Is there a stage for that? How do I tell it when to fire the main one and when to fire those? Or does it just know? Because if that's the case, I want the decoupler right in the center, right? No stage for it? Okay. When they decouple, it'll just fire? That's amazing. Love it. Oh, you are so fancy, SSTU. And I'm gonna fuck everything up a little bit by being a cheapskate and throwing on some radial shoots. Let's put them closer to the bottom. Yeah, actually, I don't know if stage recovery is gonna recover. I don't know what the hell. I don't understand why it's saying that our little final capsule won't survive, because it definitely will. What do you think we should aim for? I see we go down to about 2. I think I also want to throttle this though, don't I? Yeah, not bad at all. Like 1.3 at sea level, so I could take these guys down a little bit further. Or do you think 175 is probably the way to go? That'll still leave us at about 6K. $32,000 investment, much shorter and prettier. I don't think these chutes are going to do a goddamn thing. So let's trade those out for aerodynamic surfaces. Hello. None of that. Okay, that's not gonna work. Normally I would put them on the SRBs and then we would stage them. I guess I'll have to just go with 2 and do it that way. I don't have the extra 1 part that I want to put 2 on this as well. But we'll probably be okay, because we're going to use the SRBs to do most of our initial ascent straight up, right? And then this will at least allow us to lean over a little bit more steady. Really don't need it? Alright. Off with it then. Alright. Should we test it? I feel like this might be a little low now for some reason. Oh, I see why. Because my staging was fucked up. You go down there, buddy. Then I can take these guys all the way down to somewhere just over 1.5 and get this guy down to about 1.4 separation. And we'll bump this one up. Alright, let's try it. See what she does. Oh yeah, in this upper stage. I don't think we need a thrust to weight ratio of 3. So these are all at sea level. By the time we lose the additional thrust from this, we'll be at 1.37 at sea level, but we won't be at sea level anymore, so I'm assuming, I'm just guessing, that we're going to be at over 1.5, and then same with this. I guess that engine's not any more efficient within or outside of the atmosphere, so bump that one up a bit. Okay, check my staging. Decouple from that stage. We're not going to have parachutes, so we can hot stage the next one. Final disconnect, final parachute, and then the last stage there is to release the heat shield. Not really vacuum. Okay. Alright. You think I should go full throttle on this guy? I was just thinking conserve fuel. I guess even if we do go full throttle, all we'll really end up doing is throttling down, right? So let's fiddle with that. I think we're looking good though. I'm liking it. We were somewhere around 50%, so let's ignite at about 2/3 throttle. If it doesn't fall over, if it does, we'll go back and we'll put in whatchamacallit. Launch stability enhancers. Oh, much smaller. I like it. I dig it. Let's go down to about 2/3. Let's get the Delta V information and everything that we need. Yeah, I wish that it would tell me what I would be at ignition as I adjust the throttle, but that's okay. So we were talking about Kerbal Engineer. That'll give us all of this information all the time up here. And we can also add like suicide burn, which is if you're burning at max throttle, and your suicide burn is not going to account for your flight time, you will crash. If it's exact, then you'll slow down just enough to survive it right before touchdown. Suicide burn plus 10 is slowing down to enough to make a landing 10 seconds before you hit, that kind of a thing. So that's why I recommend, even if you're new to the game, if you're open to using mods, use Kerbal Engineer Redux just to get more information right off the bat. And the thrust to weight ratio information that we were using in the upper right hand corner, that's also Kerbal Engineer Redux. You don't have to have it. You can definitely play the game without it, but I think that it's really a boon to new players, and I love it. 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh yeah, MechJeb has it too. I suck at MechJeb. I really gotta get the hang of it at some point. Let's go and throttle up. I guess we'll just go max till we get our initial velocity. Having to relearn how to warp it. I like it though. And then I'll start to throttle back to maintain a thrust to weight ratio of just under 2. How's it going, Shadow? So we should be able to cut this engine very quickly as we burn through our solid fuel. Save a little bit of gas. See if we have enough control. It's not too bad. It's a little slippy without the liquid fuel engine going. But not terrible. So we're coming up just past 20 kilometers now. AP is already at 36. We've used up 1/3 of our fuel in the liquid booster. And we're just relying on solid rockets for the initial part of our descent for until they run out of gas. And then we'll go full throttle and separate. AP is already up near 70. That was fantastic. We're at 74 on our apoapsis, 75 quickly climbing. Just got about half of our fuel left. We're at about a third of our orbital velocity. There's 81. So let's go ahead and lay over. Oh, I like it. We're still dicking around with the original mission just to establish a stable orbit that we like. We've gone and done a little bit of tinkering. Added some monopropellant to the upper stage. And a heat shield for re-entry. Got about a tenth of our fuel left. AP is staying between 80 and 85. Which is a little bit low, I forgot. I need to be aiming for around 90. So let's pitch back. Blow everything up. It's okay. This is JNSQ, the, I think you say it is JNSQ, the new, like, overhaul for the stock system. It's got additional bodies. It's at a native 2.7 scale, made by Mr. Galileo. And then we have a shitload of mods that we're using on top of that, too. We're sitting at somewhere around, like, 105 mods right now. Which isn't too bad, in my opinion. Alright, and the rest of it is just finishing out that orbit. So let's kill the engine because I have a feeling that AP is a little ways out in front of us. And we're in space, right? 85 is the edge of space? 85K, isn't it? And actually, what we should add, I should add the links to JNSQ to the exclamation point mods, because that's like definitely the centerpiece, right? I'm just hoping that we don't lose connection. Ooh. Doing okay with staying on target. Just want to get a little bit closer to AP since we're not going to lose any speed due to air resistance. We're losing just that little bit of speed because we're approaching AP. Okay, let's fire back up and get us an orbit. And this is the target orbit for a future contract that I'm hoping that we're going to be able to get done today. Need to get a probe all the way up to there. So I'm just trying to stay at AP till we finalize an orbit here. I overdid it a little bit again. We're at 90 and 102. I gotta get my timing down, I guess. Okay, so we have a couple of experiments that we want to perform, and then we'll rotate around. We'll do one complete orbit. And then we'll go ahead and deorbit. Hopefully successfully this time. Not a whole lot of science left for us to get in a low orbit, but now we've got it. Toggle you and you, hopefully before I lose connection. Actually, I've already lost connection, so that shouldn't have been able to toggle. I'm not going to close the bay. For some reason, this probe core, the SSTU probe core, isn't really working right with remote tech. So I think what I'll do, I'll go check out the names of them and see if I can figure out why, and then we'll edit the patch and see if we can get it to work. Do we have the hyperdrive? We do have it installed, yes sir. The Alcubierre drive. And we'll be using that for the second phase of our playthrough. Yes, we do have an antenna. Just an internal Omni antenna. My slightly more powerful antenna is only barely more powerful, so I just stuck with the single Omni for now. One of them's like 5 and the other one's like 5.5, so I figured, meh. Why add the extra part, you know? So I want to open up our other bay, close the bay that's currently open, the one with our science experiments. Should be getting our connection back any second here. We just really started this morning. We did a couple of the cheese missions yesterday while we were still dicking around with the installation of the mod pack. But by and large, the majority of what we've done today. So I'm not going to put yesterday's up because there was a bunch of fuckery where we were just messing around with different things. Not going to bother with that. We'll just put today's up as day number 1 as far as YouTube goes. Much easier with mandatory RCS if we actually have RCS. I probably actually brought way too much monopropellant, but our next goal is going to be a much higher orbit, much more higher, and hopefully a successful re-entry. So we'll see if this light heat shield is going to be good enough. I barely have the throttle up at all. I want to take us down to about a 50-kilometer periapsis. And I want to see whereabouts that leaves us with re-entry. So I'm assuming that we're going to hit somewhere around dusk. Somewhere over here. I think. I don't know, as small as we are, screw it. Let's go for something real steep. Smart man would have made a quick save there. We're really tiny, and now we have a heat shield and we have a gyroscope, so I say we just try to land a little bit closer to the command center. I don't think our oh yeah, I took the parachutes off of it, so our second stage is definitely not going to survive. Oh, I forgot to pick up the pieces of that probe over there. My bad. Okay, and before disconnect, I want to point radial out so that this is on a different re-entry angle than we are. And then we want to separate. Let's see how it goes. So we've just hit the upper atmosphere. I think we'll be okay. As tiny as we are. I hope I didn't shortchange us too much on the ablator, though. Oh, shit. Falling pretty fast. What the hell is overheating? Oh, our heat shield. Is it our heat shield, or is it our stabilizer? No, it's the heat shield. Okay, good. That's the part that's supposed to be overheating. Hopefully it doesn't melt through. I went with the lightest one. And we did a much steeper re-entry than originally planned. And I have some other shit that's overheating too. That's no good. Should throw a radiator in the middle of this? Oh man, look at it plummet. I do kind of like that though. I always felt like in stock, you just have way too much. Is it ablator? Okay, ablator or ablator? Is it ablating or is it ablating? I don't know how to say that word. I could Google it. Do you have the technology? Because it's ablation, right? Well, that's the wrong fucking word. We should probably activate our chute. Ablator.
Ablator.
Yep. Okay. So, ablation, ablator. Gotcha. Yay, we learned English. Kind of. I suppose I could leave RCS on. The worst that's going to happen is it will vent. That'll be a little bit less weight in the end. It's going to cost us a little bit. Monopropellant still has a value. But GG. Success. As long as we slow down enough. Watch, after all that, now that we have the heat shield, I'm not going to slow down enough. Nah, we're fine. We don't even have to stage the heat shield. The butt plug parachute? Just hadn't fully deployed yet. And now we just gotta touch down. And don't let me forget to pick up all of that debris. Some of that debris still had science in it. All that shit that's over on the island airfield. I need to pick all that up. So it's definitely not as smooth of a building process while I get used to SSTU, and I do apologize for that, but I think it's totally going to be worth learning. Very, very powerful mod. Holy shit, this is going to take forever. I need to set this parachute to fully deploy at like 300 meters, not 5,000. Originally, the reason that it fully deployed at 5,000, originally this was supposed to act kind of as a drogue chute. We had a much larger payload, and I just totally spaced it. Balls. Oh god. Grab a sandwich. Yeah. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. What time is it? I'm gonna grab a beer. And take a piss. Out with the old, in with the new. Be right back. Holy shit, we still aren't in the ocean? Oh, I'd be so pissed if Safe Shoot didn't kick us out of that, which it didn't. And if we had lost anything, but it looks like we're okay. I got back just in time. Give me just a second here. Let me get organized. Grabbed a couple of beers and a frosted mug. And let's see what we got. We should have finished out the contract, no problem. We did have some excess Delta V. So I think now we want to go for a more efficient upper stage, right? And we want to try for that higher altitude. While we're still working on getting some money. Pretty soon we're going to have a tourism contract that's going to pay pretty well. And we got to figure out how the hell we're going to get Tito and a pilot up into space. So we still got 46 science. Looks pretty good. And we're up to 249,000 funds. Let's check our contracts. First curveball in space. Be right back. That's right. And how much is that going to pay us? $100,000 to get some poor hapless son of a bitch above 70 kilometers. So the contracts do need a little bit of tweaking, because technically getting a Kerbal above 70 kilometers is not really getting him into outer space in this on this planet. More efficient launch profile? Definitely true. Definitely true. Explore the Mun and explore Mimus. Oh my money lord. Look at the funds. Ooh. So a flyby, land on it, and return home. And do we have to... Yeah, we have to land on it to get paid. Shit. Not as easy as I was hoping. Doable, though. But there's a little more information that I would like to have about it before we get out there. How are we looking on our time? Oh god, I have 1 day to accept our low-resolution scan set. Uh-oh. Career Evolution? No, I haven't seen that one. Do you have a link to it? Here's our tourism contract. I haven't actually seen that one. Isley might have, yeah, we're using probes before crew. Yes. But I haven't seen Career Evolution before. Was that around in 1.4? I thought I was fairly well acquainted with most of the mods that were around, but there's a bunch of shit coming out of left field. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't used, but there weren't a lot of them that I hadn't heard about. Oh, we also have an orbital station. A facility supporting at least 5 people. 4,000 units of liquid fuel. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. And put it in the orbit of the Mun. Damn. We haven't even been to the Mun yet. I think tourism. I think either tourism or first Kerbal in space. Because I don't know if I can do that until I get the, what do we need, 225? 225,000 to upgrade the VAB. And we can afford it now, but then can we afford additional launches afterward? We're doing pretty good on research, though. We don't really need to worry too much about that. We need to focus on money. Career Evolution Contract Pack. Intelligent Contract Progression for KSP. Why am I not using this? Why did this not come up when we looked into contract packs on CCAN? Am I missing it here? No, it's not in here. I want it. Because it's not on CCAN? That would do it. That would definitely do it. Outdated should be fine as long as it's in a format that's compatible with, because it's a contract pack, as long as it's in a format that's compatible with contract configurator. Early space program, no crew. First launch, upper atmosphere, Kármán line. Satellites, first satellite, polar satellite, geostationary satellite. Oh my god, this is perfect. You must use an unmanned first tech tree. Will that work? With what we're doing? Doesn't work the best with probes before crew contracts, because they sort of occupy the same space. Oh, okay. Okay. Laysad. Let me bookmark you, buddy. Thank you for pointing that out. I love learning new shit about this game. Love it. Oh, is Rocketology using it? So we'll have to stop by and have him show us around. Conduct a focused observational survey of Kerbin. Take a crew report in flight below 18.4 kilometers. Oh, okay, these are one of those ones that's just a total pain in the ass. You have to get over next to Furful's Prize. These are some of the contracts that I'll typically completely avoid. Sometimes we do take them, it depends on how good our pinpoint playing ends up being, and how close all the contracts are together. Because if I can grab like 3 or 4 of these, every now and then it's worth doing while we do something else. Like we'll put it on underneath a satellite that we're deploying or something like that. Yeah, I can't take that. I really don't want to lose these. I don't know if they're going to spawn again, and we'll get an extra chance to take them. But I can only have 2 contracts, so I have to think short term. And short term, first curveball in space, or kick off space tourism. Let's do first curveball in space first. We've got 45 days on that one. 4 days on that one. Let's take that. Until we get into a high orbit, we don't need science equipment. Career Evolution was really designed for just stock and... Oh, and RSS. Oh, very cool. And I really don't think that we need to change much about Space Cheese right now. But there are a couple of things that I want to keep. So I don't want to have to throw all this shit back in here and mess with angles again next time we do need this equipment. But we don't need it right now. So I'm hoping that it'll let me save it as a sub-assembly. Upper science gear. Wonderful. Get out of here. The probe core, we don't necessarily need either. And we only need to get 1 curveball into orbit. Or actually it's into space, it's not really into orbit. So most of the rest of this can actually go to if we wanted to. But we're going to give up control if we get rid of all of this. And I do want him to have power. He won't need snacks. He can largely hold his breath for the amount of time that he's going to be up there, because I think he just needs to go up for a rotation in orbit. So I just need to know, is that going to be enough shoot to get the heat shield we can deploy? Is that going to be enough shoot to get these parts here back down to the ground safely? And I think it will be. Usually I would put a secondary chute on here in case there's any kind of a problem, and I think today is going to be no exception. I think I want an emergency chute, if you will. And we could just do an inline. That might be the safer way to go. Let's do a safe chute. Let's do an inline chute. If I can freaking find it. Because all of my textures are funky. I'm going to take out that minimum ambient lighting mod, and we'll see if that's what's doing it. So I still want to deploy the top chute. Oh, and I also don't ever want this to deploy spread angle 0. I don't ever want that to fully deploy at 5,000 again. That was terrible. I could have gone and brewed beer in the amount of time that it took for that thing to touch down into the ocean. Yeah, I think we're good. So chutes go all the way up here. And actually that's not necessarily true, because I'm gonna keep, like, we have stage recovery, so I mean we do get some additional funds back if we don't destroy shit. So that's why I probably won't deploy the heat shield unless we have to. Then I also want, I guess, an extra stage for the second chute. Because if it's not necessary, we'll get rid of it. But I feel like a heal if I don't give whoever's going up to space at least 2 parachutes, right? So we're still going to hotfire the second stage. And outside of that, I don't think we need to change anything other than the shitty flight path that I chose. Pretty sure we're okay. So we have 0 days worth of supplies, but we do have like a timer there. I think they can go like a day or 2 without supplies, I guess, just to be safe. Let's give them some snacks. Launch escape tower? I should. The only reason that I'm not is because I don't have Barris, Dang It, or any of the failure mods going. So if there is a failure, it's going to be totally my fault. A launch escape tower would be safe, and a smart thing to do, though. Should we? Because we do have one. And I can't remember if it's under fuel tanks. That's how infrequently I actually use them. Holy fuckles. Are there settings for that? Or am I gonna have to wait until I get a different one? That's huge. What are you connecting to? What the hell are grid fins? Oh, cool. Interesting. But that's not gonna work with this pod, right? Or is it because I have that on there? Yeah, that's not gonna work with that pod. What pod does that work with? They slow down the progression of the main gameplay, so that's the only reason that I don't use them. I kind of leave mods like that off for realism overhaul, and then we do Barris, Dang It, Kerbal launch failure, like, you know, several different things, so that we have to have secondaries. We have to have everything else in place too. Should we do the Soyuz? Oh, okay, that's what that's for. So I do want to wait then, unless I have an alternative. Because we have a 30-part count limit until I get an upgrade to the VAB, and then I'm okay with a 4-part. I guess I could just leave them in the upper part, right? Because we wouldn't really need the maneuvering stage or anything. Or we could just fucking redesign the Soyuz. Launcher platform. Yeah, I don't think I have. There's another. There's another escape tower, but I don't think I have it unlocked yet. I think it's one of the first things that we get when we go up into the 100-point tech stuff, and we need to upgrade the R&D to be able to get to that. Yeah, damn it. I don't think I have it. So we're boned. Let's just go with parachutes. I do like the idea though. Especially if we're talking about like secondary shoots and stuff like that. It's not really necessary at the moment, since we don't have a failure mod. Hello? The hell was that? Actually, I would want you to set down with the hatch upright, I think. So, there. And I think everything else can remain unchanged, but we'll give him some snacks. Just in case I'm wrong. Pretty sure that he's got a couple of days that he can go without eating, though. And there's another patch that I'm going to make tonight where we can put some food inside of this form. Just a little bit. Actually, I want to see what the So this has 100 supplies in this little mini pack. I want to make it so that the pod can hold about 50 or maybe even 25, just so that he has some food in there. And I'm gonna apply that to pretty much anything that can hold a Kerbal. I had an old patch, but it's throwing an error, so Mr. Jade helped me out with that one. Kinda cramped. Lay flat, you little fucker. Is that in the middle? I can't even tell. Cramming a lot of stuff in here, aren't we? Feels like it's off. Feels like that's more centered. I can't remember what the trick is to move everything right into the center. Just upgraded to the most recent version of snacks. And now there's room for 50 in the pod. Oh, nice. So I can probably steal the information that I need for that patch right from snacks. That makes it so much easier. And then tonight we'll work on remote tech too. Because I don't think it'll take long. Hopefully it'll take less time than these beers will take. Because I don't think it's a good idea to be a little bit tipsy when I'm working on my first little patches. Okay, so staging looks great. What was I doing the other day? I think I was working on our current mod collection for this playthrough. And I was like, man, I really wish I had finished this before I got drunk. Didn't expect it to take as long. Definitely upped the difficulty. Alright. First Kerbal in space. Now, I don't think that Jebediah or Valentina have been on a flight yet. I want to send Valentina up first because I feel like Jeb gets most of the spotlight and total test flight. Don't tell her. Let's give it a shot. I should have also compared weights there. We got rid of a lot of pieces, but we did swap it out for a command pod, so I may have messed up there. The moments you need to keep doing it, if only to surprise you in the morning. You know, that's exactly how I ended up with mandatory RCS. Throttle up. Let's get our information going. Since I don't have the chip in here for engineer. 3, 2, 1, go. Ah! Oh, she's having a blast. Look at her little face. Oh, I love it when I'm playing this game when Dev's around too. Like, every time they smile and do their little dances and stuff like that, she just loses her shit. She loves Kerbals. I bought her a copy of this game. Still haven't talked her into installing it. But she does love Kerbals. So I'm going to start into that gravity turn a little bit sooner than we did last time. We're only at 8 kilometers right now. I don't want to go too steep though. Keep throttling back. I still haven't seen atmospheric effects outside of our first like little jumper probe that just used a like 3.0 thrust to weight ratio solid rocket booster. So I think it's gonna be okay that we're at like 2 to 3. We'll keep an eye out for atmospheric effects. Get that out. We're about down to 20% of our solid rocket fuel. Our apoapsis is approaching the 45 already, so let's continue to turn. Just past 50, 55, still burning SRBs. Yeah, I need to turn a lot more aggressively, don't I? Go and separate from those little fellers and keep trucking. No, it does have all of the favorites that you know and love, but this is JNSQ. Complete overhaul. So it's still got Kerbin, still the same distance, still the same planet from the sun. A lot of very familiar things. The command center is at 0 latitude, 0 longitude. Latitude? Shit, now I forgot. You're still on the equator when you launch. So a lot of things that are very similar, but everything's 2.7 scale. And everything looks fantastic. Like, I think you're gonna love it. It just came out. It's been in, like, preview mode for a minute here, but Copernicus wasn't updated, so you could check it out in 1.7 for a little while. But now Copernicus has been updated, so we can finally do it with DLC content. Released the day before the DLC. Nice. And Copernicus just came out yesterday. My god, Silver State. Ding! 7 months? Dear goodness. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your support. Trying not to crash. No, I think we're looking pretty solid. We are definitely burning through a lot more fuel. I should have checked our thrust to weight ratio on the top one. We're about 500 meters a second short of our target velocity. We're approaching AP, but only slightly, so I'm still staying at about a negative like 1 degree angle. Right on the 90 degree. And this time I'm going to try not to fluff up the orbit. So the difficulty that I'm having here, in all honesty, is just that the planet is that much larger. When the planet's all tiny, I can zoom in and I can see where my AP is in, you know, relative to the little image of my craft, which helps me know whether I want to nose up or nose down to try and stay at AP. But I can also see the backside of the damn planet, and I can't do that in JNSQ. So I need to rely more on the lower left here, and so far I've overshot and I've circularized at within 15 kilometers, but I haven't been cutting my engine anywhere near quickly enough because I'm a nub. Did it again. 91 and 118. See, I can't even tell, you know? And if I zoom out this far, then I can't really tell how close I am to AP as well. And I figure between the two, I'd rather know where AP is than have a circular orbit. Because any orbit will do, right? We are that kind of girl. Alright. You know, I didn't need to get him to orbit. I just needed to go up and down. Whoops. My bad. So the cool thing about this dude, we don't have to worry about that fucking connection for remote tech. Tilo has an atmosphere? Is it Tilo or Tylo? I'm probably going to ask multiple times. I can never really remember. Oh my god, we have like no fuel, but that's okay. We have monopropellant. We'll be fine. We'll be aight. So, let's go for a spin around the old world here. Look at the size of it. Isn't that great to have the planet stretch from the middle of the screen to the middle of the screen? Yeah, but we got a bunch of monopropellant. He'll be fine. She. Sorry, Valentina. I forget. We just want to come around to probably around daybreak. We're going to want to fire a little bit sooner than we normally would. Some die on the dark side. It'd be awkward. Because I didn't put enough snacks or something silly. A whopping 2.79 oxidizer and 2.28 units of liquid fuel left. Nailed it. And I also am a little bit more nervous about the heat shield too. I probably should have bumped that up. So I do kind of want to aim for the Space Center. And we're going to do a somewhat steep re-entry. Well, maybe. I don't know. It depends on how well monopropellant does. Let's go ahead and use up the rest of that fuel. And kick this little guy off. We're going to continue to burst forward with monopropellant, so it doesn't matter that it's directly behind us. Go ahead and open our base. I think that's about right. 50 kilometer PE. I think we'll be fine. I hope you're talking about the heat shield, though. Still a little nervous about that guy. Go ahead and close that. We just open it for effect. Apparently it'll work just as well even if we have it closed. And I didn't notice that we were so high. Yeah, let's see. See how she goes. We're gonna do a very gradual re-entry. I don't know. Should we kick on RCS and lower it even more? Oh, that's really cool. It's not burning. Or it's not working unless I have these open. I love that. So that must be part of mandatory RCS. Yeah, but I don't want to sit down in the dark either. So I just lowered it a little bit further. Hopefully we'll be okay. Okay, let's close that. It's going to take a lot of getting used to mandatory RCS. I can still move a little bit. So I don't know if I have it set up properly. Because I thought that it was supposed to, like, completely nerf them. Although, I mean, there's really not much to this, and I do have a huge advanced inline stabilizer here, so maybe even completely nerfed. That's why this little guy can spin so well. Let's do some time warping. Just hit the upper atmosphere. It's going to activate our top chute, and we'll see how much that'll slow us down. We'll get rid of the other parachute if we don't need it. I do want to make sure that she's holding us retrograde. Sorry, I'm trying to drink a beer while we deorbit. And mission accomplished. Beer number 2. So I haven't heard anything from Deb today. I don't know if we're going to be streaming long or not. We've still got a few hours, even if she does get off on time. Drunk stream! Nah, probably not. I live in Utah, so I'd have to pound about 12 of these. I just don't think there's enough time in the day for me to do a proper drunk stream. These are like 2.2% alcohol or something like that. It's like near beer. But it tastes good. I just drink it because it tastes good. And every now and then, if you pound them fast enough, you do get a buzz. Which is kind of fun, too. Oh, dear. Uh-oh. Women's beer? Oh, God. I've heard fufu beer before, the like flavored ones. But I mean, it's the same beer, it tastes the same. I was very delighted to find out that it tastes the same. Valentina's fucked. What are we at? 3.8 kilometers a second? Yeah. There's a couple of things for that to burn through before it gets to her. Uh-oh. Is there a way to reset what contracts you get mid-career? Your new contract should load up properly. Like, are you talking about putting in a contract pack halfway through a playthrough? You should be fine. Your current contracts will still expire when they're supposed to, and your new contracts should be generated appropriately. You mean like resetting your contracts? I'm not sure on that one. We've still got the chutes, so she's still not totally fucked. We do need to bump up the thickness of her heat shield. Pick no stock contracts and then you got rid of it? Yeah. Yeah, it should normalize, I'm pretty sure. Go into your settings as well. Your difficulty settings, and to contract configurator, and make sure that you've re-enabled anything with a mod disabled. Yeah, I think she's gonna make it. It would have to burn through this, it would have to burn through... It'd really be the debris that would be the biggest danger, I think, with her setup. Hello, Doc. Have you got any KSP time in, dude? I'm loving this. JNSQ updated. We're not playing on a stock playthrough anymore. We've got the new Copernicus in. If you go into the KSP channel in the Discord, we've got the first... We're going to have a second patch. So the first patch up, we've got... Oh, one thing to watch out for, though. I guess 1.71 does have a problem with kiss and cast. So just a little thing to watch out for. Did we vent all of our monoprop? Sweet. So I didn't really have any expectation of it slowing us down, but losing the weight was kind of the main goal there. And then increasing our surface area by opening up the doors. Played some last night? Nice. Oh yeah, you'd said that you were going to stick with stock scale. What about GPP? I mean, if you're still having a lot of fun with the stock solar system, then don't change. Get your money's worth, you know? But when you're done, I went to, what was the old planet pack that we did before? It was a long time ago. And then I tried RP1 a long time ago, too. And then GPP was the first, like, modern pack that we did in 1.4. And it's fantastic. The pack is amazing, especially with the mods that we were in. And I know that you changed yours up too. I need to get a good way for us to take like just a cut and paste copy of our lists, and I gotta get a copy of what you use, because I'm curious. So we lost our heat shield, we lost our inline stabilizer. I'm just gonna deactivate everything. Let's go ahead and re-enable that so that she doesn't puke all over the place, because housekeeping will get all pissed off. And might as well hold retrograde, I guess. She's gonna disable it, but if she's just gonna spin, we'll just have her hold it for a little bit. And we did adjust the parachute, I hope. Didn't I? Yes. I adjusted it to fully deploy at 1,000. We're over the ocean, though. Let's take it down to like 300, 400. You put VAC back in and it doesn't hurt anything. Oh, but it does give you the mod list? Okay, so I'm gonna add VAC again. Was there an update to it? Was mine just broken? Did I get the wrong one? because I loved that mod list. We could just cut it. There were a couple of things that needed some formatting, but that was so handy to just give everybody a huge mod list. We're gonna die. Put out the secondary chute. Guess I should have fully deployed a little bit higher. Well, we're gonna save our life, because that was totally my fault. What else do we want to add to this? I don't think we have to actually add anything, and I don't think that we have to go into an orbit either. But can we add... I wonder if we can fulfill that other contract while we do this. Might want 600 on the chute? Yeah, it was the not having the secondary. That was something that I was supposed to test with a just pre-me launch there. So, it is too late. She's dead. We're going to bring her back to life, though. We're going to count that up to reading chat and being drunk. Even though I'm not drunk. That was just a bonehead move. I should have deployed the second... I should have activated the second chute much sooner. Because we could have always cut it if it looked like we were going way too slow. But I'm going to do a little test here. Actually, it's going to be more difficult with the SRBs. I want to see if this chute and the inline chute that we have is even adequate for this setup. Because that was one of the main points of that launch, too. Oh, and while we're here, this little guy, let's take that up to a medium. That'll give it twice as much. Think medium's enough, or should we go heavy? Let's go heavy. So that we don't kill her again. Did an impromptu tutorial stream for 2 hours last night for another streamer friend. Oh, nice! Bringing more people into KSP. Outer Planets is great. Oh, you said VAC? Sorry, I thought you meant add-on version checker. Bigger, yeah, usually is always better. That's what they say. And then for this, I don't want to save it. I want to save that. I just want to pull those off and do a launch real quick. And I want to see if this, we're doing it backwards. We should have done this first, and I spaced it. I was like, let's do a test flight, and then we went up and established an orbit. I just want to get off of the pad. We're going to stage everything. It's going to blow up. It's going to be glorious. And I want to see if when we deploy both chutes, is that enough to slow the rest of this down, right? So no ceremony or anything. Just launch it. Get a little bit of height. Pro streamer over here? No, there's people that put a hell of a lot more time into this game than I have. I feel like a total noob now. I'm finally learning SSTU. And there's just so much to it that the core idea, like I have that down obviously. I've played a hell of a lot of the game, but learning a new way to do everything is almost overwhelming. Like there's so much going on with the SSTU. So the whole point of this is just to see, are these parachutes actually adequate? We know that one is not adequate. We were going way faster than we should have been. Even though it fully deployed far later than it probably should have. So it looks like... It looks like we're going to be perfectly fine, but I do want to deploy both. Because the secondary chute will take us down under 6. Okay. I just wanted to check that real quick. If not, I would can the both of them. We would put a nose cone on this thing, or something else, and we go with some beefier chutes. Ah, man, I was hoping... Wait a minute. Load... Space cheese... There we go. Now we have our SRBs back. And we have our heavier heat shield. Yeah, Izu's been telling me to try SSTU forever. You want SSTU to have your babies? Where do you get the station parts? Are they in the core one? Or is there another mod? Somebody else was talking about another mod, I think. And it wasn't stock-alike station parts expansion. But it was supposed to be somewhat similar to SSTU, unless I completely misunderstood, which could always be the case. In the core? So, do I have it already then? If I've already got it, we're good to go. I definitely want to check that out soon too, though. I love stock-alike station parts expansion. I cannot imagine SSTU talking me out of using it, but... Oh, it's up in the command pod section? And it just all starts out with a core? Okay. So we don't have it unlocked yet. I would imagine that's under one of the advanced construction things later on, right? SSTU contains... Oh. Yes. Okay. I think I figured out what that meant. Just checked and it's in the base mod. Sweet. Awesome. Alright, so this should be with the larger heat shield. And hopefully we can expand this a little bit and only have to add the one part, because the next step is to take up a tourist. And I'm trying to think how much our satellite's gonna weigh, because I do need to clear that contract out, or we kind of need to hop on a mission control upgrade. Let me just double check, because I loaded up the previous one. I'm pretty sure that I saved it. What? Custom probe core? Why do I have a probe core up there? Just about every lift rocket is 90% SSTU. I can totally see it. I just need to wrap my head around what different options we have. Well, because it was looking way the fuck up there, that's why. Okay, yeah, we do have the heavy shield. We're good. I think we're good. I hope we're good. First mod you download, but yeah, one of the last ones you install because it's parts. We did it kind of the opposite way this time. I thought that our visual mods would work with JNSQ, but I was wrong. So we did the visual mods last this time. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Get all of our data up. Looking pretty good. For stock, just SVE and SVE, SVT, and scatter. And then Planet Shine and Distant Object Enhancement. But you should already have DOE if you're playing with the telescope mods. Pretty sure. Alright, AP is only at 17. I'm already over at a 60-degree angle. So we'll see how that goes. We're going a lot more aggressive with our gravity turn this time. And I also got, to kind of compensate for that, I did do a little bit more of a burst with the liquid fuel engine before I cut. So we're down to about half fuel. And I'm hoping that'll get us up to that nice high AP with solid rocket boosters only a little bit more quickly. That's stock. That's all stock now. In 1.7, I think, right? They added the ability to pull up your thrust to weight ratio and all of that information just stock. It's kind of fiddly though. You have to go to this little tab over here. go ahead and stage that and fire our main engine. And just click what you want to see and show all. And then it'll pull all that up. I didn't see anything in the options menu to pull it all up by default though. That launch profile was shit. But I'm all caught up on reading chat. AP is at 92, so I'm going to slowly pull that down while we get the rest of our orbital velocity. We are at 1.5 though. Previously, when we staged those, we were deadlifting more rocket. So we did have more fuel left in the main stage there. But we were only at about 1,100 to 1,200 meters a second. So we gained about 300 meters a second. Better than my old launch profiles? What was wrong with my old launch profiles? Gravity corners are completely viable. I don't know what you're talking about. Plus, how the fuck am I gonna have an efficient launch profile with a city? I can't make it aerodynamic. Yeah, we go up until, what, 35, 40 kilometers, depending on the size of the payload and the shape of it. And then we would start to turn into a gravity turn. You like went up and then turned? Yeah, yeah. And we will again, depending on what we're lifting. I mean, the launch profile all depends on how much control we have, aerodynamics, and the amount of lift we have. But I can't think of anything that we didn't get into space, can you? I heard that it is updated on CCAN. You should be able to get the most current version of Copernicus through CCAN now, if you'd like to. And I think mine is actually outdated, because now that I'm thinking about it, pretty sure while I was working on that patch, Isley had mentioned that there was another update to it. Whoopsie. We're falling. Yeah, fuck it. Oh no. Whoops. I don't think that was the craft's fault. I'm pretty sure that was completely my fault. I'm not too worried about it though. We did get our curveball over 70k. We got paid. Let's go ahead and point radial out and separate from that. Let's go ahead and hold retrograde to open up our bay. And let's start to see how re-entry goes. I would just let us drift all the way over and do our re-entry the way that we're, you know, just a ballistic re-entry. But I kind of want to land on the daytime side. Oh, is it a dependency for Eve? Yeah, because it needs to know where you are to calculate cloud rotation, I think. Or something. And that's a lot of the reason that I would just install it without it. Like, do it manually and just not give it that dependency. It does limit the features, but it'll still mostly work. Oh wow, Deb's already home. I'll be damned. Oh, you left early? GG. You left an hour early? Okay. Do you have stuff to do? Okay. We'll keep doing some flights then. Nice. The old lady gave us permission to keep playing.
Shut up.
She can hear us. Shh. Shh. Keep it down.
Right, you don't get the stuff that's on the page.
What'd you bring home for me? Is it stream appropriate? Oh.
Practice.
I guess you guys can't know. Yours yells at you if you don't stream enough. Oh man, that'd be nice. No, pretty soon we'll probably stop taking days off. I think what we'll do when I get another computer for Deb to game on, so that I can still have an OBS rig and a gaming rig. I think on the weekends we'll probably just start doing like 4-hour streams or 6-hour streams, and then we'll do 10 to 12, 14, whatever, 34-hour streams during the week still. She can't deny it. She's 11 years older than I am.
Beer already?
No, I'm not drinking beer already. It's cream soda. I had some delivered. Damn it, came back to bite me in the ass, didn't it? No, not. We're safe. We're fine. My better half? No, I give her nonstop shit about how I'm an archaeologist and she's my favorite relic. What is Dandroid? I don't remember putting any links into that. It's foaming yellow water? Yeah, that's exactly it. It kind of looks like cream soda. The can of beer sitting next to the glass is probably what gave it away. Truth be told. Let's go ahead and move that down here. Let's go ahead and activate both of those. And let's see how the seat shield does. The hell is this link? Oh, that was from Luca. Now I remember. Yeah, we totally broke her shit. That was awesome. That was, his name's Teaser on Discord. Brohan was the fellow that pulled that when we went over to raid poor little Luca. Well, like, it's a full can, so what am I gonna do with it? Plus, we go to bed in like 4 hours. It's not like I'm drinking them 1:30 in the afternoon, but it's not like I'm, gonna be up all night too. We go to bed in, usually about 5 or 6. It's doing a hell of a lot better. We might be able to go down to the medium. I wonder if that's a poor decision. Maybe I should close that. I can't tell what part was overheating there. Okay, I think it was just this thing. It was overheating on top of the heat shield. Yeah. No, she knows that there's like 3 things I drink. It's either coffee, beer, or water. And this isn't water, and it's certainly not coffee. I don't think she cares. Oh, God. Come on, parachutes. We're at 16K. I don't really foresee any issues. But I've said that before. The Copernicus that's on CCAN is still not up to date? Okay. Well, I'll stop telling people that it is then. So I have this one set to deploy at 1,000. Let's go 750. And this one's 500. I think that'll be fine. Are you going to spin if I disable that? No, you're looking great. Sweet! And now we get to work on a 2-man craft that can basically just do the same thing, but we do want that one to get up into orbit. I think it was my ascent profile. I think that's where I screwed the pooch on the original orbit. Pretty sure. Oh, it's 3 updates behind. ABC had a cow and called you dirty names. Aw. Well, we probably deserved it. Cool. Finally, right? Aw, shit. I could have got like 10 science if I had had her EVA and do a crew report. I'm still getting used to probes before crew. Ooh, Car6 in stream chat on Discord just said that an air fryer apparently can reheat pizza better than fresh. So we got a splashdown ribbon landing on Kerbin, a Mach 4, a G-Force 3. First Kerbal in space ribbon went to Valentina this time. Exceptional contract ribbon, awarded for completing any exceptional contract. And a 30% solid fuel booster ribbon. Nice. Good spread. I like it. I clicked on apparently the wrong thing. My mouse was over mission control, but it was also over a corner of the VAB, so I gotta back out of that. You're down at 85 mods? Nice. Back out of there. That's a patch if you're going to use JNSQ with remote tech. All it does is move the original signal. There's no actual configuration patch for it. I'm going to write one tonight. So when you first start out, your remote tech signal is going to be out of range. It's all the way over here. So that just relocates it over to here and raises the height of it up a little bit to compensate for the offset. And tonight I'm going to write one so that we have a another source over on the airfield, one on the boomerang, and one on the desert launch site. I've already got all the information that we need, so once I get it done, they're going to put it into JNSQ. Yeah, just if you use JNSQ. So, doesn't it look great? What a wonderful world. It is beautiful. And I like how the cloud coverage isn't too bad, too. Yeah, I do want that patch for stock. The GPP built-in reconfig is perfectly fine, and that's kind of what I want to emulate for this one. Until eventually Kerbal Constructs is going to give us probably... Anyway, gonna give us different launch sites, and then there will be a different patch for that. But we'll just flesh that one out and make a patch for this. So I also had totally forgot to recover these parts, and most of them are just junk. Kind of wrecked it. It got wrecked. Some of them I thought should have some science on them, though. Oh, and our space cheese debris should burn up in the atmosphere. Doesn't look like I got any science off of that, though. It's alright, we still have 132. So, do we upgrade the VAB now? Let's go to mission control first. A crewed stable orbit. Oh my god, we're getting filthy rich. I'm loving this. Put a Kerbal into a stable orbit and safely recover them. It's at least one of them? Oh, hell yeah. Now, if I wait, we could do this mission and kick off space tourism at the same time and bring up a passenger. But in order to do that, I either need to upgrade this facility or I need to figure out what the hell we're going to do with about an orbital telescope. It's going to have to be one of the cacti telescopes with a wide field lens. And it was a fairly high orbit, but it does pay pretty good and it gives us another 44 science. You doing your first flyby to the moon? Nice. So before I make my decision, I want to go and try and build what we would use to get that piece of equipment up there. Because their current deployer is not going to be adequate, I don't think. we'll leave Space Cheese as is, as far as the save goes. I think it went great. I'm gonna pop off from the heat shield up. All that can go. This stuff, just the food. The food can go, at least for now. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's an easier way. Let's go new. Definitely don't save that. Because I think I have to have a probe core for it to not count as debris, right? Maybe? So we're gonna want the hex, probably. Yeah, it is a little bit difficult. So it takes basically half a day to do it without a network. You have to get you have to establish your apoapsis while you still have a connection, and then you have to wait for the space center to be in the right spot for you to circularize. But the problem is I already have the damn contract. Nah, you know what? The timeline there just isn't gonna work out. I think we've got to upgrade mission control. And then I want to take crewed stable orbit. And I want to take kickoff space tourism. And I think between those two, they'll easily pay for the VAB upgrade that we're going to need. Because otherwise, I'm worried that these are going to expire. We only have 1 day, 1 hour. And we're looking at a minimum of half a day to even get, you know, hopefully complete that mission. So I want to get that upgrade. I want to get, I want a better chance of getting that satellite up properly. But then we can just go back into the VAB, and we just need to add the ability to take a hitchhiker with us. Showing that I have no followers? It's not that wrong. How you doing, Galen? Yeah, Twitch has been having some problems lately, hasn't it? Let's go and load up the Space Cheese. And what I really should have done is rename this to Space Cheese 1 Man, but the next version that we're going to work on is Space Cheese 3 Man. Or 3 person. And we've already got the piece of equipment that we need. We could always do a 2 man or 2 person. Do you want to do what we did in stock? Maybe we do. I think we get rid of that. I think we throw that in. I think we go and put the crew cabin on. And we reorient to the east. Then we add our gear. How many parts do we have? We're at 22 out of 30. So I need some chutes here. I need some chutes down here too. And 4 might be a little bit too many, but we're talking tourists here, right? So that's okay. and a drone chute. Because they are oh so handy. Okay, let's test that. We're probably gonna give it a fairing, but it really doesn't need one. Until we get landing legs on it. What are we at? 4,000 DV? So I think we need to beef up the lifter too, don't we? 27, okay. Let's go with the third solid rocket booster. I want to attach that over to the east. Oh god. Slender booster. That's 29 out of 30. And that puts us right under 5,000 Delta V again. Let's go ahead and fix our staging. You go down there. I'm gonna give this a thrust limiter. Right to about there. And these little guys, we can bump them down just a tiny bit more, I think. And it's okay that the upper stage is underpowered, because hopefully we'll be pretty fucking close to space by the time we actually fire it. So we still have one more part. We're not going to add anything for now. And I do probably need to go to extra heavy. It's going to cost 30 meters a second of Delta V. Yeah, let's go for it. Extra heavy. Save it. Check our staging. Yeah, 34 will even give you a little bit extra in stock. Because isn't it like 32 or 33? Like minimum? Stage those guys. Separate lower stage, hot fire upper. Separate from upper stage, arm heat shield. And then separation from heat shield just goes by itself. We're going to activate all those at the same time. Save. See how it goes. Yeah, the planet's a little over 2.5 times bigger. We gotta do a little bit more work to get out of the Atmo. And instead of circularizing at 70, you're in for 85. This will just be a reverted flight, so I'm just gonna say no passengers. Throttle up. Let's get our AP and PE info up, and our DV info. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. So apparently I'm gonna have to fight it a little bit. But I tried to put these on in a way that it would naturally make it want to go into our gravity turn. And it's working out pretty well so far. Thrust to weight ratio is only 1.6. I want to push that up to about 2. 4,900 is minimum with a good launch profile, so I need to aim for about 6. Let's get our lights on. AP is coming up on 14K. We're at about 9K. Surface speed is approaching 400 meters a second. Let's go ahead and throttle way the fuck back now. We're about 450. Let's conserve some liquid fuel. We're down to about 50%. Ooh, I accept that challenge, Zerpio. I'm pretty sure I got some of the worst. Just like this one, where I didn't nose down anywhere near soon enough. Uh-oh, I'm going into spin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear. No touchy. Inappropriate boosters. Whoa. That thing is really able to spin. Look at that. Whee! Yeah, we don't want that. And nose up a little bit more. I was trying to compensate for my lack of horizontal movement. That was bad. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with it too, for sure. I'm sure you can tell. I'm just so used to aiming for 75 that I get there every single time and then I'm like, oh yeah, atmosphere's at 85. Okay, that's fine. I think we should rename this the LFR. Little fucking rocket. So there's 90. Let's go ahead and nose down horizontal. I might have screwed the pooch with the initial launch. See how it goes. I don't know, we've got 2/3 of our orbital speed, but it's gonna be pretty fucking borderline if I can get that last third out of the DV that we have left. The LFR? Long fucking rocket? That would work. I'd be the proud owner. Still got a lot of time to AP. Thinking about maybe cutting engine, because we are in space. Cutting the engine and waiting until we get a little bit closer so that we're just slightly more efficient about it. Give us a little bit better of a chance. Copernicus just updated to 1.7.4 on CCAM, but the current is 1.7.5. Ah, it's closer. Definitely better than 3 versions out of date, right? So I blew right past AP. I'm gonna go and pull up on the stick here. Oh man, this thing's a lot heavier than our other little tiny probes. I think I'm finally gonna have to add more boosters. I don't think the one set of, the one additional solid rocket booster is gonna do it. Maybe though. No. No. Now I gotta do it. Now I could just focus on one mission at a time, but who are we kidding? We're not gonna do that. We can, however, test and see how it's going to do on re-entry. So let's point radial out. Let's go ahead and separate. Move over to holding retrograde. And I suppose we could just vent all of our monopropellant too. It's not. There's not going to be enough monopropellant. There's no way that I'm going to stop this from re-entering. We need a lot more DV. I am definitely coming into it with too little propulsion. But let's see how it does on a steeper re-entry. So we'll just start to vent. And it won't take long. We'll hit the upper atmosphere again. It'll also move us away from that little thing. And then we'll see if our parachute spacing and everything is okay too. Now, there's a mod that I've tried to use in the past that it gives you like surface monopropellant nozzles and then they pop up when you use them. I want to give that a shot again. My problem in GPP was that they actually fired in the opposite direction of what they should have, and hopefully that won't be a thing. But I have to figure out which ones they are again. I think they're a Linux Guru gamer mod now, which really doesn't make it any easier to find because the man takes care of like 300 or something different mods. But I'll have to go look and see if I can spot them. I hadn't really thought about it, but I think that would look really good on this little tourist vehicle. And what do you guys think? If we can get this into orbit, would you pay for a ticket to go up into space and do a couple of rounds around the planet in this kind of a vehicle? I know that Isley wouldn't. Probably not going to be able to trick her into a spacecraft ever again. But what about the rest of you guys? What do you think? Go ahead and activate all of our chutes too. If you can afford it, I'm thinking probably around $8.95. Flight director only? Yeah, she's joining engineering and refuses to budge. Purely office desk work. I'm gonna let just the last bit of that monopropellant vent. Go and close those up so they don't start to overheat. Wouldn't do us any good for this part to pop off if we still have some heat shield left. Gonna watch you lot burn on TV from Mission Control. It's true. For $8, you'd take the risk? Nice. We'll bump it up to 9 someday. Try to compete with Disney. Probably not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're a little long, but I think we're gonna be just fine. Now, unfortunately, we weren't at orbital velocity. So let's just check out how the parachutes balance this out. And then we can revert and keep working. Unless it smashes into the ocean. That's a clear indicator that we aren't on the right path, right? When turn off SAS, the parachutes should do all the work from here. Oh yeah, it looks fine. There's an actual tourist company that has a small SSTO that takes people up to space and back. Really? Kind of like a plane kind of thing? Yeah, SSTO, so more of a plane than a single stage rocket. I'm hoping the Blue Origin will come through with some handicap accessible spaceflight. Oh, good lord, what was that shit? That was terrifying. I think it was because I had used my right click in there. I don't know what the hell that was. Virgin Galactic, huh? For the second time in 10 weeks with 3 on board. Here, hold on. Let's get time warp going. Just see how it sets down. We're going plenty slow. We'll be fine. Make space for a second time in 10 weeks with 3 on board, reaching higher altitudes and faster speeds as flight test program continues. Cool. And there's even a video there, but I'll watch that later. Nice selfies. Cool. I like it. Isley and I were talking about how movies will be filmed on location on the moon sometime soon. Because you gotta figure that, like, you know, movie production places, they got big money. You would think that they would go for it. True, yeah. Wouldn't be an SSTO if it just kind of dips up in there and comes back down, right? Yes, yeah, and I'm hoping that Armstrong is going to be, because they've verified that New Glenn is going to be a thing, and I think Armstrong will be the first one that might touch down on the moon. It seems like they have a theme going with the naming of their different projects. So what else can I get rid of? There's definitely things that we can get rid of here. I think I like what we've got going on in here. Maybe I don't get rid of anything quite yet. SSTS, single stage to space. That works. I think we just need to work on that last, like, 500 DV that we're missing. So there's a couple of different places that we can definitely add. We've got thrust limiters on literally everything. Let's start with the SRBs and see how that affects our weight. Looks like we're gonna be okay. That gave us another 200 DV. And I might just have to throw a better engine on the top. Or quit flirting with it and just get rid of some of this thrust limiter that I have. Let's try that first. And the SRBs are still limited down to 19.5. So 4,785, but we'll be able to cut the throttle on this. That might be the extra 100, well, 200 or 300 that we need. And then a better launch profile would obviously help too. Let's see how it goes. More boosters. Oh wow, the straddle launcher is not going to be a thing, huh? Man, they made it really freaking far before they called it quits. I don't know if they broke even on that deal. Space cheese. No passengers, still in test flight mode. Apparently we have a scientist at the wheel. Hold up. I don't think that was the cause of any of our previous problems or anything. But that doesn't bode all that well. Why the fuck is our scientist piloting this? No, sir. No. Let's have Jeb take a turn. I don't know. It's a test flight. I hate to add the tourist. No, I'm not going to. Yeah, we are. Just in case it does work, I guess. Yeah, because this is what we're going to use for all of our cheese missions coming up. Right now we're actually trying to work on serious contracts, but the deployer should be sufficient. So we just swap out what's on top of it, what's above this this crew hatch here, and then we have our probe. We have pretty much everything that we've been using so far. All right, throttle up, get this up. I think that one little addition might be all we need. 3, 2, 1. I like how Jeb has stubble. I've never noticed that. No, I'm pretty sure we pulled SVE, didn't we? We're using Real Plume and all of its dependencies. I think we're using EDE now. Distant Objects, Planet Shine. okay, I gotcha. They're talking to me. So we're at about 8K. Let's start to nose down a little bit. We've cut our liquid fuel engine earlier this time to see if I can get more DV out of this. Thrust to weight ratio seems fine. If anything, it seems a little too high. AP has just passed 28 and quickly rising, just past 30 now. So I'd imagine our time to AP is doing pretty damn good. We're at about 40. Let's go ahead and nose in a little bit more. Actual altitude is still only 24 kilometers, just past 25, 26. And we're starting into that weird twist again. But I think it'll be okay. Let's go ahead and stabilize. We've got a separation coming up. Fire up the main rocket. Ooh, just barely didn't get hit. Let's go ahead and twist back around now that we actually have some control. We're at 80K, 81 on our IP. Our goal is 90. I'm aiming for 90. So we nose down to about somewhere between 5 and 10 degrees. Keep pushing. Approaching 50% of our liquid fuel lifter fuel. And we're just past 87 kilometers for an AP. Actual altitude is at 65K. 88, 89. Let's go ahead and take that down to 5 degrees. And horizontal. We're at 90 for our AP. With about a third of our fuel left. I have a good feeling about this. I think we're going to be okay. Thrust to weight ratio still hasn't got all the way back up to 1.5, so I might take that limiter a little bit down. But our surface speed is looking great, so it might not be that big of a deal. And we are almost in outer space. We're at 84 kilometers now. With our AP at 91.7. So we're definitely getting the hell off of the surface a lot faster. Out about -7 degrees. Just pulling that AP down a little bit while we finish out this fuel. And we just passed 90 kilometers ourselves. Okay, let's make a huge explosion happen. That's always fun. And I need to switch out to map view. I think I may have actually blown past AP already. Oh, nope, just right there. So can we get the extra 500 meters a second of horizontal velocity that we need to make it into an orbit? Ooh, it's gonna be close. Down to 100 oxidizer left. We might fall just a bit short. We've got enough monopropellant to deorbit. If we really get that close, we could even use it to complete the orbit if we have to. I'd really rather not, though. Let's push AP out just a little bit just in case. Oh, we are so close. We're at a negative 422 kilometer PE. Damn. So close. You can do it. No, you can't do it. We're not gonna make it. Alright, a little more power. Let's take him back. Everybody looks so ecstatic about it, though. They were having a lot of fun. So we tested out all the rest of it. Where do we want to add our fuel or power? I think at the top, I think we lost some efficiency because this is a little underpowered. Which I didn't expect with our thrust limiter where it is right now. I want to take that back up to 100. I'm going to add a little bit of fuel to the upper stage. And then I'm going to beef all these up a little bit to compensate. That puts us at 4,956 total. I think we're on the right track. Yeah, so when you're using SVE, EVE is still doing all the work. SVE is telling it what to do. So you don't want the EVE configs if you're going to use SVE, because they kind of work together. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! I'm going to go a little bit more aggressive about it this time, too. So I'm going to let our thrust to weight ratio push up a little bit further on the initial launch. Use up a little bit more of that fuel. And then we'll just cut the engine and start into our gravity turn. I think we're on the right track. The only thing that I dislike about this is when we really start to lose air pressure and we need Vernier engines or RCS, we just don't have it, so we start into that little weird twist. But otherwise, I kind of like this little vehicle. Oh, I spoke too soon. I might like it, but it hates me. We're losing it. I think we're gonna be okay. AP's only at 16 and I'm at like a 40-degree angle. That's not good. So I do need to be a lot more gradual about throttling down on the liquid fuel. But we do have a larger payload too, so that might be what the problem is. Let's go ahead and pivot around. Let's keep pushing and see what happens. There's our 45-kilometer AP. Oh god, get away. Okay. We made it. Now, why is KER so wrong? When I throttle up, I should be at 1.5, according to KER. Oh, it's because I'm cutting the throttle. It's because I have more fuel in this. Okay, so I need to boost that up. We should be accelerating a little bit more quickly than we are now, and it's the throttle control that's creating the problem. I hadn't thought about that. We're at 1.4 right now. That's okay. Yeah, just kill it, you think? Get rid of the throttle control now. Yeah, we're at about 60k. So we should be aight. Let's go down to about a 5-degree. You're right, I think we were bullshitting around in the atmosphere a little bit too long, weren't we? Oh, and I forgot to re-enable the throttle control on the upper stage. So we're out in space now. Or, well, now. We're almost out in space. We're at 7.9. Let's try to pull that AP down a little bit and switch over to map view. I guess if nothing else, we could just kill the engine as soon as we exit out into, you know, outside of the atmosphere, and we can fire again at AP too. Because I am losing some efficiency by pulling AP in and going to a negative angle rather than burning at horizontal while at AP. Then lock it to prograde? Yeah, do need to refine our gravity turn for sure. So if we don't run out of fuel right freaking now, which we did, I was just gonna say we were gonna make orbit. We are pretty fucking close though. Are we close enough? I don't think so. Would be kind of interesting. Maybe. What's our time to AP? I wish I had that Kerbal Engineer chip. I think if I had actually assumed a more aggressive, maybe. A more aggressive angle, even with our piddly little RCS, like, that's how close we're getting. Holy shit. I think we're duct taping together in orbit here. Okay, that's not how you should make an orbit. Pretty sure. It's gotta be a handbook somewhere. Damn, if I abort monopropellant, it could actually happen. But no, I need just a little bit more horizontal speed. And honestly, I think it's my launch profile. I think if I were to lock that down, we could have made it, and then we would deorbit with monopropellant, which I'm totally okay with. But I'm not okay with establishing an orbit with monopropellant. That's weird. I'm just letting us burn out the rest of it to see how actually close we got. Because we're pretty close. We're at negative 32K. Yeah, definitely. You never know who you're gonna get, right? We got it down to negative 18.84. We are that close. So I'm pretty sure that that just comes down to pilot error. But let's add a little extra. Cause we can, right? More boosters. How we doing on weight and everything? Oh yeah, we're at half of our mass tolerance. We're at 1 part under. So I did want to beef this one up a little bit, because that's kind of a problem. Let's go ahead and get rid of the thrust limiter on that. We'll still be able to throttle control it. But let's leave that one at 100. I don't know, do we actually need to add more fuel? We could. That would be another 120 meters a second of delta V if we go one bigger on the solid rocket boosters. They're getting a little buku. And I don't think that they're firing. So am I missing something here? It didn't seem like they're firing to move away from the vehicle. I think all that's fine. I don't know. Am I just tripping? You don't want your $8 ticket unless they start to bring extra fuel. You know, I don't think I have fuel lines. Even if I did, though, I wouldn't have enough parts. I would have to cut parts out of somewhere else. We definitely cut parts out of the snacks. We could probably actually hide a lot of these things. We could take the monopropellant nozzles subsurface, get them outside of the bay. That would be 2 parts. I still need a tank for the monopropellant, so I can't cut apart there. I like having the reaction wheel, but we might be okay without it. They're a combination, though. I don't know exactly how that works. There's both liquid fuel and solid fuel. Shitload of solid fuel in these. So I don't know what the liquid fuel is actually doing in there. I was kind of assuming that that's how they move themselves away, but I don't have a second ignition for those. Now you have even less configs. Should still work though, doesn't it? EVE without the configs, SVE, SVT, and Scatterer. That's not working for you? I would think that it would. Let's give this one more shot and then I think I might call it a night. Oh, do you want to throw in, well, I guess I could do it. I was going to say, do you want to throw in pot stickers in the air fryer? We don't have any frozen, like, potato of any kind, do we? Dang. Dull. Alright, throttle up. Show all. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get our lights on too. Maybe I need to lower the thrust limiter on the SRBs. We started out a little bit underpowered. I don't know, does it seem like Kerbal Engineer is not being as accurate as this? I would think that this would be fairly accurate. But I feel like there's a couple of different situations where it hasn't given me the same information. Okay, so I cut liquid fuel. Yeah, I think if I was just using Engineer, things would be a little bit more consistent, but it's weird that Engineer would have different information than this would, isn't it? Or am I just weird? So we're coming up on about 40 kilometers for our AP. Usually about the time that I get to 45 on AP, I want to be at about a 45-degree angle. We're going a little bit higher, so I think somewhere around 50 is okay. Trying to take care of our roll. And we just passed 40 kilometers, so let's get the liquid fuel running again. Just about to stage. Don't hit me. Oh, good. Don't hit me, bro. That was a little close. I would like to put separation rockets on those. I need to upgrade the BAB before I'll be able to. Yeah, it might be throwing it off. I don't know. I've never had any problem in anything else, but I never did try it in real scale or anything. I just used what the pack had. It took forever to get real scale to work for me, too. I don't know if that's normal or not. A little bit of growing pains. You know, I think I'm going to kill the engine. I think I'm going to wait until we get closer to AP. I'm going to lock on a prograde. Let's see how it goes. Because we're in space, right? Oh no, I did lose a little bit of speed because of that. I need to coast till we get over 85. Then we can kill the engines. Let's get closer to AP and do our final burst here. Oh no, it crashed doing a screenshot. Let's do a little time warp here too. So no thrust limiter on the upper stage anymore. But I don't feel like we added so much weight that we needed to add that much fuel. I don't know, that could also be the scaling. Just takes more than I'm used to. That and I'm rusty. Haven't played in a long time. We got a little bit of practice in on stock though. Damn, we are so close. So very close. But alas, I don't think it's gonna happen tonight. But this is where we're gonna pick up tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Sunday fun day. Cool. So, bright and early in the morning, I'm gonna work on another config. So I do want to end a little bit early, so just to give me a little bit more time before I'm piss-faced drunk. We're going to try to get more remote tech, what do you call it, transmission points for all these other locations. And I also want to add a little bit of fuel to that. That would just cut down on the parts, and it just makes sense that they would have a little bit of food storage in like everything that can have a person, right? So I'm going to write a patch for that. What else were we talking about? There was one other thing, wasn't there? This isn't gonna do any good, but I like the look of it. It's just fun to do. I'm sure I'll think of it. If you think of it, throw it up in Discord. Are you gonna get yours started pretty soon? Oh, you're gonna grab food first? Okay. I was gonna go and just hang out with Doc. I'll keep an eye out for you, though. We'll come and hang out. Yeah, definitely true, Isley. I hadn't thought about that. If we just throw on a good vacuum-only engine, then we'll get a hell of a lot more out of our fuel. Very true. As long as I can get a good AP out of the SRBs and the main stack there, then we should be just fine, right? Very true. Alright, so let's revert this, or click the wrong thing, which is my way. And let's throw a host out. Yesterday we tried to go visit Kiki, but chat had absolutely ate shit. And it wouldn't let me host anybody. It did finally let me host Mr. Reed. And I had a hell of a lot of fun hanging out with him, but I felt terrible for the guy. Doing crossword puzzles and starting a stream with absolutely no chat. We've all been there. Every streamer has been there, right? Quit out to main menu. I'm going to work on a couple of configuration things, so it should be fine for me to close this down, because I'm going to be launching a bunch of times tonight. And that'll be the first thing that we do in the morning. We'll go and throw a better engine on there. I bet even just a little spark or something would probably take care of it. Because the engine that we're using for the upper stage is just as efficient within the atmosphere as it is outside of the atmosphere. So even if we had to give up one in favor of the other, we're going to get so much more out of that huge fuel tank that we have up there now. No, I don't know why it crashed, but it often does. Let's go throw a host out to somebody. Who do we want to hang out with? Oh, and thank you all for hanging out, in case I forgot to say it. Mr. Jimbo's playing some Stardew. McDougal is playing some Rage 2, and I haven't checked that out yet. Rainy is doing some Sekiro, which looks like a fantastic game. The Briefcase are the Happy Campers Team Pro Hearthstone player is doing some qualifiers right now. We've got... I don't see anybody playing KSP right now. Mr. Red Panda is doing Elite Dangerous. My friend Jessica is doing some GTA. I was looking for somebody that we hadn't hung out with in a minute. Let's go say hi to Rainy. Rainy's playing some Sekiro. I met Rainy through Car 6, I'm pretty sure. That or I met Rainy through Reed. Either way, awesome community. I've never hosted Rainy before. Let's go and hit that follow button. Let's go and say hi. I'm waiting out my commercial, and we'll throw up some stuff. I am playing KSP. It is true. I am about to not be playing KSP, but I just want to wait for the commercial so that I can see if they're actually around. Okay, she's around. So let's do some shouts. Oh, I remember Rainy. We tried to raid Rainy, and we had some problems. Playing some Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. So I have seen this streamer before, and really, really cool person. And then we'll do the host. You guys have a great weekend, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.